The Master of Poisons transforms Douluo. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Poseidon Pavilion Meeting, Rewards and Punishments. Noon Shrek Academy, Eastgate. It's still class time. The entrance to Shrek Academy seemed very quiet. The small vendors who usually gathered here were not there today, and four figures stood in front of the huge city gate, coming. Yan Shaos, the dean of the Wuhan department, who was standing at the very front, had a look of joy on his face. The other four also looked up at the sky. They are none other than the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner, the vice dean of the Martial Soul Department, K. Meyer, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Jin Duoluo, and the core teacher of the Soul Guidance Department, who is also He Tao's mentor, Fan Yu. The four deans are all present, plus an 8th level soul instructor, Fan Yu, who has a promising future. Such a lineup can be described as very grand and luxurious. They saw tiny black dots in the distant sky gradually becoming clearer and slowly descending as they watched. The first to land was the unkempt old Zhuan. Looking at the familiar city gate, Zhuan loud grinned and said, "I'll leave it to you guys from now on." "I'll leave first." Yan Shaos and the other four greeted him and nodded in agreement. The Shrek students who were going to the Soul Master competition fell behind one after another, and they were also filled with emotion. Almost everyone's eyes were sparkling with excitement, and the youngest ones, Wang Danger and Xiao Xiao, had tears in their eyes. Although they have been away from the academy for less than 2 months, they have experienced a lot during this period of time, which can be described as twists and turns. It can be said to be the ups and downs in their lives, which is really too exciting. "Welcome home, kids." Yan Shaos and his four companions strode forward to greet the Shrek team that had returned with honor. Yan Shaos and Jin Duoluo, the old enemies, were relatively okay and were able to keep their emotions stable, but the other three could no longer contain themselves. However, it was Maziaateo who started first. "Teacher, master's wife." After landing, Maziaateo rushed out, pounced, and hugged Kamair. Kamair smiled with a hint of helplessness. "You are so old, but you are still like a child." Then, Fan Yu quickly stepped forward, hugged He Tao, and hot tears poured down. The previous explosion of the Death Messenger's corpse had frightened him, and he only has this one direct disciple. The relationship between this master and disciple has long surpassed it between father and son. Xian Liner held Huo Yuhao close and asked about his well-being. "I want to see if all the parts of his body are intact and if he is mentally healthy and lively. He looks like an old mother who is heartless." The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition is not an absolutely safe competition, and casualties have occurred in almost every competition. Although Huo Yuhao is the best player to turn the tide this time, but don't forget, he is only 12 years old and is just a Soul Master. Although this was the decision made by his teacher, Mu Lao, Huo Yuhao had too much to bear on his shoulders to make it all the way to the championship. He must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, Xian Liner, who had already regarded Huo Yuhao as her own disciple, could no longer hide her love for him. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and did not resist. Unlike the original novel, although he is temporarily learning under Fan Yu in the Soul Guidance Department, his relationship with Xian Liner is the best. It's nothing. Dean Xian really gave too much. Yan Shaos watched this scene, walked straight to the other students who were equally excited, and said, "Kids, the academy is proud of you. As the dean of the Martial Soul Department, he treats everyone equally. It's definitely not because no one cares about him as an old widower." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. After a brief greeting, the four deans shook hands with everyone and then personally led them back to the college. When we arrived at the clear Poseidon Lake, several small boats were already waiting on the shore. Dean Yan, this Bibe's face was filled with shock, and the others were in a similar mood because of Huo Yuhao. Even the reserve team still in the outer courtyard were not unfamiliar with this road. Yan Shaos explained, "You have devoted everything to the academy, participated in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Fighting Soul competition with a remnant formation, and won the championship. This achievement will be forever recorded in the history of Shrek Academy, and your rewards will be distributed in the Sea God Pavilion unprecedentedly." In an instant, everyone who was originally smiling looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone was shocked, especially for the reserve team members who were not familiar with the inner courtyard. Poseidon Pavilion was too far away for them, not to mention the outer courtyard. Even Dai Yuhang, Ling Luchan and Zixi from the inner courtyard were quite shocked when they heard the dean's words. Even they have never been to Poseidon Pavilion. It is not only the highest meeting place of Shrek Academy, but also the real treasure house of Shrek Academy. All the secrets of the academy are there normally. No one can enter there except the elders of Poseidon Pavilion, and the 4 deans. Huo Yuhao was not surprised by this. It's just the Poseidon Pavilion. I'm used to it, even though the championship winning lineup has some changes from the original. This is definitely the result of Marino's efforts, and it is in line with his habits. Moreover, in his previous private conversation with Xian Liner, he also knew that Mr. Mu intended to deeply promote the coordinated development of martial souls and soul guides. Everything went smoothly, and the exchange student arrangement with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was inevitable. The boat sailed for more than a quarter of an hour, passed through the mist, and arrived at Poseidon Island led by the 4 deans. Everyone came to the highest point of Poseidon Island. The 4 deans stopped in front of Poseidon Pavilion and then walked to one side. The next moment, the entire Poseidon Pavilion was filled with light, and rich and soft golden light spots floated down, enveloping everyone. The warm and heavy breath of light nourished the bodies of each of them. Even Wang Yan was no exception, and it directly swept away the fatigue from traveling day and night. Everyone clearly felt that the meridians in their bodies seemed to be combed and widened, and their soul power was rapidly purified and cleansed among them. Wang Donger and Bibi felt the most deeply. There seemed to be a faint dragon roar coming from Bibi's body. Wang Donger's whole body exuded a transparent golden color, which complemented the golden light. The martial spirits of both of them are closely related to light, so naturally they will get the most benefits, which will definitely be of great help to their future cultivation. Even Mazaya Ateo, who was at the soul saint level, felt that her soul power, which had been relatively weak due to her recent breakthrough and frequent outbreaks of evil fire, had been consolidated. In addition to the changes in foundation and talent, everyone felt that their soul power had improved to a greater or lesser extent. Huo Yuhao didn't feel anything about the former. He just kept absorbing soul power because he was naturally gifted, and he had already received such a baptism shortly after entering school. In addition, because of the fusion of the gold of life, the power of light, when acting on his body, is simply a pure enhancement of his soul power. With the help of this rich and pure breath of light, the meditation technique worked smoothly, completely devouring the breath of life in the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Huo Yuhao, who was already approaching the bottleneck of level 42, broke through to level 43. As if it were a natural process, the baptism of light is over. Huo Yuhao felt a little bit sorry. If you can keep practicing like this, it will indeed be faster than practicing with Yuanxi. Unfortunately, this is not realistic. Speaking of which, the meditation method that suits me has not yet been created, modified and perfected, and is still in the stage of creating a new text. The priority of perfecting the method in the queue of pending events has indeed been raised as everyone gradually woke up from that strange feeling. Come in, everyone. A gentle old voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Yan Shao's immediately stepped forward and said, "Come with us." The 4 deans and Fan Yu entered first and led everyone into the Poseidon Pavilion. The inner hall of Poseidon Pavilion is very spacious. Located in the center of the ceremonial hall, a huge wooden table was placed there, and the 4 deans sat down one after another, while Fan Yu stood behind Jin Duado and Xian Liner. The elders, including Elder Zhuan, had already been sitting at the table, frequently casting glances of appreciation and encouragement towards the Shrek team. Yan Shao's bowed to Mr. Mu on the innermost couch and said respectfully, "Teacher, they are back. Well, you will host it, is?" Teacher, looking at Huo Yuhao and the others, Yan Shao smiled and said, "Welcome back, kids. Whether you have heard of this or not, I will explain it to you again. This is the Sea God Pavilion, the highest decision-making place of the Academy. The Sea God Pavilion meetings decide the future direction of the Academy. In addition to our 4 deans, everyone here is a veteran of the Academy, and they have all made great contributions to the Academy." Then, Yan Shao said in a deep voice, "Let me announce the rewards. The first one is Wang Yan, Dean. Yan, Wang." Yan took a step forward and bowed slightly. "Shrek can continue to maintain its glory in this competition. As the team leader, you have made an invaluable contribution. Your reward is to be promoted to a special teacher of Shrek Academy and teach in the inner courtyard. At the same time, all areas of the inner courtyard library will be open to you for 1 year. This, Wang." Yan was so excited that he couldn't utter a complete sentence and felt a little flattered. This is the inner courtyard library. Although he had helped Huo Yuhao get permission to the library before, with his ability at the time, The best he could do was to get someone from the outer courtyard. The reason why Wang Yan was able to enter the inner courtyard's library was more because of Huo Yuhao's own reasons, which prompted Yan Xiaos to take action. At that time, Wang Yan was also very envious of him, especially the forbidden books section in the inner courtyard library. There are countless rare and out-of-print books and materials collected in it. At least in Wang Yan's eyes, this is definitely the most precious treasure of Shrek Academy. This is the reward you deserve. If you have no objection, you can go back and rest first, okay, Dean? Wang Yan left with satisfaction, and his voice became much louder then. Yan Xiao said in a low voice, Mazia Ateo, Daiohen, Ling Luchen, Zixi, the 4 inner court disciples failed to protect yourselves and your teammates when performing the monitoring mission, thus affecting the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. You will be punished once, Ma. Zia Ateo and 4 others? This is not right. We fought hard to destroy the evil spirit master. Even if we didn't get any credit, we worked hard, but in the end we didn't get any reward, and we were even punished here. Question mark. Although this punishment will not cause any serious damage to anyone, but don't these inner court disciples have any shame? It's outrageous. No one could have imagined a soul saint level corpse explosion. Besides, they were not defensive spirit masters, so they were already thankful that they could survive. Seeing that several people were somewhat dissatisfied, Yan Xiao's face darkened and he asked back, what? Do you have any objections? Ma Zia Ateo and Dai Yuhang, you two are the main offensive spirit masters in the team. Have you done these 2 things, facing challenges head-on and protecting your teammates? Ling Luchen, you are the main control spirit master. Did you play a sufficient control role in destroying the Death Messenger? And Zixi, as a spirit master of the agility attack system, why didn't you find out the enemy's intelligence? Instead, you chose to fight directly in the narrow cave? It can be said that most of the team's damage was caused by your carelessness and underestimation of the enemy. Is this how a Shrek Academy inner courtyard disciple should behave? Even outer courtyard students know that a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit, but what about you? After a violent scolding, the 4 of them lowered their heads and dared not refute. At this point, Yan Xiao's changed the subject. Look at Huo Yuhao's performance. He is only a soul sect member, and this is his first time to carry out an inspection mission. In this mission, he not only saved Gong Yangmo and Chen Zifan, but also greatly limited the lethality of the corpse explosion, and even killed the mastermind behind the scenes. Think about it carefully. How does your performance compare to his? There it is, someone else's child. This is also the time the 4 people in the inner courtyard once again realized how terrifying Huo Yuhao was. This guy's only a 12-year-old soul sect. With such an experienced technique, he was not only unscathed in the corpse explosion, but also able to perform teleportation continuously in a short period of time to protect several of them. There is even enough energy left to kill the damn evil soul master. Looking at it this way, as a senior, it seems that I am really useless. It's just a classic case of giving someone a sweet reward after a beating. Huo Yuhao kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, not worried at all. No one died this time, so there's nothing to be afraid of. And Yan Xiao's tone softened a bit at this moment. As for the subsequent Spirit Master competition, fortunately, Huo Yuhao on the reserve team performed very well and helped you in enough time to recover. You finally won the championship, and the Academy will also remember this credit. Therefore, this punishment is cancelled, and each of you will be rewarded with 300,000 gold soul coins. Of course, I hope you can remember this lesson well. You must remember that life is precious and no one can have a second chance. Thank you, Dean. The 4 of them nodded like chicks pecking at rice, as if they had been pardoned. As for the reserve team, afterwards, Yan Xiao skipped over Huo Yuhao and announced the rewards for the 7 members of the reserve team. You all performed very well this time. Each of you will be rewarded with 300,000 gold soul coins. In addition, the 3 soul bones awarded to the champion of this Soul Master competition will be divided among the 7 of you, Bibai, Su Sanchi, Tang Yan, Zhang Nanan, and K Tao. The 5 of you have already broken through to the soul sect level. We have been specially authorized to take the inner courtyard assessment in advance. If you have any questions, you can always ask our 4 deans. I hope you will work hard. As for Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, you stay for a while, and the Sea God Pavilion Master will open a reward for you in advance. Teacher, what about Huo Yuhao? This is not fair. He is obviously the one who contributed the most to Shrek's victory. Mazia Ateo has always been straightforward and says whatever she wants. She had just been timid, but now she attacked with heavy punches and stood up for Huo Yuhao. Yan Xiao's face darkened. Do you need to remind me of this? How could he bear to disappoint his greatest contributor? It's true that a girl cannot be controlled by her father when she grows up, so, he said directly, the academy will naturally not forget him. Huo Yuhao, you stay with Wang Dongzhi and Xiao Xiao, it is good, Huo Yuhao nodded. It was really a great show. End of this chapter. Chapter 202, Go Your Own Way, one word reveals the secret. After symbolically reprimanding a few inner courtyard students, the rewarding process also ended, and this Poseidon Pavilion meeting was nearing its end. Meeting dismissed. The gentle and kind voice sounded again, naturally, yet with a convincing and unquestionable flavor. All the elders of the Poseidon Pavilion and the 4 deans stood up, respectfully saluted to Elder Mu, who was half lying on the main seat, and then dispersed. Mazaya Ateo also led all the students to withdraw from the Poseidon Pavilion. As they walked along the road, Dai Yuhang sighed. The college is quite generous this time. Originally, the prize for the champion of the competition was 1 million gold soul coins and 3 soul bones, which naturally belonged to the Shrek team that contributed the most. They were also the champions of the last Soul Master competition. However, as the reserve captain, Dai Yuhang only received a reward of 50,000 gold soul coins. In addition to gold soul coins, the main players will also have the opportunity to be allocated soul bones. This time, the opportunity for soul bones was left to the reserve team. However, Shrek also contributed extra money, taking out nearly 2 million. And finally gave each person a total of 300,000. It greatly made up for the gap in his small treasury caused by the purchase of the soul guide device. Although Dai Yuhang was indeed very jealous of those 3 soul bones, but he is also somewhat self-aware. Even if the reserve team hadn't intercepted him, this would have been reserved for Shrek's own people, and definitely not for him who is about to graduate and leave school. But I still have to say something. Damn evil Soul Master, the way to his death has already been decided. If it weren't for the appearance of the Death Messenger, if he had performed better in the Soul Master competition, Dai Yuhang felt that he still had a little chance. Humph. He, Dai Yuhang, will never reconcile with the evil Soul Master from now on. Exclamation mark. As for the other people in the inner courtyard, they didn't feel anything. Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luchen also obtained soul bones during the Soul Master competition and were an already very satisfied. Zixi, the honest child, was reflecting on his own mistakes. Zixi, I was indeed careless during the last inspection mission. The 5 members of the reserve team were under some pressure because of the early internal school assessment. However, one of them seemed a little uneasy. That's Jiang Nan, and she had been poor for several years, and when she suddenly heard that the academy was going to reward her with a huge sum of 300,000 gold soul coins, she was so excited that she almost fainted. It was only Tang who helped her and saved her from public death. Even after a long while, she still didn't recover. Instead, he was just smiling foolishly. With such a sum of money, he could bring his mother to Shrek City and take better care of her. But what Jiang Nanan didn't know was the professional turtles had already taken action and had secretly brought Jiang Nanan's mother to Shrek City and were taking extra care of her, as considerate as treating your own mother-in-law. This is the ability of Money Su Sanchi. This is what Yuhao meant by taking a roundabout route. The entire ceremonial hall of Poseidon Pavilion was silent. Only Huo Yuhao, Wang Dongzhi, Xiao Xiao, and Mulao, who was sitting on the recliner, were left. Wang Dongzhi and Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The Lord of the Sea God Pavilion, who was half lying in the main seat, had never shown his face before. He was not only the teacher of Dean Yan Xiaos, but also the real controller of Shrek Academy. To be honest, they both feel a little embarrassed and awkward now. It would be a bit inappropriate for this big guy to issue the reward alone. After all, there is no reward for no merit. If I think about it carefully, I haven't participated in many key matches in the entire Soul Master competition. Most of them just played supporting roles in the subsequent games of the round-robin tournament. Just a lot of paddling. Even so, you can still get a reward of 300,000 gold soul coins, and you will also have the chance to obtain precious soul bones. They are not greedy people. This is already a precious reward. Bibi and the other 4 contributed the most, and it was because of their age and soul power level that they were able to conduct the inner courtyard assessment in advance. Wang Dongzhi and Xiao Xiao would have no complaints about this. We can't let them take the inner court examination now, right? You will die. They are not as monstrous as Huo Yuhao, for whom crossing levels is as easy as eating and drinking. If Huo Yuhao knew what they were thinking at this moment, he would only shake his head. When the meat is put into your mouth, just eat it. And is there a possibility that I was the one who led the team in all the crucial games? Except for himself and Mazaya Ateo, Everyone else's performance was actually similar. The reason why Mr. Mu gives you special lessons is not only because you are still young, but also because of your talent. After all, they are twin martial spirits that are rarely seen in 10 years. Even Xiao Xiao, whose martial soul quality is slightly inferior, is also gifted and can be said to have the potential to become a super Douluo. Although Shrek is not so kind in some things, it is still quite good in cultivating geniuses, especially for one's own genius. Just as Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were thinking about something, old Mu waved to the three of them. "Kids, come here." Huo Yuhao led the two of them around the side of the long table. What they saw was a face that was old but full of gentle smile, and Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The old man, who's the gatekeeper, Moon, smiled gently, without explaining, but raised his hand and pointed, and a rich golden halo enveloped everyone in a blink of an eye. They were already in a wide hall with several passages on both sides. Elder Mu explained, the Sea God Pavilion was originally a rare golden tree in the world, which possessed the breath of light and life. The predecessors of the Academy carved out the Sea God Pavilion without affecting the life of the golden tree. This is the underground of the Sea God Pavilion. There are a total of 108 rooms, which almost cover the environment, suitable for all types of martial spirits. Every inner courtyard disciple has a chance to come here for deep meditation. Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, it is only a matter of time before the two of you enter the inner courtyard. In addition, you have enough experience in this competition and the talent of twin martial spirits, so I will open this reward for you in advance. Practicing here will achieve twice the result with half the effort, which will be of great benefit to you. However, here, it is not as simple as just letting you practice. What is more important is to find your own path. Our way. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were a little confused. Elder Mu smiled slightly. After you come out of meditation, you will naturally have the answer in your heart. Wang Donger, go in through the first passage on the right. There is a door about 10 meters away. Push it open, go in, and sit on the cushion inside to practice. Xiao Xiao, go through the third passage on the left and enter the second door. After you wake up from meditation, you can return to the outer courtyard. Yes, thank you, senior. The two of them bowed respectfully. Mu Lao smiled and said, my last name is Mu, you can call me Mu Lao. Okay, Mr. Mu. The two agreed and left. After the two men left, Mr. Mu stood quietly there, his lips moving slightly, as if he was saying something. Huo Yuhao remained standing, waiting for Mu Lao's follow-up instructions. In fact, Huo Yuhao had only met Mu Lao twice in the Sea God Pavilion. Today is the second time. The first time they officially met was when Huo Yuhao won a spot on the main team, and it was also his second time going to the Sea God Pavilion. During that meeting, Huo Yuhao had a profound conversation with Mu Lao, and he had completely understood his own path. Therefore, Huo Yuhao did not need to rely on the gift of the ancient golden tree to find the path in his heart. Say so, but Moon must have had his own reasons for bringing me here. You can't just let me come and watch the show, right? After the remote instruction to Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao was completed, looking at Huo Yuhao in front of him, Mu Lao felt helpless. Even he had to admit it. Huo Yuhao was indeed the most difficult soul master he had ever seen in terms of cultivation under close contact with Moon's level of cultivation. He could naturally see that Huo Yuhao was actually in a state of meditation and cultivation. He even put on a layer of simulated soul skills on the outside to conceal the fluctuations of soul power. Isn't it a bit bad to hide this from your classmates? I don't know how he did it. Although he had the help of the golden tree here, it was still very outrageous. So, Moon asked with a smile, Yuhao, I can see that you have always had an extremely firm goal in your heart. Can you tell me what it is? My goal is simple, and that is to become a god. Huo Yuhao told the truth, and his words were shocking. Becoming a god? Do you know how difficult it is to become a god? Moon was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, except for the original generation of the Shrek 7 devils who have definite records of becoming gods, in the following 10,000 years, countless talented people were stuck at level 99 and could not make any progress. Stuck at the last step of becoming a god at level 100. The reason why people call level 99 the limit is because it is the limit of human soul masters. If you want to go one step further, you can only hope that the gods in the upper realm will look at you. Moon sighed and said, we at Shrek do have records of the path to godhood of the sea god 10,000 years ago, and that is the divine test inheritance, which is also the only known path. Only those with extraordinary talents, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, can attract the attention of the god realm, be chosen by them as successors, and have the possibility of inheriting the throne and ascending to become gods. Having Said this, Moon suddenly stopped talking, leaving everything in silence. Although he was very optimistic about Huo Yuhao's talent, however, becoming a god is really a bit illusory. I feel like it depends a lot on luck if it is true as recorded by the sea god. Why didn't Shrek, who once possessed the ultimate martial spirit, receive any inheritance from the gods in these 10,000 years? They are definitely not his original Shrek 7 Devils. Poseidon is fine. The talents of the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils were not actually top-notch, so why did they all embark on the path to becoming gods and succeed? Even with the help of the legendary magic herb, some of the 7 monsters felt that they were still a little short of it. All in all, Moon isn't that optimistic. Of course, he was very satisfied with Huo Yuhao's ambitions and strongly supported them. If it's you, maybe there's a chance. Finally, Mu Lao sighed and reminded, go ahead, don't waste this opportunity for deep meditation. Go to the end of the first passage on the left. As for the reward for you in this Soul Master competition, Shaos will come to find you after you finish meditating. And Huo Yuhao nodded. It's just becoming a god. Is it that difficult? If Huo Yuhao wanted to give up and become a god according to the original plot, it would be very easy. It's a pity that Huo Yuhao doesn't want to go to the god realm to be a dog. What Moon didn't know was that there was actually another way to become a god. Faith becomes god just like the original sea god and angel god. However, the records in this regard have been deliberately concealed by Tang San, just like the missing poison chapter in Zuanshan treasure record and the secretly hidden yin yang eyes of ice and fire. This method, which could threaten the rule of the God King, is only in the hands of a few people. It can be said that on Douluo continent, since the demise of Spirit Huo and the disappearance of the divine test on Seagoat Island, no one in the world knows the path of becoming a god through faith. If a soul master cultivates to the extreme, he can use the power of faith to condense the divine position, forge the divine nature, and become a god on his own. It's like the clouds hanging on the wall. 10,000 years later he is so talented that he has become a demigod without the help of faith. It's a pity that at that time, the Lord of the Plain had been replaced by Tang Hao, and even the Tree of Life was replaced by a yin under the suppression of Tang family continent. The demigod Yunming had nowhere to go. If he knew the mystery of the power of faith, perhaps he could take advantage of the turbulence in the divine world and reopen it. It can be said that he was born at the wrong time, and Huo Yuhao is even more shocking. He not only wanted to become a god, he also wanted to create his own world of gods. It doesn't matter. The Gu Master achievement system will take action. Old Mu selected the most suitable place for them to practice. Wang Dongzhi practiced in a room with light attributes that was almost in liquid state, and there was a big bell behind Xiaoxiao Gate. As for Huo Yuhao's room, it is actually similar to Wang Dongzhi's. Unlike the original novel, Huo Yuhao's current mental strength no longer requires the training of the Fear Dragon room, so Mr. Mu gave him the soul power boost he wanted most. Walking to the end of the road, I raised my hand and pushed open the half-closed wooden door, and an extremely rich breath of light hit me in the face. Entering inside, it is a room of only about 10 square meters. Countless golden roots hang down from the ceiling and cover the walls around the room. At this moment, Electrolux's voice sounded at the right time. Yuhao, the top masters in this world are pretty good. Your cheap teacher has already reached a level close to what I achieved when I was alive. If it weren't for your strong mental power, he might have even discovered the existence of me, the big bug, and the little scorpion. Regarding the title of cheap teacher, Huo Yuhao had no intention of refutation. Although his relationship with Moon was not true, it was a master-disciple relationship bound by mutual interests, and everyone knew it. After all, from Moon and Huo Yuhao really experienced what it was like to be the king of the world, and learned his 2 famous skills. However, Huo Yuhao still tried to save his dignity in his heart and said, Master Yi, you are my real teacher. As for what you mean by close, the universe at your fingertips, right, I don't mind this matter. Every profession has its own expertise. After all, I am only a wisp of spiritual consciousness. I really can't teach you much about the knowledge of this plane. At this point, Electrolux changed the subject. It's just that his cultivation level is somewhat close, but I can feel that his current cultivation level was forcibly improved by some kind of adventure, and for some reason, his origin was severely damaged, which not only restricted his further development, but also greatly reduced his lifespan. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the end of him. Electrolux spoke the truth. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, The Path to Godhood, Rewards Received. Yuhao saw through Moon's true colors at a glance. His cultivation level as an extreme Douluo was indeed raised with the help of external objects, namely the dragon pill he obtained from the ancient ruins. Because the power in the dragon pill was too overbearing for humans to absorb directly, Moon kept it on his body. With the help of the huge energy contained in the dragon pill, Moon's cultivation speed was much faster. However, success or failure is due to the dragon pill. After a battle with Duuluo, Moon, who was at level 98, chose to refine the dragon pill in order to recover from his injuries and to make further progress. However, he did not expect that there was a violent energy hidden in the dragon pill, which erupted when Moon was seriously injured afterwards. Although Moon used the power of dragon pill to form his second soul core through isotopic resonance, he successfully became an extreme Douluo, but the result was that his origin was damaged and he was paralyzed for life in the following time. Moon has been struggling with this resentment. In fact, it was also the culprit for the fall in the original book. As for what Yuhao said, it goes a step further naturally. It is the demigod combat power above the extreme Douluo. This is also the true limit of what a soul master can achieve. Besides conventional means, it can be said that for the birth of every extreme Douluo, talent, strength and luck are basically indispensable. If Moon's origin had not been damaged, he might have had a chance to get a glimpse of the scenery just like Yunming in Douluo in the original novel of Douluo III. To reach the level of title Douluo, one's mental power must reach the Lingai realm. To break through the limit Douluo, one's mental power must reach the Lingai realm. The next level is called the Shinitun realm. It was placed during the second stage of the Daodahun stage, when the cultivation of spiritual power was not emphasized. There are only 4 stages: others, tangible but intangible, tangible and substantial. Demigods. The spiritual power levels in these 2 periods cannot actually be equated. You can roughly look at it this way: Lingai realm, title Douluo, tangible and tangible Lingai realm, ultimate Douluo. Going further up means surpassing the limit of the plane. The divine Yuan realm, or divine consciousness, is already a divine level of spiritual power, but without the status of a god. This is also the semigod level spiritual power of Hogwa in the original novel. For someone like Moon, who broke through his limits with the help of dragon pill and still suffered sequelae, it is obvious that his mental strength has not reached the tangible and qualitative stage. If there was no dragon pill's evil spirit, with Moon's talent, it would be possible for him to go further after his mental power became tangible. The reason why Huo Yuhao wants to become a god for immortality and power, being able to live in a world with extraordinary power, immortality naturally becomes the greatest pursuit. As for power, it is naturally for the purpose of protecting the Tao and protecting the immortal self. The 3 elements to becoming a god are divine consciousness, divine power, and divine body. As for his spiritual awareness, Huo Yuhao naturally had no worries. However, it is more difficult to achieve divine power and divine body in Douluo continent. Due to the restrictions of the rules, one needs the help of the gods to transform one's soul power and body. The inheritance of gods is also the inheritance of the throne. For those who have been gods for many years, the throne of God can no longer help them. It is more of a bondage of responsibility. They rely on their own strength, which is enough, so they want to pass on the throne of God. To become a god through faith is to rely on the power of faith, which brings corresponding insights and a large amount of energy, and thereby establishes the throne of God. In fact, Huo Yuhao didn't want to take either of these 2 paths. As long as the timing is right, he can use the semigod level of mental power and the help of the immortal Gu to achieve true godhood in one step. Of course, you have to eat a meal 1 bite at a time. Let's get back to the present. Huo Yuhao's current mental power can only be compared with that of an ordinary title Douluo, and is still at the threshold of being tangible but not substantial. This place is indeed a treasure land. Take the time to practice. After a few casual sighs, Alex's voice fell silent, and Huo Yuhao began to absorb the gift from the golden tree. The sky is vast and the earth is vast. Cultivation is the greatest for Huo Yuhao now. The primary goal is to prioritize improving his soul power level. As for becoming a god, we'll explore it later. Under the pure and bright aura and the rich energy of heaven and earth, the soul power flowed naturally and Huo Yuhao was instantly immersed in it. With every breath, a large amount of energy is absorbed and discharged in just a few breaths. Huo Yuhao had entered a state of deep meditation. It is different from the inner clarity during ordinary deep meditation. At this moment, his brain was extremely active and became clearer than ever before. Various thoughts emerged and inspiration suddenly appeared, clear and definite. Describe it in 1 sentence. It is just that I have rubbed the light of wisdom from the wisdom Gu. Although not that exaggerated, but some of the problems that had been piling up over time were solved in an instant. Huo Yuhao also began to integrate all the things he had learned through enlightenment. Similarly, The green sphere transformed by the blade of living being's watch was trembling in the sea of consciousness, releasing its own life force, which, together with a gift from the ancient golden tree, once again warmed Huo Yuhao's body. The two soul beasts woke up from their slumber at the same time. Shocked by the powerful strength of the ancient golden tree, the huge injection of life force also brings them great benefits. Is there such a good thing? Bing Bing, come on, I'll suck it. Xianmeng took the lead. Bingdi also joined the battle. They have already been bound together with Huo Yuhao, and their relationship is one of shared success and shared failure. Now that we have the opportunity to speed up our soul power cultivation, we must naturally seize it. Is this kid really only a soul sect member? Elder Mu, who had just returned to the Sea God Pavilion, raised his eyebrows and looked towards the training room where Huo Yuhao was. Well, it's just for this time. The ancient golden tree shouldn't be short of this energy. During the Soul Master competition, naturally, Mr. Mu went to Xingluo City to secretly observe the performance of the Shrek team. He also saw Huo Yuhao's brilliant performance. Let's not talk about Ling Mao's outrageous soul skills for now. The skillful release of the Ice Soul Blade domain fighting technique is Huo Yuhao's greatest asset that enables him to be invincible with the strength of a soul sect. Even Elder Mu couldn't help but sigh. I have been practicing for my entire life and have traveled across the continent for more than 200 years. I have seen countless spirit masters and even more martial spirits. But this is the first time I have seen a monster like Huo Yuhao. Not only do they have a high level of comprehension, they are also very talented twin martial souls, spiritual attribute martial soul, ultimate ice, innate domain. Previously, in order to verify Huo Yuhao's second martial soul, Mu Lao even went to the far north and caught an ice scorpion for careful study. After observing for a period of time, he found that the stronger the ice scorpion, the more green there would be on its tail. Therefore, Huo Yuhao's martial soul is most likely the king of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, or even the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, one of the 10 legendary ferocious beasts. However, Mr. Mu couldn't be sure after all. Huo Yuhao's second martial soul still has the innate domain. There are so many special things about him Mr. Mu didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. However, everyone has his or her own opportunity. Mr. Mu won't interfere. Moreover, Mu Lao saw the openness and sincerity in Huo Yuhao, especially his performance in the competition, which made him very pleased. Even when facing the recruitment of Wu Hong's own family, the body sect, Huo Yuhao was unmoved and his heart was set on Shrek. It can be said that no one is more suitable than Huo Yuhao to be the next leader of the Sea God Pavilion. In Mu Lao's heart, the person who will take over Long Dan has also been chosen. Bibai can only suffer a lot. Outside, time flies by quickly. Huo Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes, and golden energy waves instantly swept around. With the help of the purest light and life attributes as well as a vast amount of heaven and earth energy, Huo Yuhao directly increased his soul power by 2 levels in one meditation, jumping from level 43 to level 45. Tian Meng, how long have I been practicing? Tian Meng's answer echoed in the spiritual sea. It should be about a month. The next moment, Bingdi's cold voice sounded. To be precise, it was 34 days. During this period, the human warrior came to observe you once. Indeed, it's a good thing that Master Yi reminded us, otherwise your cheap teacher would have discovered that we were also stealing life force. Tian Meng was still frightened. He is the ultimate Douluo after all. You better be more careful next time, you idiot, Bingdi retorted to Xianmeng. Even if she met this ultimate Douluo in the far north at her prime, she would not be able to get away with it. Human soul masters are blessed with this ability, and in just less than 100 years they can catch up with the hundreds of thousands of years of hard training of soul beasts. Huo Yuhao ignored the quarrel in his sea of consciousness, then stood up, stretched his body, and walked out of the room. It's a pity that this kind of deep meditation is only effective the first time. Otherwise, Huo Yuhao actually wanted to stay here and not leave. Walking out of the passage, he saw old Mu leaning on a recliner in the middle of the hall, and Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao sitting cross-legged on the ground absorbing soul bones. Mr. Mu, what is this? Huo Yuhao asked. Both children have found their own ways, so I'll give them a small reward. Old Mu smiled with satisfaction. As an extra reward, he prepared a soul bone for each of Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao. It was a treasure of the academy, not a prize for this competition. Moreover, the soul bones personally selected by Elder Mu are particularly suitable for the two of them. It can also be considered an investment. Mu Lao continued. Yuhao, half of the credit for Shrek winning the Soul Master competition this time lies with you, so the academy will naturally not treat you unfairly. Originally, I wanted to give you the title of Shrek 7 Devils for life, but the 7 devils have always been one, and you are not someone who cares about empty reputation. Therefore, I thought again and again and prepared an extra reward for you. It is now in Xiao's hands. Go find him after dinner, okay? Huo Yuhao nodded. Indeed, after practicing for a month and increasing his soul power by 2.5 levels, he was now extremely hungry, not even having a drop of water or a grain of rice to eat. The vitality of the golden tree cannot be eaten. This is the conclusion drawn from the chilly immortal goo. By the way, Yuhao, what do you think about the body sect? Moon asked. If nothing unexpected happens, the old guy from the body sect will probably be here soon. Before that, he also wants to hear Huo Yuhao's opinion. The body sect? I don't have any opinion on it. I'm not that interested in a bunch of people who can't even draw pie. Hearing this, Mulao analyzed rationally. Are you not interested in the body sect's secret techniques? Moreover, your spirit eye's martial soul has already awakened innately. Although it is a spiritual martial soul, it is indeed quite suitable for the body sect's secret techniques that involve the use of ki and blood. Mr. Mu, you know me well. I didn't even join the nearby Tang sect, let alone the poor and remote Benti sect. If the Benti sect lets me be the leader and gives me the sect's treasure house to squander, I can consider it with reluctance. It really suits your style, elder. Mu smiled and shook his head, and did not try to keep Huo Yuhao after saying goodbye to him. Huo Yuhao left in a hurry. He went to the inner courtyard cafeteria. He wanted to show off his food today. This is naturally his attitude towards the Benti sect. A real man stands between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? He has become the successor of the Sea God Pavilion Master in Shrek, so why should he go to the body sect to suffer? As for the second awakening of the martial soul, in fact, he now has an idea. It is enough to start from the origin of the martial soul. What's more, his spirit tower is still waiting for him to build. Shrek is definitely a very good platform at present. The only thing Huo Yuhao can show off is the soul contract. In fact, this is not a very good solution. Only artificial spirit rings can truly solve the problem once and for all. However, this matter is not something he can solve immediately, so let's talk about it later. Yan Xiao's office. About the reward Yan Xiao's gave to Huo Yuhao. In fact, it is just a soul bone. It was just 100,000-year-old water attributed right arm bone. Although its quality was not as good as the left arm bone of the ice scorpion from last time, it was still considered a top-grade product. This is also one of Shrek's strong foundations. Moreover, its attributes are more suitable for Huo Yuhao, but as for the fused soul bones, their properties and so on are actually pretty much the same. It is enough to improve your physical fitness. It would be better to let Huo Yuhao's physical fitness reach the level that can withstand the 100,000-year soul ring as soon as possible, so as to start the subsequent plan of absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. Huo Yuhao certainly knew that the credit for leading the team to win the championship this time was definitely not as great as a precious 100,000-year soul bone. But what is his identity? This makes sense. Although Yan Xiao's had already promised Huo Yuhao a complete set of spirit bones and a 100,000-year spirit ring in order to win him over, but this is just wishful thinking after all. Now, with this 100,000-year soul bone in hand, Huo Yuhao also felt Shrek's sincerity. Although Huo Yuhao still had no intention of merging directly, but I can choose not to absorb, but you can't choose not to give. That's the truth in this regard. Yan Xiao specifically instructed him not to spread the news to avoid being noticed by someone with ulterior motives. Of course, Yan Xiao also warned Huo Yuhao to save the most important torso bone for last and strive to absorb the 100,000-year soul bone with suitable attributes. In response to this, Huo Yuhao casually evaded the question on the surface. After all, the 400,000-year-old ice blue emperor scorpion has been integrated into his body base. Silly. There is no better place to stay in Douluo continent. After the rewards were distributed, Yan Xiao's continued to ask, Yuhao, are you going to stay in the outer courtyard? Or do you want to go to the inner courtyard for further study? In the corpse explosion incident, Huo Yuhao's response was excellent. In addition to the basic knowledge that he learned in Shrek's external school, Huo Yuhao had basically mastered it in advance. It seemed unnecessary for him to continue staying in the small fish pond in the outer yard. Therefore, Yan Xiao's asked Huo Yuhao for his opinion. End of this chapter. Chapter 204, Dai Huoban's heart collapses. Further study in the inner courtyard. To be frank, Huo Yuhao felt that frying fish in the outer courtyard was more interesting. Put aside your prejudices and don't speak in a negative way. There are still some things in Shrek's inner courtyard. It is different from the running training method in other courtyards. Shrek inner court does have more advanced knowledge of martial spirits such as soul skill superposition, soul skill combination, soul skill compression, soul skill linkage, soul skill advanced development, soul ring matching and martial soul variation, martial soul origin development. This kind of knowledge can never be accessed in other colleges. Only by joining the inner courtyard can one have the opportunity to receive teaching. On the one hand, it is because of the level of soul power. On the other hand, of course, only those who join the inner courtyard can be considered true Shrek students. Just like the meditation technique that Huo Yuhao is using now, it is a secret technique that only the direct descendants of Shrek can learn. It is said that this is the version left by the first generation master and has been improved many times by later generations. Huo Yuhao, who holds the Zuanshenguang, castrated version, given by Tangya, naturally knows how later generations have modified it. Ahem. Reference. Just a reference after all. Shrek is not that shameless. Of course, Shrek would not teach everything to a family member like Dai Yuheng, who had no ambition to stay in Shrek and would definitely leave after graduation even after 10,000 years. There is still a lot of prejudice among soul masters based on family background. Moreover, the inner court actually advocates practice more. Didn't Xuanzi say this? If you want to become a truly strong person, it is impossible to do so without going through the trials of life and death. Geniuses come and go, but Shrek remains forever. The reason why Shrek has become the #1 academy on the continent is also closely related to the system of the inner courtyard. After joining the inner court, one needs to complete specific supervisory tasks, although the execution of missions is entirely voluntary. One of the hard requirements for successful graduation is to complete 30 missions issued by the Shrek Supervisory Group. The reason why the inner court disciples are so strong, in addition to their excellent talents and the allocation of resources, is that they are honed through real combat. Of course, Shrek is not stupid. Those more dangerous monitoring missions will have restrictions on the soul power level to accept, and there will be special team leaders to lead the team to protect the inner courtyard students. It is rare to see an unreliable teacher like Xuanzi in a century. Don't be fooled by the fact that very few people successfully graduate from the inner college. First of all, the entrance examination for the inner college is already very strict, and there are not many people admitted. Secondly, in addition to the students who died accidentally during the mission, there were also those who dropped out of school due to excessive pressure, or were expelled from the inner courtyard for various reasons. The Shrek Inner Court also has a 6-year study system, although it is not as outrageous as the semi-elimination system in other colleges. But if you want to be promoted every year, you must pass the prescribed grade assessment. If you fail to complete it, you will have to repeat the grade. If you repeat the grade for 2 consecutive years, you will be expelled from the inner courtyard. For those soul masters with excellent talents, Shrek Inner Court is actually a good place to go. For those with strong family backgrounds, like Dai Yuheng, it is not difficult for him to complete some corrupt official-type tasks to gain merit with the secret cooperation of his family. This is the outsider who came to Shrek to gild himself. For those who don't have much background, like Wu Ming, as long as they practice peacefully and complete missions with a group, it is actually not difficult. After graduation, they can continue to study in school and join the Shrek family. While studying in the inner courtyard, there is a chance that you will be noticed by Shrek elders and senior executives, and be labeled as one of their own. In advance, 1-sentence summary: the system of Shrek's inner courtyard is actually very sectarian, and someone like Huo Yuhao is the successor to the Sigurd Pavilion. Even though he was still staying in the outer courtyard, due to his extraordinary talent, his private teaching had already begun every few days. There are specialized personnel coming to give individual lessons. The person in charge of this matter has always been senior sister Zhang Lexu, and this was definitely a signal from Moon. All I can say is that Moon is indeed a pervert. This factor is also one of the reasons why the relationship between Huo Yuhao and the senior sister has made rapid progress. The version of child bride is already outdated now. Here is the story that must be told between the eldest sister and the youngest brother. Used this to test cutters? Who can stand it? In any case, Huo Yuhao couldn't hold on, just passively accept it. Who doesn't want to have such a considerate, gentle and quiet wife? Eliminating evil fire is work, teaching is life. Let's wait until the end of this semester. Now I have a senior sister to guide me in my studies, which is actually quite good. Huo Yuhao refused Yan Xiao's request. Yan Xiao's nodded. Yes, let's talk about it later. After all, you are only a soul sect now. The experience of the inner court's supervisory tasks is certainly important, but for Huo Yuhao, it was completely dispensable. Since he still wants to stay in the outer courtyard, let him go anyway. Huo Yuhao is still young, take it easy. Shrek Outer Courtyard, Fighting Spirit Area. Early in the morning, A large number of second-year students had gathered in the fighting spirit area. Wang Yan held a stack of teaching materials and stood in the room with Mu Jin. Beside them were 7 students, led by Zhou Sichin. All 7 of them looked a little nervous. As a teacher, Wang Yan is very qualified. As soon as he returned to the college, he immediately started his own work and continued teaching Class 1, Grade 2. Although, because of the contribution of leading the Shrek team to win the Soul Master competition, Wang Yan not only obtained the permission to enter the Inner Courtyard Library at will within 1 year, but also received the reward of coaching in the Inner Courtyard. But in fact, he still has to teach this batch of students from the Outer Courtyard before he can take up a position in the Inner Courtyard. This naturally coincides with what Wang Yan thought. He also plans to stay with these children forever. However, the second grade has already started for 3 months. Wang Yan's return coincided with the end of the midterm exam. Class 1, relying on its overall strength, once again surpassed Class 2 and became the best class in the entire grade. This was even when Huo Yuhao and the other 2 were not there. But Class 2 also refused to accept. Just yesterday, a competition was directly proposed, hoping that the 2 classes would have a friendly match, with each side selecting 7 students to form a team to compete against each other. In response to this, Class 1 naturally took over. However, without the 3 most outstanding members of Class 1, Huo Yuhao, even though their overall strength was higher than that of Class 2, their chances of winning were slim. It is said that after continuous hard training, Dai Huoben's soul power has just broken through the 39th level, and he is only 1 step away from becoming a soul master in a one-on-one situation. Wu Feng is the only one in Class 1 who can compete with Dai Huoben, not to mention that he and Zulu also have the soul fusion skill Netherworld White Tiger. Although Class 1 also has the martial soul fusion skills of Sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, but the Lan Sisters soul power cultivation is only at level 29. In a 7-on-7 team battle, if Class 1 wants to win, they can only hope for a miracle. In the second class team, Dai Huoben stood silently at the front of the team after his previous failure. He is now less arrogant than before, and his eyes are more gloomy. He accepted that he could not beat Huo Yuhao. After all, the other party had already become a soul sect 3 months ago, and even had twin martial souls, and had joined the Inner Courtyard in advance, so it was not unfair for him to lose. But what are Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao? When Dai Huoben thought about how the 2 of them, whose soul power levels and personal strengths were inferior to his, actually represented the Academy as the reserve team to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, his heart was filled with jealousy and hatred, as if it was being gnawed by the devil in that melee selection. If those 2 hadn't relied on the soul sect level seniors, how could he have lost? Dai Huoben firmly believes that his talent is not inferior to others. Well, except Huo Yuhao at this moment, under the leadership of Class 2's head teacher, Dai Huoben and his 7 classmates were all full of fighting spirit. Even the students in Class 2 behind them looked very proud. After being suppressed by the first shift for so long, I finally have a chance to turn things around. It's really a sweet reward after all the hard work. As the Soul Master competition ended, the Academy simply announced that they had won the championship again, without any publicity. However, Shrek's victory was considered normal by many students. No one cared that Huo Yuhao and the other 2 had not returned yet, and they simply ignored them subconsciously. In other words, just take advantage of the 3 of them being away and catch the whole group off guard. Huoben, what's wrong? Seeing Dai Huoben suddenly tremble, Zulu asked with concern. It's him. He's back. Dai Huoben's low voice rang out, trembling, and he felt an indescribable sense of fear sweeping through his body. This directly scared Zulu, who was caught off guard. Huoben, are you okay? Miracles do happen. Just before the game started, Huo Yuhao and the other 2 arrived back in time. The students who originally had no intention of fighting were instantly encouraged. The pressure melted away, and they all shouted the names of the 3 people. The students in Class 1 quickly gathered around, asking questions all at once, and their originally low morale instantly rose at this moment. Dai Huoben didn't dare to look Huo Yuhao in the face. Do not know why. Maybe it was an assessment for freshmen. The White Tiger martial soul fusion technique was solved by a single punch from the opponent. Maybe it was an upgrade assessment. The dark 4th ring that lasted for 10,000 years was amazing. Unconsciously, the 3 words Huo Yuhao had become a heart disease for Dai Huoben, which would take him a lifetime to heal. The judgment combat skill is so terrifying. Moreover, this indelible shadow will be updated to the latest version at any time whenever he sees Huo Yuhao. After Huo Yuhao absorbed the advantages of Moon's dominance, judgment has reached a higher level. However, currently, Dai Huolbin is the only one enjoying this VIP level treatment. Huo Yuhao is not an evil soul master, and he would not do such a thing casually. What's more, the enemies who were defeated by him would never be regarded as opponents by Huo Yuhao. She just accidentally met Huo Yuhao smile in a trance. Dai Huolbin seemed to see the cold look that Huo Yuhao gave him after he defeated him. The cold and nightmare-like figure in his mind became more and more profound. His heart trembled, and his body shook violently. I thought that after not seeing Huo Yuhao for a few months, I had broken through to level 39. The future was promising and I would be able to face this inner demon directly. Unexpectedly, the condition became even more serious at this moment. Dai Huolbin's limbs were cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He just wanted to slip away from this fighting zone. He was originally full of confidence, but he backed down in an instant. How can we win with Huo Yuhao around? Someone in Class 2 also noticed Dai Huolbin's misconduct. They thought the captain was just excited. Little did he know that Dai Huolbin's brain seemed to have exploded, and his blood and energy were surging uncontrollably. The friendly match is about to begin. After taking a few deep breaths, Dai Huolbin managed to suppress the fear that was like a nightmare. He forced himself to control himself and took out an exquisite small wooden box from the storage space. After opening it, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Dai Huolbin's eyes, and he took the blood-red pill in the middle of the wooden box without hesitation. This is a pill that Dai Huolbin got from his mother during the holiday of the first grade. It can make the user's cultivation level burst out in a short period of time. Pills like this usually have strong side effects. However, the one in his hand is very expensive. Even the all-powerful Duchess of White Tiger can only get one in a short period of time. Of course, this pill will also affect his cultivation speed for a period of time afterwards. Originally, he planned to break through to the Soul Sect level before the 3rd year, obtain the Soul Ring, and then rely on it to challenge Huo Yuhao and eliminate the shadow in his heart with his own hands. But the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Let's put an end to it today. This time, the Netherworld White Tiger will not be as weak as last time. Dai Huolbin at this time his eyes were blood red and extremely ferocious. Class 2 lost. It was a complete defeat. Huo Yuhao didn't even take action. Instead, Wang Dongzhi and Xiao Xiao volunteered to step forward. Huo Yuhao was naturally happy to see this happen and directly supported it. Under the mental interference, a 2-on-2 environment was directly created for the two of them. Wang Dongzhi and Xiao Xiao versus Dai Huolbin and Zulu. A month of deep meditation plus the help of the soul bone given by Mr. Mu. At this time, Wang Dongzhi's soul power level had reached level 37. And Xiao Xiao's soul power level was level 33. More importantly, the two of them worked in perfect harmony and did not give the other side any chance to use their spirit fusion skills. Dai Huolbin was also very angry seeing that Huo Yuhao looked down on him so much. He did not use his spirit fusion technique at the first moment. Even if Wang Dongzhi and Xiao Xiao went to the reserve team, they would not get his recognition. As a result, as Wang Dongzhi's goddess of light butterfly instantly closed the distance and switched her martial soul, a pitch-black hammer appeared on her left hand. Boom! The hammer and the tiger claw collided, and a terrifying wave of air swept over. Dai Huolbin only felt his arm go numb. He quickly put aside his prejudice and activated the White Tiger Protective Shield and White Tiger Vajra transformation. Unexpectedly, Wang Dongzhi used the force of the collision to twist her body and swung the hammer again. Chaotic cloak hammering technique. This is the result of Wang Dongzhi's practice forging with his soul guide. Although it was not used in the Soul Master competition, it happened to be this time. At the same time, Xiao Xiao's Samshang Soul Suppressing Cauldron instantly divided the battlefield and intercepted Zulu, who wanted to assist Dai Huolbin. Zulu, who had cultivation level of level 29, was simply unable to stop Xiao Xiao's attack. Having lost their greatest support, Class 2 was instantly defeated. After bearing nearly 10 hammers in a row, Dai Huolbin finally couldn't hold on any longer and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Twin martial souls again. Why is God so unfair? Question mark. Why? Exclamation mark. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Huo Yuhao, who had a calm expression on his face. Dai Huolbin was weighed down by all kinds of humiliation, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Before he closed his eyes, a trace of gloom flashed in his evil pupils that was not that of a normal soul master. At this time, Dai Yuheng was in seclusion in the inner courtyard because of the pressure of upcoming graduation. If Dai Yuheng knew his brother's stupid behavior, I can only sigh. You reap what you sow. I had clearly advised him not to provoke Huo Yuhao. Little did they know that this was just an opportunity for a complete break between the two. End of this chapter. Chapter 205, Feeding the Immortal Goo, the body sect arrives. With a friendly match over, Wang Yan simply announced the end of Get Out of Class in advance. Today's Class ends here. Wang Dongzhi, Xiao, you two stay for a while, Wang. Yan's words made those students who originally wanted to wait until after class to talk to the two give up the idea. As for Huo Yuhao, he slipped away the moment the get out of class was over. The class was already accustomed to the behavior of this cheap squad leader. Wang Yan brought the two of them to his office in the simple office. Besides Wang Dongzhi and the other person, there were also other members of this Shrek reserve team. They were also notified by Wang Yan for Wang Yan's sudden gathering of everyone. They already vaguely knew the answer in their hearts. Okay, everyone is here, Wang. Yan had no intention of keeping the secret and immediately took out the 3 soul bones from the soul guide. These 3 soul bones are the champion rewards of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. They are also the rewards the Academy promised to give to the 7 of you. Now they will be distributed according to your abilities and characteristics, although different from the original novel where 7 soul bones were collected and each person got 1. It seems like there are too many soul bones and too little meat. When 3 soul bones are divided among 7 people, it even feels a bit like killing 3 warriors with 2 peaches. But compared to the original work, the one who contributed the most to this competition was naturally Huo Yuhao. The 7 players in the reserve team mostly won by doing nothing. It is reasonable to give such a reward. Moreover, even several of the regular players had no objection, not to mention the 7 reserve players who benefited from the game. Their faces at this moment were full of surprise. After all, verbal rewards and actual rewards are completely different. The 3 soul bones carefully selected by Wang Yan are also very good quality soul bones. Among the 10,000-year soul bones, finally, after Wang Yan's distribution, the 3 soul bones were obtained by Bibi, Su Sanchi and Zhang Nanan respectively. This is not Wang Yan's selfish desire, but an order from the college's top management, and the 3 pieces are suitable for 3 people, and the others have no objection to it. Wang Dongzhi and Xiao have both received the soul bones given personally by Mr. Mu and have absorbed them. He Tao also received personal awards from the soul guide devices. Tang Yu is Yan Xiao's disciple. The shrewd Yan will naturally not treat his apprentice unfairly. The big thing is coming, and the opportunity is on the way. According to Shrek's records, the proper evolutionary path of Blue Silver Grass is Blue Silver Grass, Blue Silver King and Blue Silver Emperor. Although Tang Ya's ability to devour dark Blue Silver Grass is inherently innate, since it has the potential to continue evolving, Yan Xiao's will definitely not miss this opportunity. Not to mention, a month later, Bibi and the other 4 had passed the test, joined the inner courtyard, and were in good spirits. Everyone has a bright future. However, although he joined the inner courtyard, the routine deep meditation opportunity needs to be delayed for some unknown reason. This is also one of the reasons why we were able to successfully gather a team of 7 today. Huo Yuhao said, "This can't be blamed on me. The golden tree is really too tempting." No wonder Yin later tried to take over the golden tree before the last deep meditation. Huo Yuhao also asked Master Yi to investigate the golden tree, but he did not find any backup plan similar to the one that happened to Wang Dongzhi combined with the situation of the original work. In other words, there is a high probability that a Yin is still in the divine realm and has not secretly descended to the mortal world. You know, the commotion when a god ascends to the divine realm is much greater than when he secretly descends to the mortal world. Just like Titan and Neogon, once they go down to the lower world, they can't go back. Otherwise, they will be caught by the god of destruction who upholds the rules. Destruction. I have been watching you, Tang-san. However, the events affected by Huo Yuhao's butterfly were not big enough. The most important thing is that Huo Yuhao did not move the seal of Wang Dongzhi's consciousness in her spiritual space at all. But it's soon Huo Yuhao had a premonition that the next time he saw the auspicious beast would be the time when he and Tang-san would have their first confrontation. This golden tree on Poseidon Island is undoubtedly the most crucial point in the Douluo Plain. Huo Yuhao even suspected that the will of the plain was currently within it. According to Mr. Yi's explanation, another name for the golden tree is the Tree of Life, and the tree is currently still in its growth stage. Once the Tree of Life evolves to its complete form, it can become the life core of a plane and can merge with a plane consciousness to continuously enhance the strength of that plane. It was during my last deep meditation Huo Yuhao also had a sudden idea. Could this ownerless high-level vitality be used to activate the immortal goo? As a son of luck, it shouldn't be difficult to ask for some food from my cheap mother, right? It is also a necessary sacrifice to counter Tang-san. Therefore, Huo Yuhao, with the help of the Qi Li Xian Gu, plucked a lot of wool from the golden tree and temporarily stored it in the Qi Li Xian Gu. All along, The problem of activating the immortal goo has finally been solved. Huo Yuhao now has 3 immortal goo in his hand. One was the 6th turn secret crossing immortal goo that the achievement system had rewarded him with after he rejected the Ice God's inheritance in the far north. There was also the personal reward after the Soul Master competition, the fixed immortal tour. The remaining one obtained the 6th turn strenuous immortal goo after completing Zhuanzi's 4th task. However, before, Huo Yuhao could only watch them and was completely unable to use them with his current strength. Wanting to use the immortal goo without external help is undoubtedly like a pony pulling a train in the immortal goo. Huo Yuhao could feel from it the immortal energy power, which was more advanced than soul power and mental power, that is, the divine power of the Douluo plane under the adaptive rules of the system. Ordinary mortal goo can consume soul power, mental power. Special ingredients to maintain their status. Immortal goo naturally consumes divine power. Even if it is activated, it still requires the consumption of divine power as for feeding. There are currently no concerns in this regard. The immortal goo rewarded by the achievement system is all in full condition. Huo Yuhao couldn't even use it completely once, so there was no need to worry about replenishing it. After all, in most cases, useless poisonous insects are stored in the system space and will not be consumed. But if Huo Yuhao could reach the semigod level of mental power in the original novel, he would be able to give birth to spiritual consciousness, which could be used to activate and feed the poisonous insects. On the other side, Huo Yuhao came to the Soul Guidance Department after a long absence. Everything he saw and heard along the way told him the Soul Guidance System, which had previously been like a stagnant pool of water, has now burst into life and is now bustling with activity. The place was packed with students from the martial arts department who came to try out the soul guides. Each of them is like a wolf among huskies, with a particularly outstanding temperament. It can only be said that Shrek has really put the policy into practice, not just talk or shout slogans. For Xianliner and Jin Duoduo, during this period of time, we were indeed in high spirits and were riding high. In the last Poseidon Pavilion meeting regarding the Death Messenger incident, it can be said that Mulao single-handedly promoted the development of soul guides. Not long ago, a request for exchange students was even sent from Ming Hall of Sun Moon Royal Academy. However, Jing Hongchen only sent an invitation, but the person has not yet arrived at Shrek, so the exchange students matter has not been officially confirmed for today's soul guide system. It is really like a pillow when you feel sleepy. In terms of soul guides, they had always wanted to learn from the Sun Moon Empire. They hadn't even invited him yet, but he had already come. The one who came was the Dean of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the head of Mingde Hall, the 9th level soul instructor, Jing Hongchen. This attitude is very comfortable. Therefore, the Soul Guidance Department's top leaders, led by Xianliner, have already set their sights on this precious opportunity. Soul guides are a product that adapts to the development of the times. The most suitable for this era is definitely the combination of soul masters and soul guides. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is already a pioneer on this path. Even though Shrek has planned to vigorously promote the development of soul guides, it will be very difficult for Shrek to catch up if it works unilaterally behind closed doors. And relying on this exchange opportunity, Shrek can learn from their strengths and absorb rich experience to greatly make up for its shortcomings in related aspects. However, the reason why Huo Yuhao came here today, of course, it is not to allow him to participate in the subsequent exchange student activities. After all, this matter has not been officially confirmed. Not to mention, letting Huo Yuhao go to Sun and Moon was simply challenging the high-level officials of the Spirit Department. There would be no accurate conclusion without some discussion. As a rising star in the Soul Guidance Department, Huo Yuhao is deeply loved and respected by his chief teacher, crossed out, and chief senior sister Xianliner. Although Huo Yuhao was only practicing concurrently, however, his incredible talent that improved 3 levels in 1 year, coupled with the overwhelming performance of his Spirit Eyes martial soul and soul guides, and the advanced ideas that Huo Yuhao often spoke of, Xianliner can draw the conclusion, my junior brother Huo Yuhao has the qualifications to be a 10th level soul engineer. The prerequisite is that Huo Yuhao has to spend some time on soul guides. Jin Duoduo even had this thought, it would be great if Yuhao didn't have a second martial spirit. Huo Yuhao, who does not have an ultimate martial soul, will not be favored by the martial soul system. He can guarantee that as long as Huo Yuhao concentrates on the research of soul guides, he will become an 8th level soul guide within 10 years, and even the 9th level will be no problem. It's a pity, no, not to mention focusing on soul guides, even the extreme individual soldier plan was rejected. Huo Yuhao said, is the ultimate soldier stronger than the ultimate Douluo? Just this one sentence can cause real damage. So, you're here to ask me what reward I want? Huo Yuhao was thinking just now, Jin Duoduo and Xian Liner praised Huo Yuhao for copying the Thunder Cannon of the Daoling team in the Soul Master competition, and planned to reward him for it due to various reasons. The Soul Guidance Department is now extremely wealthy. Jin Duoduo also believed that they must increase investment in Huo Yuhao so that he could see the benefits of Soul Guides. Huo Yuhao thought they called him over to discuss the exchange student issue, but he didn't expect it was just because of the Thunder Cannon. If you hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten this little thing. However, what Huo Yuhao needs right now is not something that the Soul Guidance system can easily obtain. After thinking for a while, Huo Yuhao took out the intact 9th level Soul Guide, the conferred God platform, and said, "Then please help me estimate the price, Dean. I plan to sell it to the Soul Guidance Department, 9th level. Soul Guide device?" The two were shocked. As experienced 8th level Soul Masters, they naturally recognized the quality of the conferred God platform at a glance. Moreover, it is an extremely rare ceiling-type Soul Guide. Huo Yuhao scratched his head and showed an expression of as expected. "I found this by accident during my vacation. I didn't recognize it at first. Not long ago, during the Soul Master competition, I participated in the Starlight auction, and a 9th level Soul Guide that was exactly the same as this one appeared. The conferred God platform, things are simple." After that, the conferred God platform was sold successfully, and Huo Yuhao received an 8th level triggered Soul Guide shield and 10 million gold soul coins as a reward. I have to say, although the conferred God platform seems to be useless, but as a research device for an 8th level soul engineer, it is still quite qualified. It was just a casual chat. After the transaction was completed, a strange voice suddenly sounded. "Zhuanzi, come out to me." The sound doesn't sound loud at first, but when it rings in the ears it sounds like the rumbling sound of heaven, as if thunders are exploding in the mind. The voice enveloped the entire Shrek Academy. Just a few simple words made Shrek Academy feel as if a dark cloud was looming over the city, threatening to destroy it. In Shrek, those students whose cultivation was below level 30 had pale faces, were almost unable to breathe, and were even a little shaky. The leader of the body sect, Du Buxi, has arrived. The office of the director of the Wuhan department of the External Academy, Du Weilan, who was originally slacking off, suddenly changed his expression. He turned on the loudspeaker and announced quickly, "A strong enemy is coming to the academy. All class teachers should take the students back to the classroom immediately and are not allowed to go out without permission." At the same time, the 7 members of the reserve team, who had just received their soul bone rewards and were about to return home, were startled by the sudden voice. Bei was shocked and said, "What a strong spiritual power. Who is this person? It seems like he is here to see Master Xuan." Wang Donger's expression also changed, but deep in her eyes there was a faint flash of golden light. Then, a soft white light floated over the 7 people were taken directly back to Poseidon Island by Yan Xiaos, who arrived in a hurry. "Yuhao, don't resist. I'll take you to Poseidon Pavilion." Xian Liner, who had some guesses in her mind, turned into a green light and left with Huo Yuhao in an instant. Where is the safest place in Shrek Academy? There is no doubt that it is Poseidon Pavilion, the core of Poseidon Island. "Old, poisonous monster, it's you, Elder." Zhuan's deep voice sounded above Shrek Academy, and a beam of earth yellow light shot up into the sky. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the entire academy, dissolving the previous pressure into nothingness. Similarly, powerful auras burst out from within Shrek Academy, with columns of energy following closely behind Elder Zhuan. "What? A Shrek Academy? Do you think you can bully the minority by relying on your numbers? Then let's compete, outside the school." More than 20 strong flames shot up into the sky, condensing without dispersing, especially the dark green beam of light in the front. Its thick and strong light even covered all the other beams of light behind it. In the center of the dark green light was a tall old man with long dark green hair draped behind him, the hairstyle of a balding strong man. The old man's face was as rosy as a baby's, without even many wrinkles, but his pair of dark green eyes showed the vicissitudes of life. More than 20 beams of light lined up behind him, and their figures gradually emerged, with big heads and thighs as thick as unicorn arms, each with different shapes. However, they were all top-notch warriors who were able to float in the air and emit light beams of this level by relying on their own cultivation. Old Zhuan stood in the void above the Sea God Island, with more than 30 titled Douluo and Soul Douluo behind him. Even at this time, he still took a sip of wine and said coldly, "What? Du Gui, are you planning to go to war with our Shrek Academy?" End of this chapter. Chapter 206, The Body Sex Compromise is Not Impossible. What Mr. Zhuan said also revealed the identity of the visitor. The leader was none other than the leader of the body sect, Dubushi snorted coldly, but his tone was extremely tough. Zhuanzi, don't give me that. Hand over our people, otherwise, even if I go to war with your Shrek Academy, what does it matter, people? From your sect? That's a bit funny, elder. Zhuan's eyes fixed, and he said unkindly, when did our inner courtyard disciples become your people? Do you really think that our Shrek Academy is afraid of your main sect, elder? Zhuan knew very well that with the talent Huo Yuhao had shown, the body sect would never let him go easily. However, as the owner of the ultimate martial soul, the successor of Master Mu, and the heir to the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion, Huo Yuhao means more to Shrek and can be said to be of vital importance. So Master Zhuan made it clear from the very beginning if someone told him that the body sect would fight to the death with Shrek sect for Huo Yuhao, he would absolutely not believe it. What's more, we have Mr. Mu to back us up, so it's very safe. Dubushi's eyes were filled with green light, showing his fierceness. He laughed wildly. Everyone knows that the masters of the main body martial spirits on the mainland are all disciples of the main body. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to ask you one last time, will you hand it over or not? However, Zhuanzi still underestimated Dubushi's determination. Although Dubushi has not yet fully understood the true potential of Huo Yuhao's Spirit Eyes martial soul, he is absolutely certain about one thing: the Spirit Eyes martial soul is definitely a combination of the eyes and the brain, and it can completely become a gold level second awakening. The level of spiritual power that Huo Yuhao demonstrated in the Soul Master competition alone is already worthy of a try by the body sect. Not to mention, from Lang Yan Yu Tao, Dubushi also learned that Huo Yuhao not only had a top-level eye martial soul, possessed top-level soul skills such as teleportation and rubbing, but also had a second martial soul, the ultimate level eye scorpion martial soul. Such a genius is destined to be with their Benti sect. The body sect is not without top talents, but even the strongest Long A Ocean is only strong in strength, but lacks potential for the future. It's just because his martial soul is a skin martial soul, which is not the top one, and the quality of the martial soul is inherently weaker. The reason why I have the strength I have today is that I have received the guidance of the body sect since I was a child, enjoyed the supply of top-level resources, and worked hard on my own. It can be said that even though Long A Ocean has reached the title Douluo realm, he may not be able to successfully awaken to the gold level, let alone accept the seed of inheritance from the body sect. This is also the reason why Dubushi is still looking for an heir everywhere. The body sect is now facing external and internal troubles. They are in great need of a pillar who can take over from Dubushi and successfully inherit the seed of inheritance, especially since Dubushi is already quite old. He is nearly 240 years old. If he has not found an heir before he dies, how will he face his ancestors in the future? The eldest brother's poison alone can beat him to death. Hearing this, Zhuan Lao snorted coldly. If you don't agree with me, let's fight to the sky. You still have to rely on your fists to speak. Strength is the capital for speaking with confidence in the current situation. The two leaders are bound to have a fight. A strong yellow light suddenly burst out from old Zhuan's body, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted, causing a huge change in the situation. The heavy light dyed half of the sky Kaki, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, rose up as the 7th soul ring shone. The Teoti bull roared towards the sky. Well, you're here. I hope you can give me a good time. Bushi let out a wild roar, and a strong dark green light suddenly shot up into the sky, propping up the sky above the body sect. With the yellow and green colors clearly distinguished, it was also the 7th spirit ring martial spirit's true body. His body suddenly swelled, and in the blink of an eye it was more than 10 times larger. The dark green skin bulged and turned into huge muscles like granite, with only a pair of shorts protecting the vital parts. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black and 3 red. This main body sect master actually has 300,000 year spirit rings. With the release of the 2 powerful warriors' martial spirit bodies, the overwhelming arrogance ignited the entire sky above Shrek City. At this time, Huo Yuhao and the 7 members of the reserve team had already arrived at the Sea God Island. Yan Shao's and Xian Liner looked at each other, and then Yan Shao's quickly said to Huo Yuhao and the other 8, "You guys quickly go into the Sea God Pavilion. No matter what happens, don't come out. Do you understand?" "Yes." Everyone responded. "No need to go into the chamber, just watch from the door, old." Mu's gentle voice sounded. Yan Shao's and Xian Liner both breathed a sigh of relief, bowed deeply in the direction of the Sea God Pavilion, and instantly took off into the air, heading for the battlefield. As the deans of the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department, the dignity of Shrek Academy has been challenged, and they cannot be left out at this time. The 7 members of the reserve team were initially filled with shock at the sudden changes in the sky as the 3 words body sect were heard in the distance. Their expressions changed and they instantly thought of what happened in Xingluo City. No wonder the other party dared to attack so recklessly. It turned out to be the body sect, which was said to be on par with Shrek Poseidon Pavilion. The 7 people looked at Huo Yuhao with slight concern. Although no names were mentioned, they all knew that there was no doubt that the body sect had come with such a large momentum just to find Huo Yuhao really domineering. This was also the first time they saw Master Zhuan unleashing his full strength. Several people who have some understanding of the strength of the Super Douluo have begun to worry. If the 2 superpowers are really allowed to fight, Shrek City may really be reduced to ruins compared to the 7 people's worries. Huo Yuhao looked calm. He leisurely looked at the battle situation, looking at Du Buxi's eye-catching martial spirit form. Huo Yuhao frowned at first, then relaxed his brows. This kind of martial soul body, which is of the law of nature and earth and full of wildness, and is worn outside, is really not suitable for me. Just thinking about the scene at that time, Huo Yuhao felt embarrassed. He could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Fortunately, his ice soul body did not follow this route. It requires strength, but also grace. Only seen in mid-air, the Teodi divine bull rushed forward fiercely, and the yellow light behind it blasted towards Du Buxi like a huge wave. The dark green giant was running in the void with big strides, rushing forward without any retreat, accelerate and impact. With a loud bang, the 2 collided in mid-air. Elder Mu's gentle voice of explanation sounded. What you saw was no longer just a simple martial soul body. It was a powerful power that was manifested by integrating one's own understanding of martial souls with soul power above level 95, and it was a method that only Super Douluo could use. As for that person, his name was Du Buxi, and he was the leader of the body sect. His martial soul was himself. The reason why Huo Yuhao and the others were asked to stay outside instead of entering the Sea God Pavilion was to let them take a serious look at this shocking battle. This is also the reason why Mr. Mu did not go to stop the fight. A battle of this level only happens once in many years in the entire Douluo continent. For Huo Yuhao and his companions, feeling the might of the battle between these top-level experts and gaining some knowledge will also make their future cultivation journey smoother. At the moment of impact, terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and the space seemed to collapse. The strong men from the body sect and Shrek quickly descended to make room for the 2 level 98 Super Douluo. This doesn't mean that Zhuan Lao and Du Buxi are beyond their ability. At their level, if they burst out with all their strength, they can definitely raise the entire Shrek City to the ground. Now this is the result of tacit understanding and deliberate control between the 2 parties. After all, no one wants to implicate their own people in a fight at this moment. The 2 powerful men were confronting each other. The green giant's big hands tightly grasped the huge horns of the Teodi bull. The 2 sides were wrestling, and the light on their bodies flickered, seeming to be evenly matched. Beside the 2 of them, black lights kept flashing by, and the glow of stars could be faintly seen in the black light. It turned out to be a space crack. The other 7 people present may not feel anything after watching this battle, just sigh that it is so terrifying and broad in their horizons. But Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye martial spirit had already possessed the body, and he carefully observed the battle between the 2, and he did understand something. Although his mental strength is not good enough to analyze at close range, however, with Huo Yuhao's current affinity and control over space, he could completely rely on the excellent vision of his spiritual eyes to capture the rules governing the operation of the force of space in the black light surrounding the 2 people. The battle continues. On one side is a dark green vortex ball of light composed mainly of ki and blood power, and on the other side is a strange chicken leg-shaped weapon formed by the combination of the martial soul's origin and the soul ring. The 2 special moves collide with each other. Puff! In the sky, a powerful oppressive force descended from the sky like a towering mountain. The strong men from Shrek Academy and body sect below immediately joined forces. Various mixed colors formed a light shield and pushed upwards, barely holding back the terrifying pressure. Ding! A crisp sound rang out in the air. Under the control of Super Douluo, no terrifying power was released. The attacks of both sides disappeared at the same time, and the space directly broke apart, like a broken mirror, with wisps of mottled light scattered around, and Zhuan Lao's own body was rendered dark green and flew backwards. It was obvious that he suffered a loss from the impact of this attack. Admit defeat. Zuanzi, you are no match for me. Hand over that little guy, or I will kill you even if I get seriously injured. By then, I'm afraid you will be expelled from Shrek Academy. Du Buxi stood proudly high in the sky, speaking in an extremely domineering manner. Zhuan Lao flew backwards 1,000 meters before he stabilized his body. His face changed and his pupils shrank suddenly. You dare? Du Buxi sneered and said, What is there for me to be afraid of? There is nothing in the world that our Benti sect dares not to do. Have you forgotten who brought a beast tied to the Xingdao Great Forest, elder? Zhuan was full of anger. You shameless bastard, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for our Shrek Academy's desperate efforts to resist the beast tide, all the lives would have been lost. Don't forget what your Benti sect promised after the beast tide ended. What do you mean by Shrek Academy withstood the beast tide? It's as if our body sect didn't contribute at all, do. Busi snorted and said arrogantly, what promise? I broke it. What can you do? Do you think you can stop me? I'm going to take that little guy away today. Let's see who dares to stop me, Zuanzi. Can't stop you, what about me, Moons? Gentle voice sounded, and a soft halo was released from the Poseidon Pavilion. The soft golden light seemed slow but was actually fast, and in the blink of an eye it had rushed into the sky. Zhuanzi and Dubushi, who were shrouded in golden light, lost their aura at the same time, and the pressure in the sky also dissipated in just a few seconds. The soft golden light covered Shrek City at this time. Shrek City has become a golden city. Dubushi, who had always been domineering, saw this scene and his face changed drastically. Light of the sea god? How is this possible? How can there be someone in Shrek who can cast the light of the sea god? Immortal, I haven't seen you for many years. It seems that you have forgotten about me. The peaceful voice sounded again, but it only reached the ears of Dubushi. Thanks to your brother, I still remember it clearly today. You have the same temper as him. Impulse is the devil. If he had been more rational, perhaps he would still be alive now. Hearing this, Dubushi finally confirmed his guess. His face was filled with shock and even a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. You are Dragon God Douluo. How is it possible? Didn't you already? Are you disappointed that the old man is still alive? Moon said calmly, if I die, will you bully your Shrek Academy? This simple sentence was like an invisible giant hammer, striking Dubushi fiercely. With a flash of golden light, Dubushi's dark green body suddenly became several meters shorter, and a strong emerald green light also overflowed. Moon continued, regarding the matter of that little guy, I have already asked the person involved, and he expressed his willingness to stay in Shrek. Dubushi, I will not bother with you this time for the sake of your brother. If there is a next time, or if your body sect plots against my disciple in other ways, then don't blame me for going to your body sect in person to ask for an explanation. Busi was still unwilling to give up. He took you as his master. Moon smiled proudly and said, Huo Yuhao is a rare genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, so naturally I will teach him personally. Why, do you think you are more suitable to teach him? Busi took a deep breath and said, Dragon God, for your sake, I will take a step back today. But let's be frank. I'm telling you very clearly that our Benti sect doesn't have a successor yet. We will never give up on this child in terms of age. You are older than me. You should know that at our age, the end of our lives is not far away. I don't believe that my elder brother didn't leave something in you. Moon smiled calmly. Dubushi was a little annoyed and shouted angrily, Dragon God, what are you laughing at? You know how difficult it is to find an heir for the inheritance seat of the body sect. Nothing, I just thought of something happy. What's up? That little guy told me not long ago that if your body sect is willing to let him be the sect master and give him the sect's treasure house to spend as he pleases, he might consider going to your body sect to practice temporarily after graduation. Did he really say that? Busi actually consider this proposal very seriously. It seems that it is not impossible. End of this chapter. Chapter 207, Jing Hongchen escaped a disaster. Moon's joke made Dubushi very excited. As long as Huo Yuhao could successfully accept the seat of inheritance, he would be willing to accept the position of the leader of the body sect, or even let Huo Yuhao command him at will. However, the body sect has not yet reached such a desperate point. Dubushi finally rejected this tempting proposal. He just secretly added Huo Yuhao to the list of the original saint's sons. In his heart he didn't believe that Moon could always stay by Huo Yuhao's side. It's just like getting old. Dubushi thought he could wait for the time being. Let's just give Dragon God Douluo some face today. Humph, Dragon God, our mountains and rivers remain unchanged, and we will meet again in the future. After saying this, the dark green light on Dubushi's body suddenly burned, burning a hole in the golden light of the sea god. After flying out, he waved his hand in the air and said, those belonging to the body sect, retreat. More Then 20 figures quickly fled away through the hole in the sky. The light of Poseidon that enveloped the entire Shrek city also gradually converged, returning to the Poseidon Pavilion and disappearing into the ground. The battle ended without a fight at this time. Not only was there a commotion in Shrek Academy, but the entire Shrek city was filled with discussions because of the almost miraculous situation that had occurred before in Shrek's outer courtyard. Teachers led their students out of the teaching building and began to clean up the damage caused by the previous battle because of Duelan's timely notification and the spontaneous protection of the outer courtyard by the outer courtyard teachers and inner courtyard students. No students died this time, only some buildings were slightly damaged by the aftermath of the collision between the two. Super Douluo Old Zhuan floated in front of the Poseidon Pavilion, followed closely by the 14 Moon's voice came from the Sea God Pavilion. Shaos. Go and appease the people in the city, everyone else go back. Zuanzi, you and Yuhao come in, is? Teacher, Yan. Shaos agreed respectfully and flew away immediately. Shrek City is the headquarters of Shrek Academy and also its most important territory. Such a big event has just happened, and someone is really needed to take charge of the situation and calm people's hearts. Elder Zhuan and Huo Yuhao entered the Sea God Pavilion together at this time. Old Mu was lying quietly on the recliner, still looking old and frail, with no trace of the demeanor of the extreme Douluo who had just scared off the entire body sect with his own strength. Mr. Mu? Because he was suppressed by Dubusi. Old Zhuan was obviously a little depressed. Mu Lao smiled slightly. Why? Are you feeling frustrated because you are suppressed? That's nothing. Even I am only relying on the power of the ancient golden tree. If I really take action, I may not be much stronger than you. After all, the current dragon god is no longer the same dragon god as before. Zhuan Lao hurriedly said, No, Mu Lao, you can't say that. You are our Shrek's eternal pillar of stability. Mu Lao sighed lightly, with a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Everyone's lifespan is limited, even for ultimate Douluo. Moreover, the battle with Dubusi that year injured my essence and broke my spine. Although my life was saved, I will never be able to stand up straight again. I can feel that my time is coming soon. After I leave, the academy will rely on you and the elders to support it. Zuanzi, you are stubborn and not calm enough. You must stay calm in the future and put the academy first. Especially the 2 lessons I learned before. I hope you have remembered them well. Master Zhuan was horrified. Master Mu, you, old. Mu laughed and said, Don't worry, I won't die anytime soon. I have to hold on for a few more years until these little guys grow up, and then I can leave with peace of mind. As he spoke, he cast a kind gaze on Huo Yuhao. Can you gain any insights from the battle between Zhuanzi and Dubusi? Huo Yuhao nodded, with some certainty in his tone. Just now, the black holes around Elder Zhuan and the others compressed a huge amount of soul power. In addition to the application of the martial soul essence, it was more about the mastery of spatial power. After hearing what Huo Yuhao said, even with Mu Lao's knowledge, he was once again shocked by his innate understanding and said, Yuhao, your understanding is correct. At their level, they are no longer bound by the limitations of ordinary spirit skills. The key to fighting is based on the power of the spirit's origin and the control of the power of space. If a soul master wants to break through from level 98 to level 99, he must have a certain degree of control over the power of space before he has a chance to break through. Now both of them are at this stage, and I believe that with your talent, you will definitely go through this stage in the future and finally successfully enter the realm of the limit. So that's how it is. Huo Yuhao thought thoughtfully. His 3rd soul ring came from the fusion soul ring of the 3 lives wolf ape, which not only brought him the soul skill of teleportation, but also the passive skill of space mastery with the improvement of soul power level and soul ring age. This seemingly inconspicuous passive soul skill, combined with the innate advantages of the spirit eyes martial soul, has begun to show its potential. Looking at Huo Yuhao's clear and deep blue eyes, Mu Lao smiled and continued, Perhaps, we have also overlooked your spirit eyes martial soul. It is indeed worthy of being the top-level body martial soul. No wonder Dubusi values you so much that he almost wavered and made you the leader of the body sect. Yuhao, when I was talking to Dubusi just now, I told him that you are my disciple. He also said that as long as you stay in Shrek, he will not have any plans to attack you. With me here, you don't have to worry about the body sect secretly attacking you. Huo Yuhao also took advantage of the situation and said, Thank you, Elder Mu, for your help. Anyway, With a complicated relationship between him and Mr. Mu now, anyone who sees the two of them will think that they are master and disciple. Mulao waved his hand. Let's talk about this for now. You can go back. His idea was the same as Huo Yuhao's. Mr. Mu saw the opponent's performance and he was very satisfied with it. Moreover, I have already passed on my unique skills, so it doesn't make much sense to force the status of master and disciple. I should just let nature take its course anyway. Huo Yuhao will inherit the title of Poseidon Pavilion Master sooner or later. Yes. The two agreed at the same time and turned to leave. Old Mu kept looking at Huo Yuhao gently until he left. Fortunately, he met the extremely talented Huo Yuhao in his lifetime. Although now, I am surrounded by wolves and time is running out. However, Moon was confident that he could train Huo Yuhao into a new generation of title Douluo within 10 years. At that time, with the advantage of the twin martial souls and the addition of a 100,000-year spirit ring, he would surely be able to quickly enter the realm of Super Douluo, and with the aptitude and combat power demonstrated by Huo Yuhao, as long as he reaches that level, he will definitely be able to perform at the same level as the ultimate Douluo and become the pillar of the new generation of Shrek. Child, with great power comes great responsibility. Moon sighed inwardly. In his opinion, the Sun and Moon faction was very ambitious, and it was only a matter of time before a war broke out between them and the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Huo Yuhao's future strength will undoubtedly determine the life or death of Shrek. On the way back to the dormitory, Huo Yuhao suddenly realized that something seemed to be different this time. The body sect arrived on time, but Jing Hongchen did not come, allowing Lao Deng to escape. In the original novel, it was Jing Hongchen who tried to sneak into the Poseidon Pavilion, but was discovered by Mr. Mu and caught red-handed by Mr. Zhuan. Then Jing Hongchen secretly did some things to Millennia-old by asking for the Sword of Judgment and discussing the exchange of students. He then secretly contacted the Holy Spirit Church, which led to the development of a series of events later. But now, Millennia-old has not been aroused by the evil fire of the Sword of Judgment and turned evil, and that thing is still in Marulong's storage soul guide, and there is not even a chance for it to be used. There would be no subsequent complicated developments. I heard from Xian Liner before that Jing Hongchen's visit this time was through official channels. To be honest, Huo Yuhao felt a little bit sorry. The other wool is fine, but the 9th level top level defensive soul guide Red Dust Blessing is indeed a rare treasure. It should be quite useful to Huo Yuhao for the time being. At the same time, Huo Yuhao warned himself in his heart, until now, as the butterfly gradually flaps its wings, the development of subsequent events has gradually changed beyond recognition. The original plot that I once knew is gradually collapsing. It can be said that apart from some major events that are bound to happen and things that are refreshed on a regular basis, there are many other things that can no longer be planned blindly based on the understanding of the original work. The clairvoyance in the original work can only be used as a reference at most without mentioning the distant events. Let's take the most recent incident to the body sect raid as an example. Zio had already reached the 3-ring soul master level, but due to various reasons, Zio did not officially become Zhuanzi's close disciple. In addition, he has not had any opportunity for a breakthrough recently, so the subsequent events such as meeting the auspicious beast and exchanging memories as in the original work will naturally not happen. However, Huo Yuhao must go to the starred out Great Forest for this trip. He alone is enough. There is also the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, which you can also try during this period of time. He has 2 major immortal gu in his hands. And Duanding Xian Huo Yuhao was very confident about his own safety. Just when Huo Yuhao was thinking about the follow-up plan, a short, fat middle-aged man with long reddish-brown hair and wearing a gorgeous black and gold robe came to Shrek City. It was Jing Hongchen, the head of the Ming Hall of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Jing Hongchen looked at the intact Shrek City and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. God knows how he felt when he saw the 2 huge figures colliding in the distance. He was really scared. He also recognized Dubusi, who was in a stalemate with old Zhuan. The leader of the body sect is a well-known figure with a lot of scandals. Jing Hongchen was afraid that these 2 level 98 Super Douluo would use their full strength, which would cause the whole city to catch fire and affect everyone in the crowd. By then, don't even think about whether the subsequent exchange activities with Shrek will be held. It will even be a question whether Shrek City can continue to exist smoothly. However, in his observation, the most noteworthy thing is the hidden strongman of Shrek who released golden light at the end to scare Dubusi away. I never expected that Shrek had such a hidden background. Although Jing Hongchen is only level 93 and has not yet reached the level of Super Douluo, his vision is extremely sharp. He immediately realized that the outside world's perception of Shrek Academy was wrong. The strongest person in Shrek Academy was not Taodi Douluo Zhuan Lao, but someone else, and that person's strength was such that he only made a slight move, and even the original sect leader Dubashi had to retreat. What kind of strength was that? I'm afraid he has reached the legendary ultimate Douluo realm. However, after the people from the body sect left, Jing Hongqian still appeared openly this time. He acted openly and honestly, and his actions had a legitimate reason. Long before leaving for Shrek, Jing Hongqian sent a letter saying that he wanted to send students to learn and exchange with Shrek Academy. Similarly, Shrek also had the same intention. The two forces reached a consensus directly. Thinking of this, Jing Hongqian also sighed. Although the people of the Sun Moon Empire are far superior to the Douluo Three Kingdoms in soul guide technology, they are far behind in high-end combat power, not to mention a level 99 ultimate Douluo. There isn't even a level 95 super Douluo. You know, if you want to become a level 10 soul engineer, you must have the cultivation level of a level 95 super Douluo. It was this step that completely hindered the subsequent development of soul guides, coupled with various constraints. The development of the Empire's soul guides has been stagnant for a long time. I don't know if it's because of their physical constitution or because of drug use, but the people of the Sun Moon Empire made rapid progress in the early stages, but in the later stages, especially the title Douluo stage, it would be extremely difficult to make any further breakthroughs for Jing Hongqian himself. In order to condense his soul core and break through to the title Douluo level, it seemed like his life was in danger, and that was with the help of drug technology. As for the subsequent super Douluo, Jing Hongqian knew that he had no way forward and his potential had been exhausted. As far as Jing Hongqian knew, in the entire Sun Moon Empire, only Kong Deming and Kong Lao, who were closest to the 10th level Soul Master, could break through the title Douluo completely on his own. He is also the one with the greatest potential to create history in the Empire, achieve an unprecedented super Douluo, and become the first 10th level soul mentor in the Sun Moon Empire. Now he is leading a team to study the most advanced technology of the Sun Moon Empire, humanoid soul guides and high-energy compression array soul guides. These two technologies are also the basis for Ryu's determination to break the limitations of martial spirits. Once successful, it will be time for the Sun Moon Empire to launch a war to unify the continent. It is said that the research on these technologies is nearing completion. Of course, don't put all your eggs in one basket because of the appearance of Hongqian brothers and sisters. Now Jing Hongqian has another way. If I could let my precious grandchildren study in Shrek Academy and learn the advanced knowledge of Shrek's inner courtyard with the help of the 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo and the strong support of his grandfather, it can be said that Xiao Hongqian has a high chance of breaking through to level 95 in the future. At that time, Xiao Hongqian will be able to become a 10th level soul engineer, and the status of their Hongqian family will also rise. This is why Jing Hongqian has high hopes for them. If you have a good martial soul talent, you can do whatever you want. The two of them can be said to have been born for the right reasons, the true chosen ones of the Sun Moon Empire. After thinking for a moment, Jing Hongqian walked directly into Shrek Academy through the gate. Then he went to the Soul Guidance Department and started a friendly meeting with Xian Liner, the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. At the same time, after having a good rest, Huo Yuhao took on an inspection mission in the inner courtyard. Using the excuse of training, he packed his bags and set off a lone target, Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. End of this chapter. Chapter 208, Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Legend has it that there is a paradise on Earth in Douluo continent. It is the place where the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings fell. The remains of the two Dragon Kings merged with the essence of the sun and the moon to give birth to two unique springs, namely the Yang Spring of extreme fire and the Yin Spring of extreme ice and cold. They are twins born from one eye, and the two Yin and Yang counteract each other. Its name is the Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. The purpose of Huo Yuhao's trip was to find the ownerless immortal grass that was thriving in this double-boiled pot. Other things don't matter, the main thing is the longing. With its help, Huo Yuhao can save a lot of time, whether it is the second awakening of the Lingmao martial soul, or allowing the mental power to completely enter the realm of tangible and intangible. As long as he reaches the state of being tangible and intangible, he can use his mental power to suppress his own extreme soul power for cultivation, and completely eliminate the disadvantage of slowing down the cultivation speed brought by the extreme ice. Galloping all the way, we arrived at the Sunset Forest. Compared to the Star Forest, the vegetation here is sparser and the species are slightly different. This is because of the different geographical locations. The Sunset Forest is closer to the cold far north, and the main vegetation is coniferous forest, supplemented by a few subtropical plants. However, as a gathering place for soul beasts in the Xiandao Empire 10,000 years ago, and one of the three major soul beast forests, The Sunset Forest has long lost its former prosperity. The soul beasts living there now are not at all powerful. The soul beasts that appeared in Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection were rare to see, let alone 10,000-year soul beasts. Even 1,000-year soul beasts were rare. He didn't encounter any soul beasts that could cause him trouble along the way. Moreover, Huo Yuhao, who has mastered the gold of life, can clearly sense the decaying vitality in this ancient forest. Like rotten wood compared to the Star Dao forest, which is home to a large number of soul beasts and many powerful people, the current scene in Sunset Forest seems to reflect the severity of the damage done to the soul beast world by human soul masters. Perhaps, before long, this Sunset Forest will really become an ordinary forest. Huo Yuhao sighed. I finally have time to come here for a visit. In fact, apart from the green-scaled 7 wonders flowers guarding the outer periphery of the double-headed pot and the 100,000-years-old immortal grass inside, there were no other apparent threats. With Huo Yuhao's current strength, he can indeed do whatever he wants. In the original novel, Tang San should have only 2 backup plans left in Douluo continent. One is in Wang Donger Sea of Consciousness, one is in Kyankan Valley of Love, and at most there is one more who is monitoring Niu Da and Hao in Haoshan sect. I don't know whether it was the miasma deliberately arranged outside the yin yang eye of ice and fire that gave him the confidence, or was it his superstition that he had planned everything. Of course, if Huo Yuhao did not have the foresighted intelligence, who would have known that there would be such an opportunity in the Sunset Forest? The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire can be said to be firmly in Tang San's hands and have long become the back garden of the Tang family. In the original novel, Huo Guo got the information from the 2 NPCs in Haoshan sect who issued Tang San's mission, and in order to save Wang Donger, he wanted to enter the Yuanyang pot. Otherwise, he would have retreated halfway. Even the descendants of the previous owner, Douluo, know very little about this, and there are basically no relevant records, not to mention everyone else. Even Shrek, although he knew that there was such an opportunity as the magic herb to change one's destiny, had no specific information about it. Even if they happened to arrive near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, ordinary soul masters are completely helpless against the numerous green-scaled 7 wonders flowers guarding outside the mandarin duck pot. The 7 wonders of the green-scale flower is one of the most poisonous plants in the world. It is extremely toxic and highly corrosive, known as the #1 corrosive plant. It also has a very strong neurotoxicity. Once contaminated, not only will the body be corroded, but one will also have to endure extremely intense pain in an instant. Moreover, the miasma surrounding the periphery alone is enough to discourage most soul masters. Following Huo Yuhao, they arrived at the core area of Sunset Forest. The soul beasts here have almost disappeared. The surrounding light is gradually getting weaker, and a large amount of dust gradually appears in the air. The dust was light white and not dense, but it was floating very steadily, not affected by the wind at all, and even vaguely blocked the sunlight from above. Yuhao, it's miasma. Xianmeng's eyes moved in the sea of spirituality. Well, it looks like we're almost there. Huo Yuhao nodded. Miasma is generally a poisonous gas that is gradually formed when the bodies of plants and animals rot and no one handles them, and there is no wind or rain. Different miasma have different toxicities, and mild miasma can cause dizziness, vomiting, and diarrhea. Severe miasma can be fatal. Huo Yuhao leaped directly into the air. Under his feet, the air rippled like the water on a lake, and soared into the sky as if he was walking on flat ground. When he rushed out of the highest treetop for about 10 meters, the light suddenly brightened, as if breaking through a barrier, and the surrounding became full of light again. As the altitude rose again, Huo Yuhao looked down. Even though he had known for a long time that the depths of the Sunset Forest were shrouded in miasma, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. The Sunset Forest below looked very peaceful, and the thick miasma filled the interlaced trees, making the trees looming. The miasma gradually faded away in the direction he came from, and became thicker and thicker as he went deeper in the center of this miasma group. The miasma even accumulated into a large piece of colorful clouds, with halos flowing, which was magnificent. Jianmeng said in some doubt, I have seen miasma in the Xingdao Great Forest before, but I have never seen such a wide range, and even colorful ones, especially the mushroom cloud-shaped 7-colored poisonous miasma, which is very serious at first glance. It is possible that there is a rare treasure land in it, and even a lot of plant-type soul beasts with spiritual intelligence may have been born in it. Our destination is literally within it. Huo Yuhao's gaze was cast towards the place in the center that looked like a mushroom cloud. There, the miasma is the most dense, And it is exactly where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located, because only where the green-scaled 7 absolute flowers gather will the poisonous miasma be the densest. Even a titled Douluo level warrior cannot break into such a huge group of poisonous miasma, but for Huo Yuhao, it was completely under his control because the ultimate ice can completely restrain the poisonous miasma of the green-scale 7 absolute flowers, activating the light rainbow goo. Huo Yuhao arrived above the area where the miasma was most concentrated. Ice Soul Sword Domain. The howling cold wind swept through, and the sharp sword energy spread everywhere, descending over the sky above the colorful poisonous miasma. As if the winter was coming, the Ice Emperor protects the body. The Ice Emperor's claws. The extreme ice-formed armor on Huo Yuhao's body, and then the Ice Soul Sword Domain also shrank, condensing and wrapping around the dark blue armor. Huo Yuhao used his body as a knife and slashed down directly in an instant. Layers of ice crystals outlined around Huo Yuhao, like a frozen spider web, and a terrifying sword light with a diameter of tens of meters fell down. All the colorful poisonous clouds along the way were torn apart like a knife splitting the sea. Huo Yuhao instantly entered the poisonous miasma. The moment he landed, a deep emerald green light lit up on Huo Yuhao's back, and a flash of ice green Emperor Scorpion light passed by the realm of eternal freezing. The North Sea Ice Soul Domain unfolded at the same time, cooperating with the Green Water Domain. An icy cold current raged, and large amounts of colorful dust flew everywhere. The colorful poisonous miasma quickly dissipated, forming a safe zone within a 5-meter radius around Huo Yuhao's body. As for the consumption of soul power, Huo Yuhao, who possessed the Xianyun Baojin Lotus, didn't care at all. Huo Yuhao took action just around noon. There is plenty of sunlight, and under direct sunlight, some of the moisture in the miasma will be evaporated. Without the assistance of a large amount of water mist, the concentration of the miasma will suddenly decrease a lot. Looking around, it was simply a colorful world. The plants on the ground were colorful, almost covering the entire ground, and the land was invisible. There were very few trees here, probably because they were corroded by the poison. Under the guidance of spiritual detection and Xianmeng, Huo Yuhao maintained his domain and moved towards his destination at a constant speed. On the ground, some huge bones will appear from time to time. These bones also appeared in colorful colors, obviously left behind by soul beasts that had been poisoned to death. The bones of soul beasts have always been the hardest part of their bodies, and some can even be used as special materials by humans. But in this highly poisonous world, it seems that everything will be corroded. Such a scene made Yanmeng shudder. He sighed. It's too scary. This poisonous miasma is still expanding and getting stronger. Perhaps, after thousands of years, the entire sunset forest will become a poisonous miasma forest. Huo Yuhao nodded. If there's a chance, I will clean this place up a bit later. Half an hour passed. Huo Yuhao saw a world that was different from the previous one. It was a sea of green, a stunning sea of green. The emerald green glow spread all over the earth. Tender and juicy plants covered the land. The emerald green mist rose upwards and then gradually spread outwards. These emerald green plants extend to both sides, and even a cursory glance would reveal that there are tens of thousands of them. They are not tall, only about half a meter in height. Each emerald green plant has 9 oddly shaped leaves, a bit like human hands at their tops. Large green flowers bloomed, and the horrible poisonous miasma emanated from the stamens of these flowers. These are the famous 7 phosphorus flowers and 9 phosphorus flowers. The jade phosphorus 9 absolute flower has already reached the level of a plant-type soul beast. Moreover, because the jade phosphorus 7 absolute flower itself is at an extremely high level in the plant world, as long as it can reach the soul beast realm, it means that its cultivation is at the 10,000-year level. Thousands of the 7 wonders of green phosphorus flowers and hundreds of the 10,000 years old 9 wonders of green phosphorus flowers, when combined together, make them almost invincible. Even if a group of tidal Douluo came here, they would avoid it as much as possible. Huo Yuhao could see that a large area of poisonous miasma clouds was behind these green plants. They slowly settled downwards, and their concentration seemed to be no less than that in the sky before. There is no doubt that where they sank is a valley that is the location of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, which is known as one of the 3 greatest treasures in the world. The green phosphorus poisonous cloud produced by the green phosphorus 7 wonders flowers condensed and did not dissipate, but it did not drift too far, just covering the valley. Too neat, too deliberate. These 7 absolutes of green phosphorus flowers are definitely artificially arranged. Fortunately, the ultimate ice is the nemesis of all poisons. Yuhao, don't worry, this biggest threat is not worth mentioning to us. Tian Meng chuckled. Huo Yuhao expanded the compressed area. Extreme cold air spread out, and the area within 100 meters in diameter, centered on his body, instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. The large green flowers were affected by the extreme cold and quickly closed up. Even the surrounding green phosphorus poisonous fog faded a lot. Then Huo Yuhao stepped directly into the air and left. They soon arrived above the valley. The colorful poisonous miasma was very thick, just like the one in the air before. It was pitch dark around them. Even Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection range was suppressed by it. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared silently and swept towards Huo Yuhao at an astonishing speed. "Yuhao, be careful," Xianmeng warned. "On the right, there is a group of plant-type soul beasts with a cultivation base of at least 30,000 years who want to attack you." Being suspended in mid-air is undoubtedly the most dangerous, especially for soul masters who do not yet have the ability to fly, but Huo Yuhao was an exception. Even without the assistance of the poisonous insect, his agility in the air was no less than that of a flying soul master. Thanks to his control of space without any thought of dodging, the coldness rushed forward directly, causing the poisonous cloud on Huo Yuhao's right-hand side to dissipate on a large scale, and his vision also became clear. It was a thick vine that was dark blue in color and had colorful lines on it. It was as thick as an adult's thigh, and it swept over like a giant python. Huo Yuhao simply flicked his right hand, and streaks of knife light flew out, instantly cutting the thick vines into numerous pieces that fell off. At this moment, several thick vines swept towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao was too lazy to get entangled with them. The mental force was released, and the field was cleared instantly, and then the direction was locked and teleported downward continuously. Huo Yuhao passed directly through the thick colorful poisonous cloud after descending about 300 meters in altitude. What appeared before him was an unprecedented fresh air filled with a breath of life. This place can definitely be called a paradise on earth. The sky was completely covered by colorful poisonous clouds, so that the valley seemed to be illuminated by a rainbow, as gorgeous as a fairy tale world. He saw that the mountain wall in the distance was covered with the dark blue vines that had attacked him before. The entire mountain wall looked like it was made of sapphire that was sparkling with faint colorful light. The area of the valley is not too large, but it grows a variety of plants, vying for beauty, laden with fruits, and overflowing with precious light. At first glance, it is not ordinary. The most shocking thing is that there is a lake surrounded by these plants, which is clearly divided into two parts. One side was icy white with a faint white mist, while the other side was fiery red with a light slightly distorted. Red and white are like two huge pieces of jade inlaid there. The rich breath of life in the air fills the entire space of the valley. Under their evaporation eyes of ice and fire. This is definitely a treasure land. "Yuhao, we are rich. We are rich," Xianmen cheered. Even the Ice Emperor looked at Han Quan with the same fiery gaze. End of this chapter. Chapter 209, Huo Yuhao comes at the right time. Because the yin-yang eye of ice and fire has such a dense aura of life, most of the plants here have developed intelligence and evolved into plant-type soul beasts. Due to the noise created by Huo Yuhao earlier, many plants were swaying slightly, and some even emitted strong light. But under the cover of the simulated soul skills, Huo Yuhao's secret infiltration was as smooth as entering an empty space. Compared to animal soul beasts, the biggest disadvantage of plant soul beasts is that they are not flexible enough. Most plants cannot move, and their control range is centered on where they take root. Just like those vines growing on the mountain wall before, they could not continue to attack Huo Yuhao beyond the distance they could control. However, the power of plant-type soul beasts within their control is even stronger than that of animal soul beasts. It must be extremely dangerous to live in a place where a large number of plant-type soul beasts gather. This is also Tang San's only backup plan here. He deceived a group of immortal herbs to work for him and guard the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. With this group of 100,000-year-old immortal herbs of extraordinary quality working diligently here, even if a titled Douluo comes here, he will not be able to get any good results. However, lies are meant to be broken. Today Huo Yuhao came here to reveal the truth and disband the Yuanyang pot. After scanning many plants, Huo Yuhao locked onto his target. It was a large light pink flower, growing on the shore where two springs met. There were no other plants within a radius of 30 meters. The stem is 3 meters long, and the flowers are extremely large, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. The pale pink flowers sway gently with a mist, and the petals are crystal clear like pink crystals. A fragrant and beautiful immortal product that has been cultivated for 100,000 years. It can cure all kinds of poisons in the world and ranks among the best among all immortal herbs. Teleportation was activated, and Huo Yuhao instantly appeared in front of the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal product. "It's time to get up, the fragrant and beautiful fairy product, gently. Wake up the sleeping soul. Hey, how did you show up? And you even know her name, eh?" Female voice sounded soft but with a hint of surprise, and the Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpan shook its huge body. Then the pink petals suddenly lit up, and a layer of pink light shield instantly appeared with it as the center, completely covering the air within a diameter of 30 meters, and also covering Huo Yuhao. This is the goodwill released by the Yaoxiang Kilo fairy product. Without Yaoxiang's protection, the scent of the various plants here and the scent of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire alone would harm human soul masters. Although Huo Yuhao was not afraid of these, he did not avoid this pleasant fragrance. As the subtle fragrance enters the body, it quickly merges with the body. A refreshing feeling surges over the body, the spirit is refreshed, the brain becomes clear, and the whole person feels as comfortable as if the body and mind have been washed by clean water. Faintly, the soul power was surging and the cultivation level was slightly improved. Even Xian Meng in the spiritual sea praised it highly. What a comfortable feeling! The refreshing and calming effect of the flower fragrance can bring great benefits to the soul master's cultivation. It can be said that if this thing is placed in the inner courtyard, it will probably become the second top treasure after the golden tree and be worshipped. Well, you have a similar aura to Bengayan. No wonder you were able to break through the green phosphorus poison formation outside and come here. Dahu tilted her head, and there seemed to be some excitement in her tone. What you said before is also true. I am the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal product. You can call me Yao Yao. Well, this name sounds nice, doesn't it? It sounds nice, doesn't it? Yao Yao immediately exposed her chatterbox nature. Hello, Yao Yao. My name is Huo Yuhao. The corner of Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. This magical herb was indeed the most suitable for communication among all the magical herbs. Yao Yao chuckled and continued, well, I will call you Yuhao. Since you can recognize my identity, you should also know that this is the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, one of the 3 great treasure pots in the world, where countless immortal herbs grow. So, what do you want to do here, Ho? Yuhao planned to follow the procedure first. I came here to get a book, and to pick the magic herb to save people. Get the book. As the keywords were triggered, the faint flowers immediately began to shake violently. So you were sent by that person. Wow. Is he okay? We haven't seen him for a long time, and he didn't even come to see us. Really? In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to see you, but because Tang-san is already dead and he can never see you again. Ho! Yuhao interrupted Yao Yao's madness, directly cut off the source of the problem, and told the cruel fact, it's better for such a white moonlight to die anyway. Tang-san has already ascended to the God realm, so he can't come down to refute dead? Like dead anyway. Huo Yuhao believed that he would definitely face off against Tang-san in the future, and the relationship between the two was already one of life and death, and they were incompatible. It's just a matter of time. Faint? It stopped giggling immediately. Not only it, some immortal herbs that were secretly eavesdropping on the conversation in the valley seemed to be hit as well, and even the precious light on their bodies dimmed a little. Huo Yuhao could clearly feel that at this moment, there were at least 20 mental forces looking at him. They are all 100,000-year-old immortal herbs. I can only say that the effect of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is still too amazing here. Every day's growth of plants is equivalent to 10 days' growth in the outside world. A 10,000-year-old immortal grass can cultivate up to 100,000 years old even with the blessing of this blessed land. It has become much easier for the immortal herbs to survive the heavenly tribulation because of the existence of the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. It will attract the power of luck between heaven and earth. This power of luck will invisibly reduce the difficulty of the immortal grass in overcoming the tribulation. Dead? Is Tang-san really dead? Yao Yao's voice was a little weak at this moment. Huo Yuhao sighed. Yes, the dead are gone, and the living are like this. You should also know that even the most powerful spirit master cannot stop the passage of time. After 10,000 years, Tang-san has already turned into a handful of yellow earth. I also know that taking the immortal grass requires a test. You can take a random immortal grass, right? These are the words passed down by Tang-san. Oh, by the way, let me show you this. The Tang-sek's unique skills will never lie, right? As he spoke, Huo Yuhao's hands shimmered with jade white light, and his palms turned into white jade Zuan-Yu hand. As a non-staff member of the Tang sect, it is reasonable for him to know the Tang sect's unique skills, right? Huo Yuhao only helped Tangyer a little, but he gained her unreserved trust. Tangyer was really serious, and Huo Yuhao cried to death, Zhuan Yu hand. You are indeed his successor. At this moment, Yao Yao's tone became much more hurried. Since you know the process of the test and you also know the mysterious jade hand, it seems that you really didn't lie to us. Hey, It was thanks to Tang San's dedication to cultivating us and setting up the green phosphorus poison array outside the valley that we can survive safely until now. 10,000 years have passed. I thought if I would have the chance to meet him in the future and thank him properly, but I didn't expect. Huo Yuhao said nothing. In fact, the immortal herbs who are looking forward to meeting Tang San are just wishful thinking. When has the cold and indifferent God-King Tang ever treated outsiders sincerely? What's more, you are a bunch of irrelevant plant soul beasts. The fairy grass is just a consumable. Would you have friendship for a consumable? Besides, Tang San did this more for his own selfish reasons, in order to turn the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire into a continuous and sustainable back garden for the Tang family. It is understandable to have selfish motives. After all, if such a precious land is not under his control, Tang San will really be unable to sleep or eat well given his personality. But we also have to see what Tang San does. This can be seen just from the layout of the green phosphorus poison array. This enhanced version of the green phosphorus poison array is not a small-scale attack like the one Douluo had in the past, but an existence that can kill even a super Douluo. This also led to the death of countless soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. The once fertile soul beast forest has now entered a stage of chronic death. Even the green phosphorus poison array is still expanding and spreading. See, the time is ripe. Huo Yuhao took a step forward and said sincerely, Yao, I know you are feeling very heavy-hearted, but can you please let me start the test right away? To be honest, the person I want to rescue with the immortal grass happens to be the descendant of Tang San's former brother. This is true. This is indeed the relationship between Ma Xiaotao and Ma Hongjin. Although her life was not in danger, without further delay, let's get started. Yao also became serious. Let me make it clear first. There are 2 tests in total, and both are dangerous. If you fail, you might die, so you have to think carefully. Even if you pass the test, you can only take 7 herbs you need from us. If it is a plant-type soul beast, you can only obtain medicines with corresponding effects from different items split from them. Although Tang San is dead, the rules cannot be abolished. If you want to pick the magic herbs, you must pass the test of Yao, the king of magic herbs. Well, come on, I know the rules. Huo Yuhao nodded. Well, for the first test, you need to eat a kind of herb here. Don't resist for now. The petals moved faintly, and the next moment, a purple light floated out. Huo Yuhao did not dodge and let it fall on him. After a moment, the purple light retracted, and the pink flower could not help but be shocked. Really strong mental power, and this overbearing ice. In this case, I'll give it to you. It muttered to itself. Another beam of purple light shot out from its pistol, spanning a distance of more than 100 meters and landing in a patch of vegetation in the distance. The purple light paused for a moment, and then slowly retracted. Huo Yuhao saw that there was an extra herb at the end of the purple light. It was an inconspicuous herb. The whole herb was emerald green. The strange thing was that in the center of the herb, there were 3 snow-white leaves, and in the center of the leaves there were a few drops of water, just like the dew left in the early morning, clear and pure. Soon, it came in front of Huo Yuhao under the influence of purple light. Here, this is the test herb for you. I have to warn you in advance that many of the herbs here are highly poisonous. Yao looked at Huo Yuhao, her tone slightly expectant at this time. Tianmeng secretly reminded himself in his mind, Yuhao, be careful. I can feel that this fragrant kilo fairy product has no hostility towards you, and it is indeed the nemesis of all poisons. If you are poisoned around it, you only need to breathe to detoxify, but you must be on guard against others. Huo Yuhao nodded to show that he understood and smiled calmly. Yao, thank you very much. If I am not mistaken, this is the longing for autumn water dew. Huo Yuhao grabbed the Wangchuan Kiashu dew, held it in front of himself, and tilted it slightly. A few drops of transparent liquid immediately dripped into his mouth. A burst of sweetness flowed down his throat, and then the refreshing fragrance filled every corner of his body at the same time. After Huo Yuhao drank those few drops of dew-like liquid, the herb withered at an alarming speed and turned into dust in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few tiny seeds. A purple light flashed, and Yao controlled the seeds to fly out and land far away. Tianmeng, who was secretly alert, discovered that the fragrance of this liquid was somewhat similar to that of the Yaoxiang Kilo fairy product. It was extremely easy to absorb. As soon as he drank it, it immediately dissolved into Huo Yuhao's body. After Tianmeng confirmed that the medicinal effect of this strain was indeed harmless to Huo Yuhao and was extremely beneficial, he felt relieved. Yuhao, just concentrate on absorbing the medicinal effect. Bingbing and I will be on guard for you, Bingdi said coldly. Don't worry, I'm here. Huo Yuhao understood, and as waves of freshness spread throughout his body, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to feel every change in his body. It didn't take long before the cool feeling spread throughout his body, then gradually began to shrink, flowing out from his limbs and bones along his meridians, slowly moving upward to his head. The cool medicinal effect did not flow up the meridians like his soul power, but merged with his blood, moving along with the blood flow. It passed through the heart and cervical vertebrae, rushed into the head and suddenly exploded. Huo Yuhao only felt a cool feeling in his brain, and then this cool feeling gathered towards his eyes like the sea absorbing all rivers. An intense feeling of coolness covered his eyes, and his spiritual eyes were constantly cleansed and moisturized by this warm energy. The mental strength that was just one step away from success also began to transform rapidly. Just when Huo Yuhao was concentrating on absorbing the effects of the medicine, Yao Yao and the surrounding immortal herbs started communicating without letting Huo Yuhao know. Yao Yao spoke first. Although Huo Yuhao's last name is not Tang, he not only knows Tang San's skills, but also knows the rules left by Tang San. Moreover, he just recognized Wang Chuan Kiashulu, so he can only be Tang San's successor. There is no need for him to deceive us. Therefore, Tang San, maybe it seems that he is really dead. It's fine if you die. The straightforward Li Ho Xingjia Oshu was the first to send a congratulatory message. The eight-angled mysterious ice grass sneered, even if Tang San is not dead, what can it do? We all know that man doesn't care about us at all. Otherwise, how could he not come to see us once in the past 10,000 years? All the immortal herbs looked at their leader, Xiao Yao Yao, in silence, feeling somewhat lost. Yao Yao forced herself to cheer up. Beijiao is right. Tang San has never cared about us, but we have never been willing to admit it. The immortal herbs continued to remain silent until Li Ho Xingjia Oshu broke the deadlock. Yao Yao, you are so soft-hearted. Even if he is Tang San's descendant, how can you let him pass the test so easily? I can't bear to give up the fruits of my years of practice. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Second Awakening, Ultimate Fire. Yao Xiang Kilo said calmly, Ajiao, what's wrong with this? There's no use for us to keep those things anyway. If he can pass the test smoothly, it can be regarded as the fulfillment of my long-cherished wish. Li Huo Xingjia Oshu snorted coldly, what are you thinking? I really hope that someone will come. Besides, I haven't agreed yet. I will take action in the subsequent assessments. Yao Yao shook her big flowery head and said, then you better be careful. I can't see through Huo Yuhao's specific strength at all. In the brief contact, I even felt that the overbearing ice in his body was even stronger than Beijiao's. Upon hearing this, before Beijiao Zuanbinkeo could say anything, Li Huo Xingjia Oshu took the lead in assuring, don't worry, we'll definitely win. The eight-angled mysterious ice grass glanced at Ajiao and murmured, the aura on him is indeed better than that of the extreme cold ice spring. Just when the immortal herbs were discussing Huo Yuhao, the person involved is undergoing his final transformation in the Sea of Spirit. A faint purple glow began to spread and merge with a golden sea water visible to the naked eye. Huo Yuhao's mental power directly turned into purple gold, with a faint layer of hazy dazzling glow. Even Bian Meng, who was lurking on Huo Yuhao's finger and turned into ring, had a layer of light purple. Bian Meng exclaimed in astonishment, This is the spiritual power of the tangible and intangible level. Originally, Huo Yuhao had just entered the threshold of the tangible and intangible realm. Perhaps because the total amount of his mental power was too much, it would take nearly 3 years to settle, but with the help of Wang Chuan Kiashulu, he reached this level naturally. That's a bit too much, you know. Huo Yuhao is just a soul master. Today's spiritual power realm has actually reached the tangible and intangible stage that many titled Douluo desire but cannot obtain such talent, such luck. Bian Meng increasingly believed that the best thing he had ever done in his life was to take advantage of Yuhao's journey to becoming a god. Bian Meng returned to the Sea of Spirits and happily shared his happiness. He, yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and so many magical herbs. Yuhao is really blessed with great luck. I am becoming more and more confident that he can become a god on the future. Don't you think so, Bing Bing? I'll bring you along. I'm not cheating you, am I? Bing Di rolled his eyes at her and said, you are surprised by what you have seen. However, Bing Di was also extremely shocked at this time. Huo Yuhao not only possesses extraordinary talent, But he has also encountered many adventures and good luck along the way, and has been able to turn danger into safety. He is truly the one who is destined to succeed, and is the one that everyone expects. Bingdi thought of her good sister Zudi. Zudi has been strong all her life. I don't know how Zuira is doing now. Maybe I should have persuaded her more at the beginning. Maybe she would change her mind. It would be so nice if you could come here with me and win together, but you have to go through the difficult road of transformation and rebuilding yourself. Although there is the ice god inheritance, everyone knows about the ice god's fall. A legacy of a god that no longer exists seems to be just like that. I feel like it would be better to play a 4-person mahjong game with her in the sea of spirituality at this time. Huo Yuhao had completely absorbed the effects of the medicine. I also heard the discussion between the two people in the sea of spirit. Hey, don't pop the champagne at halftime. Huo Yuhao started to complain. It is easy to become a god, but it becomes difficult after becoming a god in particular. Huo Yuhao's imaginary enemy is not just Tang San. It can be said that he has to fight against the rules of the entire divine world with his own strength. Even if he defeats Tang San, he will still be a hard-working worker in the god realm. There is even a stupid setting that one day in the god realm is equal to 1 year in the mortal world. Huo Yuhao simply could not stand such a boring eternal life. Not to mention Huo Yuhao, just look at those gods who can't wait to find a suitable successor, unlucky guy, and pass on the throne, job position, and run away. The divine world with such trenches is definitely not a place for normal people to stay. Huo Yuhao actually had a wonderful idea, but he couldn't write it down here. Basically, it is to move the entertainment activities of the previous life to the realm of gods one by one. Games, novels, movies, etc. Now that you have cultivated to the god level, can't you enjoy yourself a little? Stop being so cocky and focus on the development of spiritual civilization. Otherwise, it would be like Tang San, whose only form of entertainment was to peek into the lower world, with only intrigue in his mind, and he became more and more crazy. Of course, the prerequisite for comfort is that the power is strong enough. The divine realm is not a completely safe place either. Ahem, that's too far off topic. You have to eat the food one bite at a time. For now, let's just think about how to defeat Tang San. As Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, he was stunned when he saw the world in front of him again. Everything seems to have become different, and the whole world seems to have added many colors. The subtle details that once required opening the spiritual eyes to see are now completely within the eyes, and nothing can escape their detection. Looking up at the colorful poisonous clouds in the distant sky, the countless tiny particles in the poisonous miasma could not escape his eyes. Turning his head to look at the Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpin again, he could see the huge vitality flowing inside it. The vitality was light pink, constantly flowing between the petals, stamens and flower neck. He could even vaguely see the energy fluctuations contained in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire behind it. Huo Yuhao retracted his gaze and condensed an ice mirror to look at it. After all, in the original novel, after Hogui absorbed the immortal grass, he developed the double pupils of the white tiger lineage, which also laid the groundwork for the subsequent plot of recognizing his ancestors and returning to his roots. Perhaps because of the help of the poisonous insect, the spiritual eyes that evolved with the attributes of time and space did not have double pupils. His eyes were still dark blue, and his pupils were still pure black, but a faint circle of light appeared in the center of his pupils as the spirit eye's martial spirit was released. Huo Yuhao instantly discovered time slowed down further under the gaze of the spiritual eyes. Not only did everything become clearer, but the speed of all flows in the outside world also slowed down several times at this time. Both eyes appeared purple gold as a whole, but the halos in them began to become clearer. The halo of the left eye turned gold, and the halo of the right eye turned silver. Left eye time, right eye space. At this moment, Huo Yuhao felt very happy and knew the reason for the change. The original martial soul awakens for the second time. As his consciousness moved and his mental power was released, a golden halo emerged behind Huo Yuhao and gradually turned into a pair of purple gold eyes, carrying a sense of illusion. His eyes were deep and contained countless changes, and it seemed that one glance would make people fall in love with them. Gold level secondary martial soul awakening. There is no transition to the second awakening of the silver level, it directly reaches the gold level. A bit exaggerated, but Huo Yuhao felt that it seemed quite reasonable. After all, time and space are extremely outrageous properties. In addition, this time, Wang Chuanqia Shulu helped Huo Yuhao fill in the last gap in his spiritual aspect. A harmonious relationship was finally formed among time, space and spirit. It can be said that at this moment, the Lingmao martial soul has reached the quality of a god-level martial soul. It even transformed the original moment talent into the innate realm. Similarly, the second awakening of the spirit eye martial soul also brings corresponding second awakening abilities without having time to comprehend it carefully. Huo Yuhao looked up. His eyes fell on the fiery red plant in the center of the red lake. The plant is very tall, nearly 3 meters, and the diameter of the flower mouth is only slightly smaller than that of the Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpin. It is shaped like a cabbage, and the body looks like it is carved from a ruby. At the same time, a clear yet heroic female voice sounded, "That boy, now that you are awake, come here quickly. I have a second test here. If you lose, leave quickly." 100,000 years of cultivation. The fiery apricot is so delicate. As soon as the light on the fiery apricot tree came on, the air temperature in the valley immediately increased by a few degrees. "Yuhao, the opponent is the ultimate fire," Xianmeng reminded. In the sea of spirituality, Huo Yuhao nodded to show that he had received it. In fact, after refining the medicinal effects of Wangchuan Keishudu and his mental power undergoing a qualitative change, his perception became much sharper than before. His perception seemed to have evolved to another level, and he could even sense other people's intentions. For example, he did not sense any malice from Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpin, and even felt a hint of expectation as for the fiery apricot Jiaoshu in the distance. All Huo Yuhao sensed was an extremely proud fighting spirit. He really is a straight talker. Huo Yuhao even felt that even if he couldn't beat the opponent, this red cabbage would let him pass safely. Of course, there is no need for that. It's just 100,000-year-old magical herb, just right for practicing with. One step forward, Huo Yuhao seemed to have crossed dozens of meters and instantly arrived at the center of the blazing yang spring. It can be seen that the fiery apricot is obviously more overbearing than the fragrant and beautiful fairy product where it grows. There is no grass within a radius of 60 meters. Even beyond 60 meters, most of the plants growing are red or close to red. There is no doubt that they are all fire-attributed creatures. Huo Yuhao only felt a stream of hot air rushing towards him, and the air around him seemed to be violently distorted. After appreciating it for a while, Huo Yuhao directly activated the Ice Emperor body protection, and the overbearing extreme cold instantly dispelled the surrounding heat. Li Hozing Jiaoshu shook slightly. It is indeed the ultimate ice. "Little guy, let me see whether your ultimate ice is more powerful or my ultimate fire is stronger. I am not bullying the weak. You will face an opponent with the ultimate fire and equal strength to you. But it will be assisted by the blazing sun spring. Only if you defeat it, you will pass. Otherwise, you can leave." As soon as the words fell, Li Hozingjiao's huge body suddenly leaned back. A red light shot out from the center of her body, and a strange fiery red vortex suddenly appeared at the front of it. Like a whale sucking water, it sucked a large amount of fiery red water from the blazing sun spring and then suddenly sprayed it into the air. The fiery red water column condensed and did not disperse. Wherever it passed, the surrounding air was violently distorted, and the temperature in the valley soared again. "The test begins." Li Hozingjiao's emotionless voice sounded at this moment. A column of fiery red water suddenly fell from the sky and hit Huo Yuhao directly with a boost of the home advantage of Chili Yanquin. This attack was extremely terrifying. Its temperature was so high that even when Mazaya Ateo activated her martial arts soul, she could not compare to it. This was the ultimate fire. It is indeed much stronger than Mazaya Ateo's Phoenix Evil Fire. Even though the Phoenix Evil Fire is only one step away from its ultimate, this tiny gap is almost like a world away. Faced with such an attack, Huo Yuhao had no intention of dodging at all. "My strength? Are you sure you saw my true strength? Then let me play with you." As a punch was thrown with the Ice Emperor's claws, the fiery red water column instantly dissipated. Then, the scattered spring water condensed into a female figure, with faintly visible facial features, an excellent figure, and even a large fiery red braid that hung down to her feet. The fiery apricot immediately released a red light that fell on her. Suddenly, the fire girl's color turned golden red. She spread her hands on both sides of her body, each holding a flaming long sword. She tiptoed to the ground and rushed towards Huo Yuhao. He raised both swords high and slashed out fiercely. An ice knife instantly appeared in Huo Yuhao's right hand, and knife energy burst out in just a moment. The fire girl was ruthlessly defeated. However, the blazing yang spring seemed to have a life of its own. Sensing the burst of the ultimate icy aura from Huo Yuhao, the fiery red spring water actually rushed upwards as a whole, like a wave. Immediately afterwards, an extremely strong heat wave hit her in the face, and the fire girl seemed to have taken a tonic. Her body reassembled itself, and the red gold color almost turned into bright gold. It's still the home advantage, which is a bit unethical. The blazing yang spring not only weakened Huo Yuhao's ultimate ice, but also provided the fire girl with a steady supply of energy support. Li Hozingjiaoshu also said proudly, "This slash is not bad, keep going. Otherwise, You will fail the test. There is no doubt that although Li Huojiao did not participate in the battle, she was actually always supporting Huo Yuhao and influencing him, coupled with the power of the blazing yang spring. It can be said that Huo Yuhao's situation is extremely unfavorable. There is really no chance if you fight hard unless Huo Yuhao can grab this mouthful of Yangquan, but doing so would be a bit of a waste of resources. It still depends on the field. Moreover, the home advantage must be destroyed. It's a good opportunity to test the extent of my current mental strength. Huo Yuhao sighed. An extreme cold came. The North Sea Ice Soul Realm plus the Everfreeze Realm, as Huo Yuhao moved his right hand. The cold spring in the distance began to move under Huo Yuhao's remote control. The water from the extreme ice spring rushed up into the sky and fell directly towards the fiery sun spring. A strange scene appeared. The Arctic ice spring with an extremely cold aura was originally going to fall towards the direction of the blazing yang spring, but at this time, most of the Arctic ice springs in the air suddenly stopped, as if they were hit by a freezing spell. Immediately afterwards, the ice blue ice spring spread and bloomed instantly, like an ancient glacier, surrounding Yangquan. An extremely cold atmosphere instantly spread at this moment. The blazing Yangquan aura from the outside world had been completely suppressed by the terrifying chill released by Huo Yuhao. End of this chapter. Chapter 211. Ice and Fire Alchemy Body? There is no need for this. Actually, the fight between Huo Yuhao and Li Huojiao lasted only a minute. The immortal herbs who were watching the fun were still immersed in the level and configuration of Huo Yuhao's spirit ring in battle. He used the second martial soul of ultimate ice, but what Huo Yuhao revealed was Ling Mao's soul ring, the yellow, purple and black 4-ring soul sect. How could such a powerful person only have a 4-ring soul master? You know, just the initial exploratory fire column attack of Li Huojiao had already reached the soul saint level. Not to mention, this soul ring configuration, even that person back then wouldn't have such an outrageous spirit ring configuration at this age, right? It really opened my eyes. Have times changed? He is obviously only a 4-ring soul master. How come his combat power is so supermodel? They could see that after the test, Li Huojiao took real action and even sought the help of Chili Yangquan. The power of the 100,000 years of ultimate fire was fully unleashed, but he still couldn't do anything to Huo Yuhao. Jillian is one of the top 2 fighters in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. As Huo Yuhao guided the cold spring to rush into the sky, the situation seemed to be heading in an even more outrageous direction. Yaoxiang Kiluo's pupils suddenly shrank, and she shouted, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! If you continue fighting, our family will be gone." If a large amount of water and fire were allowed to collide, the resulting power might not hurt them, but it would destroy the land on which they depend for survival, especially once the blazing Yangquan riots and causes the land on the shore to be destroyed. It will be a devastating disaster for most of the surrounding plants, which is not what Yaoxiang Kiluo wants to see. Huo Yuhao naturally sensed Yao Yao's anxious mood at the moment. Li Huojiao also had a shocked and dazed expression. Li Huojiao, it seems like something has gone too far. It can attract Yangquan to a certain extent, but at this time, as Huo Yuhao's domain unfolded, the temperature in the air dropped sharply, reaching -200 degrees in an instant. And the fire element in the domain was ruthlessly suppressed. The once supreme fire was crumbling under the impact of this extreme cold, and only a small flame remained. Didn't Yao Yao say that his ultimate ice is similar to Staranus? It's just bullshit. At this time, Huo Yuhao was using the free sparring partner to quickly familiarize himself with the changes. After his breakthrough for him, he could use the 2 martial spirits as he pleased. Even after the spirit eye's martial soul reached the level of a god-level martial soul, he discovered that the extraordinary compatibility between the 2 martial souls had increased again. It is very likely that he has already surpassed the level of his own martial soul fusion technique. However, it may be because the quality of the 2 martial spirits is too high. It may also be due to the influence of the 3rd martial soul in the body, the Holy Death God. So the self-martial soul fusion technique is still unable to be activated. Electrolux. Is it my fault? Of course, Huo Yuhao said he didn't care. Even without the martial soul fusion technique, he is still invincible in the world. What's more, this ultimate move with many restrictions and a very long cooldown is actually not favored by Huo Yuhao. At the same time, the improvement in the compatibility of the 2 martial spirits also further improved the quality of Huo Yuhao's own soul power. It completely exceeds the level of ultimate soul power. Moreover, there are no side effects that affect the speed of cultivation. As his mental power reached the tangible and intangible stage, Huo Yuhao's control over his own domain was greatly enhanced. The hundreds-meter-long beaming ice soul domain unfolds, cooperating with the realm of permafrost. The surrounding heat was instantly dispelled and spread outward at an alarming speed. At the same time, Huo Yuhao used the power of the ice spring to temporarily exclude Yangquan. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's mental power was like an invisible net, connecting all the ice and snow brought by the two realms together, as if he were using his own arms and fingers, and his mind followed his heart. A large amount of ice and snow spread. The plants on the ice spring side were better off. They all liked the cold, and this was their favorite episode. The plants on the side of the blazing sun spring lost the protection of the blazing sun spring's scorching breath, coupled with the ultra-low temperature of the extreme ice, and began to shiver. Many plants emitted their own breath and spontaneously resisted. This is just the aftermath of the battle. Huo Yuhao only had a thought, and the energy of heaven and earth in his domain strengthened himself and instantly suppressed all energy except for ice attribute within the range of fiery apricot Jiaoshu, especially the special attacks fire attribute elemental power. This greatly slowed down Li Hozing Jiaoshu's recovery speed, and at the same time, she was completely unable to receive any help from any energy other than her own. Huo Yuhao seemed to be the incarnation of the king of ice and snow, and instantly deprived Li Hozing Jiaoshu of his authority. The fine reason Jiaoshu, who had been so complacent and full of vigor, was now trembling under the pressure of the domain, and the red light on his body became extremely dim. It seems like it is rejected by the world and can only fight back with its own strength. However, even the ultimate fire seemed so vulnerable in front of Huo Yuhao, and had no power to resist. As the bone-shelling blade passed by, as if to split the world in two, the fire girl beside Li Hozing Jiaoshu flew away into the darkness and disappeared as a wisp of smoke. The ground around Li Hozing Jiaoshu also quickly turned into an icy blue color. The cold air spread out and instantly froze into an ice sculpture, freezing Li Hozing Jiaoshu. Huo Yuhao completely killed the game. Stop, stop, I was wrong, you passed the test. Passed. A voice begging for mercy came from the ice sculpture, and Huo Yuhao sneered. It's not that you know you were wrong, you just know that you are going to die. Huo Yuhao found that he still needed to practice his ability to perceive emotions, and he could not just rely on other people's superficial emotions to draw conclusions. This proud cabbage still doesn't know how to deal with seriousness when it comes to attacking. Just like in the original novel, it was also because Huo Yuhao himself was very strong that he could take the responsibility at will. If it were someone else, they would probably be persuaded to retreat directly. However, he was only giving a minor punishment and had no intention of wasting resources while taking back the domain. Huo Yuhao also thought it, after all, it is a rare and ultimate 500,000-year-old immortal grass. If it becomes Mazaya Ateo's soul, it can also provide the subsequent 2 soul rings. Return to Yaoxiang. Kilo Yaoyao spoke first. Yuhao, actually Jillian didn't mean it. This second test wasn't supposed to cause such a big commotion. Huo Yuhao nodded to show that he didn't care and stretched out his right hand. Nothing, I have passed both tests now, so where is the book? It's a waste not to read this poisonous scripture for free. You are quite nice, here you go. The book made of unknown material flew out from the heart of the flower. But remember to return it to me after you finish reading it. Huo Yuhao couldn't hold it in any longer. Tang San was already dead, why was he still obsessed with him? Succubus white moonlight, right? Looking at the silly Yaoxiang Kilo, Huo Yuhao closed the book and sighed. Although the dead are the greatest, I still have to say something fair. Yaoyao, have you discovered that Tang San's purpose in setting up the poisonous miasma is actually just to keep you captive? Hearing this, Yaoyao frowned and immediately retorted, we are not kept in captivity. He arranged the poison miasma to protect our safety and prevent anyone from breaking in. He also helped us make plans so that we can better use the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to improve our cultivation. Huo Yuhao shook his head and said calmly, since you said the poisonous miasma is a protection, then I want to ask, except for you, can other plants get out? Does this count as protection? As for the plan you mentioned, doesn't this just prove that you are the flowers that Tang San raised in the ground? Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. The conversation between the two reached the ears of all the plant soul beasts. Everyone stopped arguing about the strength of Jillian and Beijiao and fell silent as early as when Huo Yuhao revealed Tang San's death. The immortal herbs had gradually realized that Tang San actually didn't care about them at all, but most of them still had a different filter for Tang San, until it was ruthlessly broken by Huo Yuhao again. Aren't you a descendant of the Tang sect? Why are you slandering your ancestors? Yaoyao looked at Huo Yuhao in disbelief, feeling as if she had trusted the wrong person and made a wrong decision. I have never admitted that I am a descendant of the Tang sect. I just have some connection with the current leader of the Tang sect. Huo Yuhao shook his head and said seriously, do you know that the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were also seized by Tang San by force? The previous owner who guarded you diligently for many years and did not pick any grass or trees was named Douluo. He relied on his spirit, the Azure Phosphorus Snake Emperor, to create the original Azure Scale Poison formation, but in the end, Tang San used it as an evil spirit master, resulting in the current situation. Also, Tang San used the 8 spider lance to devour spirit beasts for training. It was even Tang San who blew up the prison in the Slaughter City, which led to the current proliferation of evil spirit masters. Huo Yuhao cited some of Tang San's bad deeds and continued to talk nonsense. In short, the things that Tang San concealed in the past are now gradually being discovered by later generations. As a result, Tang San has become a target of public criticism, and the Tang sect has also weakened because of this. Even though Tang San has long been expelled from the Tang sect, it is still of no use. All the immortal herbs were shocked. Huo Yuhao struck while the iron was hot and said, "Yao, I believe that most of you yearn for freedom. You have been trapped in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire for 10,000 years, living in a corner. Have you ever thought about the colorful world outside? I don't know whether you plan to stay here and be picked by other humans as supplements, or whether you want to go to the world outside the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. If you want to choose the latter, I can give you some help." The immortal herbs continued to remain silent, and some of them were even quite interested, and this was completely within Huo Yuhao's expectations in the original novel. One of the main reasons why the 8-angled mysterious ice grass was willing to become Hogua's soul was because of the restrictions of the poison barrier and the fact that plant-type soul beasts found it difficult to escape, so they couldn't get out at all. Moreover, the reason why Yaoxiang Kilo can become the person in charge here is not because of its fighting ability, but because of its immunity to all poisons. If the poisonous miasma was allowed to spread in, only a few of the magical herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire would survive. Anyway, regarding Tang San, I am only telling the truth. I believe you all have the answer in your mind. Think about it carefully. I will go to practice first. At this time, Huo Yuhao also read the entire book and memorized it. Poison Sutra, Medicine chapter. Just reading those words in the preface again made Huo Yuhao feel a little overwhelmed. Whatever you discover unexpectedly with your friends, share it together, and don't dare to have more. If I remember correctly, Tang San cleaned out Douluo's entire medicine garden with a clear conscience. The 100,000-year-old immortal herbs such as Yao today are all grown from the seeds left behind after storing the Poison Sutra into the storage soul guide. Huo Yuhao walked directly towards the ice spring that was emitting bursts of cold air and the yang spring that was emitting scorching heat, standing at the clear central edge in the middle. Huo Yuhao squatted down, preparing to reach his hand into the ice spring. When Yao saw this, she immediately reminded him, "Be careful. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire cannot be touched directly, even if you are of ultimate ice. You should also know Tang San's ice and fire alchemy body. You just need to imitate him and take fiery apricot and star aniseed mysterious ice grass at the same time." "That's not necessary." Huo Yuhao directly put his right hand into the pool. As expected, the extreme coldness made him feel as cool as ice water, and even a little comfortable. Then, Huo Yuhao tried Yanquin again. Similarly, with the ice soul body martial spirit protecting his body, even with the temperature of Yanquin, Huo Yuhao only felt the warmth of a hot spring without any hesitation. Huo Yuhao immediately jumped into the spring. A huge splash of water. The spring water is gushing, the atmosphere of extreme cold and heat is constantly lingering, and the ice white and red are still so distinct. Water vapor still filled the air, and everything seemed to have returned to silence. All that was left was the shocked expressions of the immortal herbs in the eyes of yin and yang of ice and fire. Is this guy looking for death? Even the ultimate ice can't do this. Besides, Huo Yuhao only has the cultivation level of soul sect but don't really die. They are still very interested in what Huo Yuhao said about the method of going to the outside world to have a look outside. This cruel fact can no longer be avoided. Although there is no need for ice and fire to alchemize the body, but Huo Yuhao needs soul bones. He did this, of course, not to show off, but to prepare for something under the spring. The immortals and Tang San didn't know how the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were formed, but Huo Yuhao knew it clearly. This is not a naturally formed place, but the burial place of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The corpse of the Ice and Fire Dragon King fell here. After the death of the Dragon God King, his divine power still remained. The spring water was only formed by some of the power that escaped from his remains. This is the true origin of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, one of the 3 treasure bowls. Even the Dragon God King is a soul beast. When you die, you will naturally get soul rings and soul bones. During the Douluo period, Tang Wulin entered the dragon tomb. The trunk bone of the mountain dragon king obtained after the 1,000 days of dragon burial was enough to prove this theoretically. Even the dragon god should be able to drop soul bones, of course. After so much time has passed, the ice and fire dragon king's spirit ring is definitely gone, but the soul bone will not. In the absence of external force to forcibly destroy it, the soul bone can be regarded as a long-lasting heirloom. Soul bones are eternal, and one piece will be passed down forever, not to mention the god-level soul bones. The speed of time in the Dragon Tomb small world is much faster than that in Douluo continent, but the mountain dragon king's trunk bone was still as new when Tang Wulin absorbed it. This can be seen, therefore, the purpose of Huo Yuhao's trip. In addition to using Wangchuan Qiashulu to speed up the cultivation of spiritual power, the purpose is to try to obtain the remains after the fall of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. End of this chapter. Chapter 212. The plan to destroy the soul beast is. Although Huo Yuhao thought so, but in fact, it is not that easy to obtain the soul bone of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Just give it a try. This brings us to the settings of the Ice and Fire Dragon King and the Dragon God. However, in the information Huo Yuhao knew, the settings about the Dragon God had been changed again and again. That adult has too many boomerangs, and Dao San is the leader of all soul beasts. The Dragon God still has a great and glorious image because he failed in the great war with the gods in the divine realm and was suppressed by the King of Gods. He was finally split into two and became the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, but in the back of Dao Si the Dragon God became a pure clown due to a series of reasons. The Dragon God took the biggest blame. Dragon God, the king will bear the burden. The king will bear the responsibility because the Dragon God failed in his attempt to reach a realm above the God King. He went mad and killed all his younger brothers and the many human gods who came to stop him. Finally, the Dragon God who woke up felt that he had committed a serious sin, so he asked old Shura to split him into two. The Golden Dragon King was suppressed in the Douluo God realm for his negative emotions, while the Silver Dragon King ran to the lower world of Douluo continent for his positive emotions in order to atone for his sins. The Dragon God even set a restriction that animals cannot become gods within the Douluo God realm. What? The plan to destroy the soul beasts was made by Lord Dragon God. It is truly amazing wisdom. Of course, Huo Yuhao has no way of knowing which specific situation it is now, but neither setting can affect him at present because no matter which version it is, the strength of the Ice and Fire Dragon King during his lifetime was undoubtedly a god-level combat power. In other words, although the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings have fallen for many years, the dragon souls of these two people are likely not yet completely dissipated. If the bones are removed rashly, it is likely to cause huge changes. At this time, at the bottom of the ice spring, Huo Yuhao's mental power spread out, but was wrapped by the sticky spring water and could only extend to a few dozen meters. Sure enough, the spiritual power of the tangible and intangible level alone was still unable to penetrate the spring water that contained the divine power of the two dragon kings. With no other options, Huo Yuhao could only call his parents. Following the guidance of Master Yi, Huo Yuhao indeed discovered the complete remains of the Ice Dragon King, which were hundreds of meters long. Good news, god-level soul bones exist, and have not yet solidified into specific parts. They can form soul bones that Huo Yuhao has never possessed, just like 100,000-year soul beast. Bad news, on the surface of the dragon corpse, more specifically, at the head of the dragon corpse, a barrier formed by divine power blocked Huo Yuhao's investigation. The same is true at the bottom of Yanquan. The head of the dragon corpse is the core of the dragon. The dragon head alone is dozens of meters long. If Huo Yuhao wants to obtain soul bones, he needs to refine the core of the dragon corpse by himself, or communicate with its remaining dragon soul to let it form soul bones on its own. To achieve the former, Huo Yuhao's current strength is not enough with the strength of Soul Sect. Doing such a thing in the opponent's home ground, Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, is it risking their lives? Yanquan may still have a chance, but Yanquan is completely out of the question. If Huo Yuhao wanted to do the latter, he didn't have the background like Tang Wulin in Douluo nowadays. Perhaps the only one who can successfully control the remaining soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King is the Silver Dragon King. Alex also concluded that there were indeed soul fragments remaining in the two dragon corpses. Similarly, Mr. Yu also gave a feasible solution, that is to bring the dragon corpse to the undead plane, and after eliminating the opponent's home advantage, there will be a chance to complete the refining with the current strength, but doing so would undoubtedly destroy the unique treasure of the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Huo Yuhao thought about it and rejected this tempting idea since it is impossible to remove the bones successfully now. Let's leave it for the future anyway. The Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire are right here and you can't run away, of course. It's coming. Huo Yuhao had no intention of returning empty-handed. Ice and Fire body training. Start. This yin-yang eye of ice and fire is filled with extremely rich ice and fire elements and pure energy of heaven and earth coupled with the divine power that has been oozing out from the two corpses over the years. There is no doubt that its effectiveness in assisting cultivation is naturally excellent if a soul master with ice-fire attributes can refine enough spring water into his body in a specific way and digest it smoothly. He can completely transform himself and even have the opportunity to reach the ultimate realm. Of course, this is something that is almost impossible to do generally speaking. Even a titled Douluo soul master would have a hard time escaping if he fell into the eyes of yin and yang. Even a soul master with an ultimate martial soul of ice or fire attributes can only stay in a spring with the same attributes for a short period of time if you drink the spring water rashly. The only consequence will be explosion and death. Even a powerful being like the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't withstand the attack of the Yangquan spring water, let alone a human soul master. It can be said that if ice and fire are absorbed alone, they will quickly destroy the soul master's body. But if they are absorbed at the same time and the two energies reach a balanced state, they can temper the soul master's body and improve his physical fitness. This is also the principle of ice and fire alchemy. Fiery apricot and star anise ice grass. When these two extreme herbs are put together, they will neutralize each other and their toxicity will be greatly reduced, and that is the only chance to take them. After taking it, the two toxins of ice and fire change from mutually repelling each other to complementing each other, just like a small yin-yang eye of ice and fire, which has the effect of transforming the body. With the help of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire from the outside world, it finally achieves the effect of being immune to water and fire. Huo Yuhao naturally had no intention of seeking death by drinking spring water. He has come this far thanks to his own talent and hard work, as well as a little help from the achievement system eating strength immortal goo. Let me see your limit. In the center of the spring, at the junction of icy white and scarlet red, Huo Yuhao used the vitality of the ancient golden tree that he had stored earlier to activate the strength-eating immortal goo. At this moment, a vortex formed around Huo Yuhao, continuously absorbing the energy in the fiery spring and the ice spring into the immortal goo, and then transformed it into suitable energy for Huo Yuhao to absorb. In this way, the muscles and bones gradually became stronger, the meridians continued to widen, and the soul power in the body continued to flow like a surging river as his physical fitness improved. Huo Yuhao's soul power also increased rapidly after reaching the tangible and intangible spiritual realm. He no longer had to worry about the limitations of the ultimate attributes on his cultivation speed. Of course, even with the immortal goo cheat, the pain is inevitable and will not be reduced by a single step by taking shortcuts. Looking closely, Huo Yuhao's skin, as white as jade, had now become like the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. One part was glowing bright red, while the other part was an extremely cold pale white. At this moment, veins on Huo Yuhao's body were bulging and his body was shaking uncontrollably, but he did not utter a word. He still had a blank expression on his face. The icy white and scarlet red lights flowed back and forth on his body, and Huo Yuhao's aura became stronger and stronger as time passed. The red and white on Huo Yuhao's skin began to fade gradually, but the light on Huo Yuhao's body became stronger and stronger as if a blessing had come to him. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes at this time. He had already reached the state of being immune to water and fire, but the effect of the strength eating immortal goo is not just that ice and fire condensed ring. With the help of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the second soul ring of the ice soul body gradually formed, and immediately turned from black to red, and its age instantly reached 100,000 years. A terrifyingly low temperature, much lower than before, spread out from Huo Yuhao's body, even freezing his Yangquan immediately afterwards. Pieces of crystal clear, ice blue, diamond-shaped dragon scales that looked like crystals grew out of Huo Yuhao's body. Ice soul body mimicry. Ice Dragon King. Huo Yuhao jumped out of the spring and felt the changes in himself after this deluxe version of ice and fire body refining. The second soul ring of the ice soul body was formed. Huo Yuhao's soul power level soared from level 45 to level 50. His physical fitness had also improved from Soul Saint level to the top Soul Douluo level, and he was already able to withstand 100,000-year soul ring. As for the improvement of the ice soul body, obtaining a second soul ring of 100,000 years was a pleasant surprise, and Huo Yuhao could continue to use the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to increase its age. After reaching the realm of being immune to water and fire, Huo Yuhao no longer needed to use the strength-eating immortal goo and could use the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to practice, but his efficiency was much slower. Although there is not much improvement in ice control ability, the physical combat power is greatly increased after switching to the Ice Dragon King mimicry. In the mimicry state, the ice soul body itself is Huo Yuhao's body, and with a revealed mimicry martial soul, the effects of the two are superimposed of course. Huo Yuhao believed that the strongest form of the ice soul body was definitely the spirit true body. It's a pity that only the first time of ice and fire body training will bring the most benefits. The remaining effects are not that great otherwise. Huo Yuhao would continue to activate the immortal Gu. The last time he took advantage of the ancient golden tree, Huo Yuhao got 10 opportunities to activate the immortal Gu with all his strength. Now, it is only used once. The plan was successfully accomplished, and Huo Yuhao did not plan to stay here any longer. Yao Xiang Kilo, who had been guarding nearby, saw Huo Yuhao come out successfully and said, "Yuhao, no matter what, you have passed our test. You can also take away the 7 herbs you need from us, then I'll take the fiery apricot's fiery glue. I have a friend who needs its help. As for the other 6, I'll need them later." Huo Yuhao nodded. It seems that these magical herbs are still wise and capable people. Any of these will do. Why don't you want my elixir? It can cure all kinds of poisons. It's very useful. The Yaxiang Kilo elixir actually had a flavor of self-promotion. Huo Yuhao shook his head. This is of no use to me at the moment. This is also the truth. With his second martial soul, the ice soul body, ordinary poisons have no effect on Huo Yuhao at all. Yaxiang Kilo Xianpin said, "What about the ice rainbow of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass? That is a very suitable Xianpin for you, and it will be of great benefit to your cultivation." Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "Yao, this isn't what you want to talk about, right?" Seeing that her idea was discovered, the big pink flower shook her head and said, "I still can't hide it from you. I want to ask about the method you mentioned to go to the outside world to see it." After saying this, Yao also hurriedly added, "Of course, I'm asking for others. I don't have such an idea myself. Even if you have this idea, I guess the immortal herbs present won't let you go, right? Without the fragrant silk, how can we resist the poisonous miasma of B-scale?" Huo Yuhao glanced at the plant spirit beasts present and said loudly, "I have 2 methods, but one will take a long time, while the other method can be completed right now. The first method is naturally for me to take action and directly resolve the green scale poison miasma outside. Of course, even if you want me to do this, you have to wait until my strength reaches a certain level. The second method is the soul method." Huo Yuhao explained the effects of the soul contract and even pulled out Yan Meng, who was about to go to sleep in the spiritual space, as an example. "Think about it carefully. Next time I come here, if any of you are willing to become a human spirit, I will help you find a suitable host. Unlike animal soul beasts, plant soul beasts, after becoming soul spirits, will not dissipate with a host like animal soul beasts even if the host dies, but can be reborn on the spot with the help of energy bodies. Therefore, Huo Yuhao believes that there will still be a market." Looking at the immortal grass that was ready to move, Huo Yuhao took away the incandescent glue and left. Under the influence of Huo Yuhao, the 2 soul skills brought by the Ice Dragon King's second soul ring can be described as simple and crude. One is the Ice Emperor's Sword, also known as the Emperor's Sword. Similar to Ho Gua's Emperor's Sword, Ice Extreme unparalleled in the original novel, it can form an extremely sharp ice sword with an ultimate icy aura. Of course, it can also condense into ice skates. Another one is Ice Limit. After being activated, Huo Yuhao's overall attributes can be doubled, and the power of his ultimate ice can be greatly increased. They are all very strong skills. Returned to Shrek Academy and submitted the supervision task. Huo Yuhao returned to his dormitory. Coincidentally, Ma Xiaotao was among them. Seeing Huo Yuhao's return, she was a little embarrassed at first, and then she said, "Yuhao, you are finally back. My evil fire seems to be coming back again." "Huo Yuhao, are you suffering from the evil fire? How about you put my clothes away first before we talk?" "Sister Xiao Tao, actually, the reason I went out this time was because I found a way to help you break through to the ultimate fire." Huo Yuhao grinned, but saw the hesitation that could not be concealed on Ma Xiaotao's face. "Sister Xiaotao, is there any problem?" "It's not a big problem, but if I break through to the ultimate fire, will there be any remnants of the Phoenix evil fire?" Ma Xiaotao asked tentatively. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao added, "After all, we were able to temper our bodies with evil fire before. Although the effect is not so good now, it is still somewhat useful after all." The Episode 1 Most hope evil fire will stay. Huo Yuhao shook his head, looking a little strange. "Sister Xiao Tao, my method can elevate you to the ultimate fire level, but before that, I need to completely suppress the evil fire in your body. In other words, we need to have an in-depth discussion first. You should understand what I mean, right? Speaking of this, Huo Yuhao was actually a little embarrassed. I feel like I'm taking advantage of someone's misfortune. I should have brought coxcomb sunflower earlier. Unexpectedly, Maziao's eyes lit up immediately. Why didn't you say so earlier? She was still worried that without the excuse of the evil fire, she would have no reason to come here in the future. Now it seems that Miu Miu has come to his senses and no longer needs this reason, so Maziao pounced over. Let me take a shower first. Let's wash together. Ahem. The following plot will be omitted for 4,000 words. Sorry for posting late. Saturday's update will be as usual. End of this chapter. Chapter 213. Huo Yuhao is captured. Achievement triggered. Achieve Maziao's ice and fire achievement and receive the love lock goo as a reward. Locking emotion goo, a 5th level goo worm that can lock all the emotions of the soul master under any circumstances and will not be moved by external things. Evaluation. The heart is as pure as ice. The next day, Poseidon Island, Huo Yuhao's dormitory. A graceful body was lying on the wide bed. The woman was hugging the quilt, revealing her heavy conscience and plump, white thighs. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, shining on the woman's neck and collarbone covered with red marks, revealing a pure white glow. Maziao yawned and sat up in a daze. There was a blush on her beautiful white face, like the morning glow reflecting on the snow, and her pink eyes were full of spring waves, filled with satisfaction after making love. A little bit of cuteness combined with the charm of a new woman makes her look like a blooming flower, extremely moving. Her brain seemed to be a little stuck, and she drew circles for a long time before she finally finished reinstalling and starting up after understanding what happened last night. Maziao stretched lazily. In a relatively precocious world like Douluo continent, people like Maziao are almost becoming older leftover women. This can be seen from her nickname in the inner courtyard. Alone after finally finding someone she likes, Maziao will not let him go, and she has already prepared for all the scary things. This kid finally got it. Shaking her head and sighing, looking at the empty dormitory, Maziao's gaze slowly fell on the pillow of the bed. She simply buried her head in it, feeling the cool smell entering her nostrils, and her mood slowly calmed down. Just before yesterday, for some unknown reason, it was clear that the relationship between her and Huo Yuhao was just a matter of breaking through, but this last step had not been achieved. Huo Yuhao said, I just traveled through time not long ago, and my ideas haven't come to terms with it yet. I can only say that the average people in Douluo continent are developing at an extremely fast rate, and it is worthy of being called the continent of love. At first, Maziao didn't feel anxious. Although the matching mechanism is very superior, the two can be said to be a match made in heaven. But after all, there is still a 6 or 7 year age difference between her and Huo Yuhao. Maziao thought that there was still a lot of time and she could afford to wait, so she could develop it slowly and everything would come naturally. But as Huo Yuhao's ability to flirt with other women began to show, Maziao saw it all and felt anxious. She was also worried and wished she could execute Huo Yuhao on the spot, but it was a long time ago. Because of the extreme special attack of ice against fire, Huo Yuhao's strength has surpassed Maziao. Every time he came to dispel the evil fire, Maziao would be the first to be defeated. Every time she had evil thoughts, under the suppression of Huo Yuhao's domain, Maziao would directly enter the sage realm naturally. There is no chance to take the initiative in the end. Maziao just gave in. It was not until yesterday that Huo Yuhao took the initiative to hint. Maziao immediately attacked on the spot and took down Huo Yuhao. They were attracted to each other and had an indulgent and happy night. Thinking of this, Maziao's cheeks flushed. It's quite impressive. They say there is no land where pairs go bad, but yesterday's victory was indeed the defeat of Maziao. She was so happy last night that she burst into tears. It seems like it wouldn't be a problem if we had a few more sisters together. At this time, Maziao thought of her senior sister. According to what her master secretly revealed, Zhang Lexun was actually assigned a certain task by Master Mu. Because of her slow progress with the help of teaching, the relationship between Zhang Lexun and Huo Yuhao is getting better and better, and they may even have started to go beyond friendship. This is also the main source of Maziao's sense of crisis. Who can reject the proactive senior sister? Maziao put herself in Huo Yuhao's shoes and thought that if she were Huo Yuhao, she would definitely not be able to refuse the considerate yet heroic senior sister. As for other threats, Maziao felt that they were not to be feared, whether it is Wang Dongjie, Xiao, Wu Feng, Ning Yan, Ling Lujin, or even Ryu's Menghongchen smile. No one can fight. I am already too far ahead. Yuhao's first time was taken by me, Mazaya Ateo. Thinking of this, Mazaya Ateo couldn't help but hug the quilt and kiss the cricket pupa for a while. Her joy was beyond words. Squeak! The door was pushed open, and Huo Yuhao returned to the dormitory with a breakfast provided by the inner courtyard. After seeing that Mazaya Ateo had woken up, he smiled and said, "Get up and eat first, Sister Zaya Ateo. Let's talk about your method of breaking through the ultimate fire while we eat." "Well, I'm going to take a shower and get ready first." "It is good, Ma." Zaya Ateo jumped out of bed confidently, took a shower, took out a new set of clothes from the storage soul guide and put them on, then sat on the sofa next to Huo Yuhao and picked up the big meat buns specially provided for the inner courtyard to replenish her energy. Huo Yuhao's fingertips flowed along the fiery red, smooth long hair, and he said slowly, "You should know the legend about the immortal grass. This time I went out on a mission and obtained the essence of a 100,000-year-old immortal grass." Huo Yuhao did not explain everything in detail. He mainly introduced to Mazaya Ateo the effects of the fiery apricot and the conditions for advancing to the ultimate fire. If Mazaya Ateo wants to completely transform into a soul master with ultimate attributes, there are two ways. The first one is to accept the evil fire, accept the evil attributes in the martial soul and become a black phoenix, but this path has long been silently extinguished by Huo Yuhao. The second method is to purify the martial soul. After removing the evil attributes in the martial soul, you can then raise the phoenix flame to turn it into a real fire phoenix. Simply removing the evil fire will not cure the root cause because the evil attributes in the martial soul are still there. The evil fire will come back sooner or later. It was also because Huo Yuhao was so powerful that he could easily suppress and eliminate the evil fire. Otherwise, Mazaya Ateo's cultivation during this period would never have been so smooth in the past. When Huo Yuhao was not around, Mazaya Ateo had to suppress the evil attributes in her martial soul at all times to prevent her own sanity from being eroded. This resulted in her combat effectiveness and training speed being greatly reduced in the eyes of yin and yang. In fact, there are two magical herbs that are very suitable for Mazaya Ateo. One is naturally the fiery apricot, and the other is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower taken by Ma Hongjian, one of the original 7 monsters. Although both can solve Mazaya Ateo's evil fire problem, the situations are somewhat different. After all, when Ma Hongjian took the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, it only purified the martial soul and flame, which had the effect of purifying the martial soul, but failed to reach the ultimate fire. Therefore, relying solely on the essence of the coxcomb sunflower, it is highly likely that it will not be able to help Mazaya Ateo reach the level of ultimate fire in one go. It can only solve the problem of evil fire once and for all. In comparison, if it was the more domineering fiery apricot, it would only take the same approach as in the original novel, for Huo Yuhao to manually remove the evil fire from Mazaya Ateo's body first, and then absorb the fairy grass to fill the gap. Not only can it purify the martial soul, it can also allow Mazaya Ateo to reach the ultimate fire, leaving aside the subsequent souls. At the moment, the first choice is naturally fiery apricot Jaya Oshu. Of course, the specific situation depends on the specific analysis. After Huo Yuhao temporarily eliminates the evil fire, he needs to communicate with Mulao and others to let Shrek bleed a little and prepare some things to assist Mazaya Ateo in breaking through. After all, in the original novel, Mazaya Ateo was hit by the Sword of Judgment in the Soul Master competition. Although she was transformed into the Black Phoenix, she also successfully brought her fire attribute to the extreme level. But now, Mazaya Ateo did not experience the same event. Although she had the help of the left arm bone of the Red Flame Golden Phoenix, the Phoenix evil fire was still a little far from its extreme. "So, that's the situation, Ma," Zaya Ateo said in surprise. "So, if I can successfully reach the ultimate fire, I am now a soul sage, so I don't have to worry about the restriction of the ultimate martial soul training speed being slowed down, right?" "Really, Huo?" Yuhao thought for a moment and said, "However, even if you succeed, your Phoenix flame still has a lot of room for improvement. Apart from the pure high temperature, it is highly unlikely that you will awaken any ultimate talent. If there is a ranking for ultimate attributes, it will probably be ranked at the bottom." Mazaya Ateo gave Huo Yuhao a wink, asking him not to speak the truth. "I will be satisfied if I can reach the ultimate. You can enjoy the ultimate amplitude without being restricted by the cultivation of the ultimate martial spirit. There is such a good thing. Question mark. Mazaya Ateo felt that she was getting better and that she had not endured the evil fire for so many years in vain. Huo Yuhao smiled. There will be more things for you to be happy about later when the time comes. There are 2 suitable 100,000-year-old immortal grass souls. It can also take the phoenix flame a step further afterwards. Mazaya Ateo opened her arms and gave Huo Yuhao a big, seamless hug. Her plump body pressed against Huo Yuhao's, making him feel a little suffocated. Mazaya Ateo kissed him hard on the face. Don't talk, kissed me. Thus, the battle began again, and just like that, a few days passed. The 2 people who were obsessed with eliminating evil fire finally remembered the real business. We also need to help Mazaya Ateo break through the limit. Although Mazaya Ateo was reluctant to let go of the evil fire, she still had to say goodbye to it. This is a necessary sacrifice for the ultimate martial spirit. What's more, Mazaya Ateo felt that with the current relationship, she no longer needed any reason to cover up. Besides, with Huo Yuhao's current soul Douluo level physical fitness, the effect of this ice and fire body refining is better than nothing. It just so happens that Shrek is already fully prepared. The elders of Poseidon Pavilion attach great importance to Mazaya Ateo's improvement of soul power to the ultimate attribute. Once Mazaya Ateo succeeds, the Academy will have 2 younger generations with ultimate attributes, which is a huge joy. As for the origin of the magic grass, Moon and his companions naturally kept it a secret and did not deliberately pursue it. The fact that Huo Yuhao could take out the magic grass was enough to show how much he valued Mazaya Ateo and Shrek. Great. Needless to say, after discussion, 2 resolutions were immediately passed. One was to formally approve the proposal to make Huo Yuhao the sole successor to the Sigurd Pavilion Master. The elders had no objection originally. This was just a verbal agreement. Moon originally planned to push this matter forward slowly over the next few years. After all, Huo Yuhao's achievements are still somewhat insufficient. And coupled with his spirit power level, it is still difficult for him to convince others. That's why Moon thought about waiting a little longer. I still have some life left in this old bone of mine. It was not until Moon learned from Yan Xiao's that Huo Yuhao's current soul power level had reached level 50. Although I have already guessed that this was definitely done with the help of the magic herb. Although we know that Huo Yuhao's cultivation speed has always been very fast, but Moon was shocked again. After only 6 years of practice, he has reached the realm of Quasi-Soul King. Because of his ultimate martial spirit, his cultivation speed has been slowed down. It's really terrifying. Will he let other people live? Oh, this is Shrek's genius. That's alright, this is the lucky son of this generation. God-level talent. It is definitely the potential to become a god. We must definitely increase the stakes for Shrek again. If Huo Yuhao wasn't too young, his strength wouldn't be enough. Moon wanted nothing more than to abdicate and let someone else take over here. Yuhao, it would be better for you to be the leader of the Sea God Pavilion. As for the other resolution, the Academy will take out a large number of precious fire-attributed treasures from its collection and build a temporary training place for Mazaya Ateo to break through. Among them there are even several fire-attribute soul bones of good age and quality. Of course, this place of cultivation is not a one-time thing. Mazaya Ateo's breakthrough will only consume some of the fire-attributed treasures, and the rest, such as soul bones, can be successfully recovered. This kind of place for cultivation is an upgraded version of the meditation room of the Golden Ancient Tree, relying on many fire-attributed treasures. A fire-attributed element meditation circle is formed to mobilize the elemental power of heaven and earth. Of course, this elemental meditation circle is also built next to the Ancient Golden Tree. The help of the Ancient Golden Tree is also indispensable. In this way, Mazaya Ateo can maximize the benefits she gains. It is a bit like an extremely simplified version of the Yanquin in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, the kind that can be absorbed. Huo Yuhao looked at Mazaya Ateo, who was sitting cross-legged in the elemental circle meditating, and nodded. Maybe the title of the weakest and most extreme can be taken off Mazaya Ateo's head. In fact, in the history of soul masters, when humans awaken their martial souls, they cannot directly awaken the ultimate martial soul. Maybe someone will be able to do it in the future, but it's not possible in this era. Including several ultimate soul masters recorded in the history of Shrek Academy, all of them achieved breakthroughs after birth. However, they are not as miserable as Mazaya Ateo, who is always troubled by evil fire, and because he was born in Shrek Academy, he cannot turn evil. If you want to break through to the limit, you have to cut off one of your arms first to get rid of the evil fire. This is also the reason why Huo Yuhao said that after Mazaya Ateo reached the ultimate fire, she might not awaken her ultimate talent. As time goes by in the elemental meditation circle, countless fire attribute treasures seem to be burning, emitting brilliant red light at the same time. The temperature around was rising rapidly. The rich fluctuations of fire element began to rise continuously. Ateo was in the middle of it, and her whole body was glowing a charming rose red. Seeing that the time had come, she took a deep breath and summoned her martial spirit. A red flame suddenly ignited on her body. Phoenix flame. End of this chapter. Chapter 214, The Ultimate, the Inheritance of the God of Fire. The rich fire-attributed energy of heaven and earth turned into rolling flames. The surrounding fire elements instantly resonated with Ateo's martial soul. Along with the breathing, a faint crimson light filled the area with a diameter of 20 meters. This scorching breath caused the onlookers to distance themselves at the same time. Although this transformation took place not far from the Poseidon Pavilion, Moon and a group of elders did not refuse other inner court disciples from watching it. There is no credit. There is also hard work during the days when Huo Yuhao fought bloody battles under the guidance of Yan Xiaos. Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro led the idle inner court disciples in the academy to construct this meditation element circle very open and without any intention of avoiding suspicion. After all, you can't learn anything just by watching. The core point of this elemental circle lies mainly in the resonance of 5 reusable top-level fire attribute soul bones, which was naturally handled by Yan Xiaos himself. Then comes the consumption of a large number of disposable fire attribute treasures. This kind of lavish financial approach not only serves to motivate students, it is more about paving the way for Ateo's future career as Yan Xiaos' eldest disciple. Ateo has almost been appointed as the next dean of the Wuhan department. The flaws of the evil fire phoenix martial spirit are well known in the inner court and are almost common knowledge. Our current goal is to change everyone's mindset. First, as for the senior sister Zhang Lexun, although she has lost the title of the successor of the Poseidon Pavilion Master, she has directly entered the Poseidon Pavilion to study, and will most likely take over the position of deputy head of the Zhuangzi supervisory group in the future. As for Huo Yuhao, he is just short of wearing the yellow robe, let alone seeing that the time was right. Moon waved his hand and instantly drew a ray of light from the ancient golden tree to where Ateo was next. How to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, then it all depends on Ateo herself. The time and place are right, but I want a complete transformation. The soul master still needs to exert his own energy. Huo Yuhao had no doubt at all about the power of the fiery glue. When he took this large piece of fiery glue from his defeated opponent, he almost drained all the remaining stalks of fiery apricot. The always proudly Huo Xingjia was willing to admit defeat and endure the humiliation. She just snorted and finally sighed. There is not a drop left. This is the essence of 100,000-year-old magical grass. In addition, Shrek had the method of constructing the elemental meditation circle that was passed down from the first-generation owner of the ultimate martial spirit. The success of martial soul transformation is a sure thing, of course. Putting aside the immortal grass, it is actually very difficult to advance to the ultimate martial soul. The key still depends on the person and the initial quality of the martial soul. Just like Ling Luchan, if there was no help from the magic grass and only Shrek took action, it would be far from enough for him to become the ultimate ice. Even without the help of the magical herbs brought by Huo Yuhao, Ateo still had a certain chance of transforming her martial soul. Of course, Huo Yuhao still needs to take action to suppress the evil fire before the process can proceed smoothly. Now, with the help of red glue for Ateo, if the odds are 100, the chance of failure is no more than 50%. So it is time for the evil fire to end. The temperature of the surrounding flames became increasingly terrifying. Ateo took out the hot glue and began to absorb it. The loud cry of a phoenix resounded under the gaze of everyone. A huge fire phoenix shadow condensed behind Ateo, and the crimson flames surged and gradually began to transform into golden red. The terrifying flames and heat waves were gathered around the fire phoenix. It seemed to be breathing and jumping with the gentle fluttering of the flaming wings. Moon attacked again, and a golden light shield separated them. Countless inner courtyard students and teachers took a deep breath. Horror. The power of the aftermath of the flames dozens of meters away alone has reached a level close to that of a soul saint. It is conceivable what kind of high temperature Ateo was enduring. At the center, the medicinal effect of the incandescent glue is extremely overbearing, and it resonates with the fire element in the outside world. The elemental circle began to exert its power. The fire element's energy continued to compress inwards and soon became viscous, looking like a place of magma. For a moment, the only color left in the golden light shield was red. The scene inside could not be seen from the outside, and Ateo's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Even if he used his soul power, he still couldn't see the figure inside. But this does not pose a problem for Huo Yuhao. With just a flash of his eyes, his sight penetrated through layers of obstacles and came in front of Ateo. This is naturally an application of the power of space. At the same time, Huo Yuhao's mental power was ready on standby at any time. If Ma Xiaotao encountered any accident during the process, he could help in time can be seen. Even though Ma Xiaotao had her martial spirit protecting her at this moment, layers of fine sweat continued to seep out from under her crystal-clear skin, flames flowed throughout her body, and a pattern of a crying phoenix appeared behind her. It's like rebirth from nirvana. This is not just an improvement in soul power, it is also the evolution of one's own bloodline and martial soul origin. Her delicate body trembled continuously, and it was a pain that went straight to her soul. Even Ma Xiaotao, who had been tortured by the evil fire for a long time, felt pain at this moment, but this is Ma Xiaotao's own choice, and she will not regret it. After learning that Shrek would bleed profusely, Huo Yuhao gave two options. One of them is to directly increase the soul power to the extreme level, thereby affecting the quality of the flame and achieving the ultimate fire. The other one is much more difficult, which is to improve the bloodline while meeting the above conditions. The reason why none of the descendants of the Shrek Academy's ultimate attribute soul masters thousands of years ago were able to awaken the ultimate level of martial spirits is that some of their martial spirits even degenerated. It is because when they were upgrading to the ultimate martial soul, they did not take into account improving the strength of their own bloodlines, and even unilaterally overdrawn the power of their bloodlines. However, soul power and bloodline are not on the same level. As long as the former's martial spirit meets the requirements, there will be a chance to reach perfection if there are certain opportunities, but the latter is difficult, and requires the help of a destiny-changing opportunity of the level of immortal herbs. But not everyone can be as lucky as Huo Yuhao in the original novel. With the help of Bingdi and Xian Meng, he directly obtained a complete and ultimate martial spirit that can be passed down to future generations. Ma Xiaotao was more greedy and resolutely chose the second path. Maybe she has some obsession with her offspring. After feeling Ma Xiaotao's determination, Huo Yuhao did not stop her anyway. With the two magical herbs of the yin-yang, eyes of ice and fire, as a backup, it doesn't matter even if the bloodline evolution fails. 7 hours passed quietly. Ma Xiaotao started her breakthrough at noon, and now it was already late at night. Many people had already returned home. After all, they couldn't see the scene inside the flames, so after the novelty wore off, it gradually dissipated. The only inner court students still present were Zhang Lexuan, Huo Yuhao and Han Ruoro, although it is not quite appropriate to describe them as students. In fact, it happened 6 hours ago. Ma Xiaotao's aura has undergone a drastic change at that time. The intensity of the flames jumping on her body began to rise rapidly, completely transforming from scarlet red to golden red in the area within a few meters around her. The ground was directly burned into dark red. This is the achievement of the ultimate fire. The reason why it took so long later was to evolve the bloodline relying on the characteristics of the fire phoenix and the remaining medicinal power of the incandescent glue. Ma Xiaotao launched the final attack. This charge lasted until late at night, and the process was much smoother than Huo Yuhao had imagined. Among them, of course, the magical grass played an indispensable role in helping. But the red flame golden phoenix absorbed by Ma Xiaotao's 7th soul ring also helped a lot. The soul rings and soul bones of the scarlet flame golden phoenix contain the precious phoenix bloodline. At the beginning, Ma Xiaotao was only a soul saint, but thanks to years of training with evil fire and the effects of ice and fire body training with Huo Yuhao, she could actually absorb a spirit ring of nearly 80,000 years if she gritted her teeth. The reason why he finally chose this red flame golden phoenix that was over 60,000 years old was because of the blood power it contained at that time. Yan Xiaozi had no idea that Huo Yuhao had the ability to obtain the magical herb naturally. It is necessary to consider the future path for disciples. You can't just rely on Huo Yuhao to suppress the evil fire from time to time for your whole life, right? At that moment, Yan Xiao's already had plans to help Ma Xiaotao advance to the ultimate level. In his plan, Ma Xiaotao only needed to find soul beasts with a certain amount of phoenix blood for the next 3 soul rings, and then she would be able to advance to the ultimate level with the help of Huo Yuhao and Shrek's elemental meditation circle. Soul beasts that meet the appropriate requirements are extremely rare. I finally got one, and it's still in good condition, so I naturally can't let it go. However, Yan Xiao's did not expect that the day when Ma Xiaotao would reach the pinnacle would come so soon. Of course, even if it successfully advanced to the ultimate level this time, the evil fire phoenix would transform into a fire phoenix. The subsequent 2 spirit rings still cannot be used at all. A soul beast with phoenix bloodline is still needed to stabilize the power of the bloodline. What a blessed child indeed. Feeling the gradually revealed pressure from the phoenix, Yan Xiao stroked his chin lightly and laughed heartily beside his teacher. It seems that it is time to put my retirement plan in place. As the soul guide device plan promulgated by Mr. Mu was gradually implemented, he as the face of the traditional Soul Master customs, was actually quite embarrassed. It would be better to return to Poseidon Pavilion to retire as soon as possible. Mr. Mew also showed a satisfied smile. The appearance of two geniuses with ultimate attributes and Shrek can be said to be completely stable. Shrek is now thriving. Hold head high. The loud and sonorous sound of the phoenix resounded through the sky and echoed. A strong golden red beam of light rose from the ground and rushed into the sky behind Mazaya-Ateo. A pair of huge golden red phoenix wings suddenly spread open. She flapped the wings behind her vigorously and rushed into the sky with her delicate body in an instant. The darkness was illuminated by thousands of flames of light. It seemed as if there was a new golden red sun in the night sky. The golden red light gradually faded, and Mazaya-Ateo's long fiery red hair sparkled in the night sky, and each strand looked like a drawn ruby. The delicate body slowly descended until it came in front of Huo Yuhao. She wrapped her arms around him and their necks intertwined. Mazaya-Ateo said excitedly, "Thank you, Yuhao." Ho Yuhao patted Mazaya-Ateo on the back and said, "Sister Zaya-Ateo, congratulations." Then he quietly reminded, "But you should put on your clothes first." After losing the flames, a large area of white skin was exposed. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao was considerate enough to attach a simulator to it in time to cover up her delicate body. Mazaya-Ateo blushed when she heard this. At this time, Yan Xiaos looked at the kissing interaction between the two and nodded, feeling as if he was taking advantage of his own cabbage. It is true that we produce and sell by ourselves. Being experienced, he naturally knew the changes that had taken place in his apprentice in recent days because of age factors. In addition, he had been intentionally or unintentionally instigating Mazaya-Ateo to do this kind of thing. Even someone as thick-skinned as Yan Xiaos couldn't help feeling a little guilty. However, Huo Yuhao also seemed to be enjoying it. Yan Xiaos's guilt instantly lessened a lot. He also wanted to hold his granddaughter as soon as possible. The raging flames were raging and burning, outlining a strange area tightly embraced by the raging flames. In this world of fire, the towering mountains stand like sharp swords, proudly standing in the boundless abyss of fire. There is a magnificent palace on the top of each mountain, and the palace located on the central main peak is even more majestic and spectacular. The outer walls of this palace appear to be built of flames, and as they burn and tumble, they contain the power of the law of fire that is enough to burn everything. This is the realm of gods. This world of sea of fire is the territory of the god of fire, the main god of the divine world and one of the 7 elemental gods. The palace on the central mountain is the fire temple belonging to the god of fire. Inside the fire god temple, a middle-aged man with a stern face sighed. He is the fire god of the world. Just now, the fire god's inherited artifact found a suitable successor for itself. At first, he was very excited. Although he had only ascended for a few decades, the god of fire had long since stopped wanting to stay in this rigid world of gods. He also wanted to find a suitable successor as soon as possible and go out and travel. But the inheritance of the throne is not a casual matter. In order to pass down the inheritance, there are certain rigid talent requirements for the inheritor, and over the years there is no qualified successor. Just now, the inherited artifact finally responded. After the divine sense explored the inherited artifact, the god of fire unexpectedly discovered that he could not identify the exact successor. All we know is that its coordinates are on Douluo star. I finally fell in love. But it failed so completely. Gaia. Speaking of Douluo star, it actually has a historical connection with the god of fire himself. It is said that the previous generation of fire god first set his sights on the current phoenix god, but later, perhaps because of his failure in the assessment, he became his choice. All I can say is that everything is destined. As two peerless geniuses in their own plane, he and his wife inherited the god of fire and the god of water respectively, and ascended to the realm of gods together. Only after entering the divine realm did they realize that this place was simply a sinkhole. Not only do they have to fulfill their duties as gods, they are even trapped in this stable world of gods and cannot escape even if they want to. Who can bear this? Colleagues are scheming against each other, and superiors are confronting each other. So what if I had eternal life? To be honest, it would be better to live in peace and happiness in the underworld. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have rushed up here in such a hurry. No wonder those two old guys, as soon as they found a suitable successor, thought of cheating and passing down the throne. This air is not locked by the artifact, which is very troublesome. The god of fire shook his head helplessly. The divine world in this trench was unchanging and too boring. Now that there was a chance for the throne to be passed on, he naturally would not let it go. But it's a bit too much after all. It is a divine weapon specially used for inheritance, but he can only lock onto Douluo star and doesn't even know the specific location of the inheritor. I feel like this matter might be related to someone in the divine world. Of course, he had no intention of criticizing that adult. After all, he was just a small first-level god with a family, and he was also thinking about finding his own successor position on that Douluo star. But don't worry, just observe first. If the inheritor himself is not of good quality, I will have to help secretly, which is very troublesome since the inherited artifact could be disturbed once. There would surely be a second time, so we would talk about it when the time came. It was also a good opportunity for my wife to take good care of the inheritor recently, so that we could run away together when the time came. As the majestic flames gathered, the figure of the god of fire disappeared among them, and the surging flames once again returned to calm. End of this chapter. Chapter 215, Inventory of Harvest, Artificial Spirit Ring, Part. A month later. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire brought a huge improvement to Huo Yuhao. Take the longing do and perform the deluxe version of ice and fire body training. Not only did Huo Yuhao's mental strength reach the level of being tangible and intangible, but his physical fitness also reached the level of a senior soul Douluo. With the shortcomings of the Lingmao martial soul being made up, its quality has reached the god level. The corresponding innate realm is awakened naturally. Huo Yuhao called it the realm of time and space. Within the coverage of the space-time domain, Huo Yuhao's own spiritual, time, and space attributes increase by 30%. His soul power consumption decreases by 30%. All attributes of the designated enemy are weakened by 30%. And all non-extreme attributes within the domain are suppressed currently, like the beaming Bingpo realm. The maximum coverage range of the space-time domain is a range of 500 meters, centered on itself. Moreover, the weakening of the domain is free of consumption just like the ice soul domain. Even if Mazaya Ateo has now reached the level of the ultimate fire, Huo Yuhao can rely on the ice soul domain to weaken the ultimate fire and easily deprive her of the ultimate state as long as the opponent does not have similar domain skills to counter. Huo Yuhao can rely on the ice soul domain to weaken the opponent unconditionally and without consumption. This is the special attack against fire. After all, the ice soul field can weaken the mental power and martial soul attributes of the designated enemy by 20%. When facing an enemy with fire attribute, the attribute weakening effect is doubled. The same is true in the realm of space and time. Even without the help of the poisonous insect, Huo Yuhao could keep the domain active. The second awakening of his martial soul also brought two skills to Huo Yuhao. The left eye controls time, the right eye controls space. The left eye is naturally the moment after completion. Huo Yuhao calls it reverse time because the left eye at this moment has an additional ability to slow down time. Huo Yuhao can speed up himself, slow down a designated enemy, or even do both at the same time. The time deceleration has the same limit as moment, and because Huo Yuhao has not yet obtained the fifth soul ring, the maximum speed is still 4 times. After Huo Yuhao reached 4 times acceleration and the enemy reached 4 times deceleration, the gap was enough to reach a full 16 times. It can be said that he kills one person every 10 steps and leaves no trace in 1,000 miles before the enemy could even react. Huo Yuhao could complete the amazing move of taking the enemy's head as for the ability of his right eye. Huo Yuhao called it divine power. The right eye brought Huo Yuhao a small world, which was a powerful ability with many uses. The effect is similar to Obito's Kamui Sharingan ability in the previous Naruto comics. At present, in addition to storage and virtualizing oneself, partially virtualizing oneself, one can enter a small world to avoid external attacks. Huo Yuhao can also use the expansion of the space-time field to summon part of his small world into the real world and achieve spatial suppression and conjunction. He is strong and domineering, and only a titled Douluo can contend with him on this basis. If the enemy is within the range of Huo Yuhao's space-time domain, all of his spatial abilities will be suppressed and difficult to use, basically prohibiting the opponent from launching any space-related skills, such as teleportation and position change. Of course, the effect of accelerating himself and virtualizing the space is good, and the energy consumed by Huo Yuhao on himself is not much if he wanted to slow down time on high-level enemies, or summon a small world to suppress space. It would inevitably consume Huo Yuhao's own vitality. The consumption of vitality is the characteristic of using the second awakening of the gold-level body martial soul, which is why the second awakening of the gold-level body martial soul is so powerful. This is equivalent to igniting the fire of life in another way. For example, Super Douluo like Du Bu Si and Zhuan Lao, who are at level 98, once they ignite the fire of life at all costs, the power they unleash is enough to make them have the strength to compete head-on with the extreme Douluo. Of course, if the vitality is not replenished in time, it will only be a flash in the pan and will not last long. However, the consumption of vitality, which is an extremely heavy price for others, is actually nothing for Huo Yuhao because of the fusion of the gold of life. Huo Yuhao's vitality is extremely strong and can be said to be inexhaustible if his own life level had not reached a god level. Huo Yuhao would only need to consume his own vitality to use the random immortal goo. Moreover, the chili immortal goo also got a lot of wool from the golden ancient tree, which can also be used to replenish the body's deficiencies. Just sprinkle some water. It can be said that the mere appearance of the virtual divine power has already made Huo Yuhao invincible. Moreover, this time the harvest is more than that. Just using the chili immortal goo and relying on the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King and the Yin-Yang Eyes to condense the second soul ring of the Ice Soul body is already an unimaginable opportunity. Originally, after the soul system was gradually improved, Huo Yuhao and Yi Lao were ready to start researching artificial soul rings. Of course, it was Master Yi who proposed the idea, and Huo Yuhao himself put it into practice. After all, the old man is just a wisp of spiritual consciousness, and what he can do is limited. So Huo Yuhao has to do it himself. This often made Huo Yuhao sigh that he did not have enough time, especially the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, which made Huo Yuhao's soul power level soar directly from level 45 to level 50. It's been less than half a month. Then think about how I have been meditating hard for so long, but have only increased my soul power by about 1 level. The gap is imaginable. Although it is said that hard work is not as good as opportunity, and opportunity is not as good as cheating, but Huo Yuhao thought that his cheat was still relatively small. At least, the use of poisonous insects is subject to many restrictions and has been localized. Fortunately, with the latest version of the meditation technique, Huo Yuhao now only needs to meditate for 8 hours at night to complete a day's practice. During this month, Huo Yuhao also perfected the meditation method that best suited him. Huo Yuhao called it the Void Sutra. In fact, the castrated version of Zhuanshan Guang and Shrek's secret meditation technique have little difference in the efficiency of soul power operation, and are basically the strongest techniques on the continent on the path of this meridian. Due to the transformation of the ice soul body, Huo Yuhao, who is the innate Dao body of the Douluo version, simply optimized the path of soul power circulation to the most suitable method for himself. Relying on his own strong meridians and powerful talents, Huo Yuhao focused more on improving his skills in terms of the efficiency of absorbing external energy in this way. He created the Void Sutra. The principle is simply to make use of Huo Yuhao's special talent and mental strength advantage, and at the same time communicate the heaven and earth elemental force of the small world in the right eye in this world. To perform double meditation, it was also because of this that Huo Yuhao's enchanting talent was finally satisfied. The soul power that a soul master can cultivate through a day of meditation actually has an upper limit, and is limited by mental strength, soul power, physical fitness, talent, etc. This is why most soul masters have no desire to pursue more powerful skills. After all, in their opinion, meditation alone is enough. Shrek's special version only reduces the time inner court disciples need to meditate during the day, allowing them to spend more time on improving their combat power. But Huo Yuhao was embarrassed because of the extraordinary talent brought by the ice soul body martial spirit and the powerful mental strength. Huo Yuhao has actually never been able to reach the so-called upper limit of meditation. Afterwards, relying on the help of the Xianun Baolian Gu and Yuanqi, he continued to practice, which barely satisfied Huo Yuhao's needs for practice. Now, times have changed again. The emergence of the Void Sutra allowed Huo Yuhao to achieve optimal training efficiency with only 8 hours of concentrated meditation. Plus, meditation can actually replace sleep. Thus, the modification of the exercises came to an end. Let's talk about artificial spirit rings again. Sorry, I am not on the right state to write today. I keep changing it. There is another chapter of 2K to be released tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 216, Inventory of Harvest, Artificial Spirit Ring, Part. Since the first day the profession of Soul Master was born, artificial soul rings have been the dream of all soul masters. Huo Yuhao was naturally also very interested in artificial spirit rings because he knew the inherent flaws of the soul spirits cannot fundamentally solve the problem of hostility between soul masters and soul beasts. At most, they can only delay the outbreak of conflicts. Only artificial soul rings can touch the core of the contradiction. When it comes to artificial spirit rings, we have to talk about the composition of the spirit rings. Although the soul ring itself is a highly condensed and compressed energy, the energy contained in it can be expressed in more forms than just soul power. When the soul experiment was conducted relying on the knowledge learned from the Forbidden Library in the inner courtyard, Huo Yuhao, under the guidance of Master Yi, conducted research for a period of time using a large number of soft-bone rabbits and certain soul beasts as samples. After almost getting sick of the roasted rabbit, Huo Yuhao discovered that the creation of spirit rings on Douluo continent was not based on any profound principles. The soul ring is mainly composed of 2 parts, the soul power shell and the soul skill pattern. Generally, when a soul master wants to activate a soul skill, He inputs his own soul power into the soul ring, converts the soul power into soul skills through the soul skill patterns, and releases it. Moreover, the soul master's own martial soul will also affect the way the soul skills are released. It can be said that there are no useless soul skills, only useless soul masters. When soul masters are weak, they cannot feel and control the original power, so they can only use soul skills mechanically. After becoming a soul saint and possessing a martial soul true body, the soul master begins to comprehend the origin of his own martial soul, and can gradually use the origin of his own martial soul to influence the effect of releasing soul skills based on this. A series of secret skills, secret methods, and self-created soul skills have been derived. At least, those high-level soul masters with solid background do more than just use soul skills in a rigid way. Let's talk about the composition of soul rings analogous to a soul guide. The soul power shell is the shell of the soul guide. The soul skill pattern is the core formation of the soul guide, and its importance is self-evident. The soul power shell is naturally produced by the soul power of the soul beast, serving as the main framework of the soul ring. The patterns of soul skills are more complicated. It can be said that they are composed of the bloodline, origin, and soul of the soul beast. They are the most important part of the soul ring. As for how the soul skill patterns are formed, then we have to talk about the formation of soul rings. As we all know, after a soul beast dies, its soul ring will explode, and it may also produce soul bones. The principle is this: in the vast majority of cases after a soul beast dies, in addition to leaving behind a corpse, most of its soul power should leave its body and merge into the world along with the death of the soul beast. But under the requirements of Douluo rules, a part of the soul power will automatically condense into a soul power shell. After the soul power shell is formed, it will pull in the remaining soul of the soul beast and the original bloodline and fuse them together. When a soul master absorbs a soul ring, he mainly relies on the soul instinct of the soul beast and the compatibility of his own martial soul to screen the origin of his bloodline. The appropriate bloodline origin left behind will, with the help of Douluo rules, generate soul skill patterns suitable for the soul master. A soul ring containing soul skills was thus formed. The reason why absorbing a soul ring that is more than 10,000 years old may cause soul shock is because of the existence of this part of the soul in the soul ring. Even if the soul of a powerful soul beast is incomplete, it will launch a final resentful attack on the soul master who attempts to get involved in the origin of its bloodline. This is also the origin of the soul ring's restriction on the absorption of the killer. It is the existence of the soul in the soul ring that will identify the soul master who killed them. The reason why the soul rings produced by soul beasts have a time limit is because of the instability of the soul. The higher the soul beast's cultivation level, the stronger the soul power shell, the stronger the bloodline origin it can carry, the more complex the soul skill patterns formed, and the more powerful the soul skills. Soul bones are most likely the product of soul power, soul, bloodline origin, and even soul core under the influence of rules. Although it's not complicated to say this, but in actual operation, it is very difficult to create an artificial spirit ring. The soul power shell of the soul ring is fine generally. There are only 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. If you want to artificially create the soul skill patterns, you must use the power of the origin. For humans it is the origin of the martial soul, and for soul beasts it is the origin of their bloodline. And you must also understand how to construct soul skill patterns. However, these are not a problem for Huo Yuhao. He is the owner of the Gu Master system and the inheritor of the God of Law. This month, relying on his powerful mental strength, spiritual martial soul, the assistance of the wisdom insect, and the help of old Yi, nothing can escape Huo Yuhao's control. He constantly asks questions and solves problems, although in the end they only created a batch of artificial soul rings with simulated soul power that lasted about 100 years. This was only because Huo Yuhao did not want to waste his original power. As long as he has soul power, the appropriate source of power, and soul skill patterns, Huo Yuhao can easily copy any known soul ring, although no one has really absorbed it. But the success rate can definitely be said to be 100%. Because this is how the second soul ring of the ice soul body is formed. It does not require the bloodline origin of the soul beast at all, but is constructed from the soul power and original power transformed from the divine power in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. After that, the chilly immortal Gu used its power of rules to automatically form soul skill patterns suitable for Huo Yuhao's martial soul. This is actually an alternative kind of God-given soul ring. It can be considered as a personal experience. This is a small step for Huo Yuhao, but a big step for the soul master. But here comes the problem: the method of artificially creating spirit rings is not like the soul method. which can be taught in a foolproof manner. The soul method alone is enough for the Douluo natives to learn, not to mention the extremely complex artificial spirit rings. It requires the accumulation of knowledge, and the soul master needs to study its principles in depth from easy to difficult, learn how to condense the soul power shell, how to use the original power, learn and engrave different soul skill patterns, and even innovate soul skill patterns. It can be said that Huo Yuhao is the only one in the mainland who can do this. In fact, Huo Yuhao was only at the third step. It is totally not universal from a common sense point of view. If an ordinary soul master wants to take 3 steps, he needs a soul power level of at least soul saint level. Of course, there is room for optimization in all of these areas, and they can be improved through soul guides to reduce their complexity. But in this case, energy becomes the biggest problem. The soul power shell is easy to explain. In fact, the soul power quality is more important than the quantity in forming the soul power shell. This is one of the reasons why soul masters can break through their soul power levels by absorbing soul rings dropped by soul beasts. At worst, we can prevent the soul master from absorbing additional soul power when absorbing artificial soul rings, which can greatly reduce the consumption of soul power. But the power of origin is difficult. Generally speaking, only soul masters at the soul sage level can access the original power of the martial soul and begin to use it. The original power, like soul power, is renewable and can be slowly restored through the soul master's meditation. Therefore, the first thing to be affected is the restriction of soul guide. The power of origin cannot be stored like soul power through a bottle like soul guide. At least, that's the case on Shrek's side. And most importantly, the power of origin is not a universal existence like soul power. The remaining 4K updates will remain the same. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, The Improvement of Soul Ring Age, The Choice of the Fifth Soul Ring. Different martial souls naturally have different corresponding martial soul origin powers. Just like soul guides need to be made of specific metals as the main material, just like a soul master needs to find a suitable soul beast. The reason why God-given soul rings are so versatile, that is naturally because divine power, as a higher level of energy, can mobilize the power of rules and transform it into different original forces to a certain extent. For human soul masters, if artificial spirit rings want to meet the martial spirit needs of different spirit masters, they need to use different and appropriate original powers. As for the third step, learn and engrave the soul skill patterns, it's actually not that difficult. At least Huo Yuhao felt that it was similar to engraving a core formation. It just requires extremely high mental control and a pair of eyes that can observe the patterns of soul skills. Then replace the carving knife for metal carving with the spiritual power for carving the original force. That's it. Without the help of the power of rules, one can only rely on powerful mental power, using mental power as a carving knife to carve out soul skill patterns in the appropriate original power. Of course, if the soul guide device can make another breakthrough, there is a chance that it can be achieved with the help of the soul guide device. At least, the path to artificial soul rings is there. Huo Yuhao has taken the most difficult step over the past month. Huo Yuhao has started researching artificial spirit rings, or is it because physical fitness has improved? Huo Yuhao is now able to withstand 100,000 a year level spirit ring. Therefore, he once again used Xianmeng's spiritual origin to increase the age of Ling Mao's soul ring platinum, red. 300,000 year soul rings. After breaking through the threshold of 100,000 years, the teleportation distance of space movement has been increased from 50 meters to 100 meters. Under the influence of space mastery and spiritualized space-time talent, there is now no culling time, and continuous use does not require additional consumption of soul power. The changes to the spiritual replica are not that big. It also has a replica position, permanent curing position, and a storage position, temporary rubbing position. Some restrictions on temporary rubbings have been lifted, from a maximum of 3 rubbings a day to a maximum of 10 times a day. It can't be used up. It can't be used up at all. Of course, the copied soul skills will still disappear after being released once it is this spirit's ability to replicate the rubbings. This allowed Huo Yuhao to study in depth the composition of some soul skill patterns, and he gained a deeper understanding of the composition of soul rings. He only needs to let others release a soul skill once, and he can copy it and start studying it himself. It's a very good soul skill. The blue water field in the replica has been further completed, and is even stronger than the blue water field used by the original blue water golden lion. It can be said that it has reached a level of domain soul skills similar to the Everfreeze domain. However, 100,000 years is basically the upper limit of these spirit rings. Not only is Xianmeng's spiritual essence temporarily limited, it cannot support the upgrade of soul rings of higher ages. After all, the next threshold is still 200,000 years, which is a huge step forward, and after research and comparison, Huo Yuhao discovered that the soul skill patterns of the 100,000-year soul ring were actually already very complete. Even if the age of the soul ring is increased in the future, the soul skills will not change much. The complexity of an ordinary 100,000-year soul ring is similar to that of Ice Emperor's orange gold 400,000-year soul ring, mainly because the original power in the latter's soul ring has become stronger. This is also the principle of how Xianmeng's spiritual origin increases the age of soul rings by strengthening the original power inside the soul ring. It draws the external power of heaven and earth to enhance the soul power shell, while allowing the soul skill patterns on the original power to be perfected spontaneously. Huo Yuhao finally discovered that the attribute of spirit did have some bugs. Of course, it is also likely because Xianmeng is the first million-year soul beast on the continent, and the origin of her spiritual power may have already reached the god level. However, spiritual origin can be considered as a relatively universal original power. The martial soul origins of soul masters may vary greatly due to their different martial souls, but their spiritual origins are basically the same. It's just that the current version of Douluo does not focus on the cultivation of spiritual power. They rely more on their martial soul talents and use breakthroughs in soul power levels to drive the improvement of their mental strength. Even if it was Huo Yuhao, it is also because of the addition of multiple plugins such as Ling Mao, Xianmeng Ice Silkworm, Living Gold, and Electrolux that he seems special. With a month of precipitation before I knew it, it has been almost 4 months since the second grade started. Huo Yuhao's luck-seeking goo had also cooled down again as Huo Yuhao's strength gradually increased, and the fate of other people he affected became more and more important. The cost of using the peeping goo also rose. Huo Yuhao even felt it for an existence like him who could affect the entire body with just a single move. Even an ordinary title Douluo would not pay as high a price as he did. Even if Huo Yuhao did not use the luck-seeking goo, he was reminded by the power of destiny that it was time to go to the Star Forest. In other words, it is about to come to the point where the God-King Tang will take action. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao turned towards the Sea God Pavilion. His gaze seemed to have crossed many distances and arrived at the ancient golden tree. Is this a kind reminder from the plane consciousness? In the eyes of others, they might think that Huo Yuhao and Mazaya Ateo are a good match. One is the ultimate fire, and the other is the ultimate ice. But Huo Yuhao knew in fact, the three-eyed golden lion is the destined daughter-in-law arranged by the plane consciousness for her good eldest son. This is a match made in heaven. Huo Yuhao had no intention of resisting this. After all, Kidder was one of the regrets in his previous life. There is also the power of destiny for free. Huo Yuhao will not miss such an opportunity. Besides, a beast woman wife who matches your XP is really nice. Change into white hair and red eyes. Cough cough. As for memory exchange, it doesn't really matter. With the memory goo in hand, Huo Yuhao can completely seal up some unimportant memories and not exchange them out. Let's talk about attribute guidance. It can be said that this is definitely part of King Tang's plan. In the original novel, when Huo Guo and the three-eyed golden lion were conducting the reception, Wang Dong felt as if something was cut out of him. This is the dark power of King Tang San. It can be said that a part of Tang Wutong's soul was stuffed into the body of the three-eyed golden lion. This led to the subsequent appearance of the 3-in-1 stitched monster in the original novel. Tang San's explanation to Huo Guo was, "The Emperor's auspicious beast was my arrangement from the very beginning, and she has been a part of Tang Wutong from the very beginning." But there is a simple logic to object to this. Then let me ask, when the Emperor's auspicious beast was born, was Tang San born? Please, the Emperor's auspicious beast is 15,000 years old. Tang San traveled to Douluo continent 10,000 years ago. Even if it is possible that the speed of time flowed differently in Tang San's previous life and Douluo continent, could it be that Tang San had already been planning his arrangements for the auspicious beast before he jumped off the cliff and traveled to Douluo continent to start this timeline? It was obvious that Tang San was just attracted by the Emperor's auspicious beast's luck, bloodline, and golden dragon spear. Only then did he use the traditional craftsmanship that he had passed down for 2 lifetimes. They come to steal and rob, and they also beautify their methods and continue to pull Huo Guo shameless. Indeed, all I can say is that money is what moves people. Huo Yuhao knew very well that the bloodline of the Emperor's auspicious beast was not the bloodline of the golden dragon, but the bloodline of the golden dragon king. The golden dragon spear is a natural artifact. Even the power of destiny, which has the smallest presence among the three, should not be underestimated. It is a precious power that even gods can hardly obtain after the mental power breaks through to the realm of tangible and intangible after observing Wang Donger's Sea of Consciousness and combining it with the information in the original novel. Huo Yuhao had already come to a vague guess about the formation of Tang Wutong. In fact, Princess Tang's soul should have been divided into two parts at the beginning, which we will call the main soul and the secondary soul. Both souls have their own separate personalities. The main soul perfectly inherited all of Tang Wutong's memories and personality. The secondary soul is filled with false childhood memories, and all personality traits are formed after birth. Now, the one who controls Xiaoqi's body is the secondary soul, Wang Donger. But in Wang Donger's Sea of Consciousness, there is still a part of the soul cut off from the main soul, which was sealed by Tang San using his divine sense. So, this is to divide the original Princess Tang into three. He is simply not a father in this regard. Huo Yuhao could only say that this was a little bit inhuman knowing Tang San's plan. They naturally took precautions. Huo Yuhao would definitely not let this tragedy happen again. I have grown strong, and with strength comes change. It's time to sound the clarion call for a counterattack. That night, February 7th, eliminate evil fire. February 8th, discuss life ideals with Sister Xiaotao. February 9th, Huo Yuhao, oh Huo Yuhao, how could you be so depraved? Have you forgotten the study plan you set earlier? February 10th, evil fire. Of course, this was only because Ma Xiaotao had been in seclusion for nearly a month after breaking through the ultimate fire, and the two of them were just like newlyweds after a short separation. Huo Yuhao was very restrained. Although the power of destiny reminded him, he still made full preparations. Peeping the luck start. He certainly wouldn't seek death by directly asking the God-King Tang about his fate no matter what. Tang San is also a top combat force at the God-King level under the Douluo rules. Huo Yuhao had no intention of underestimating him at all. He was asking around. Huo Yuhao asked, what is the fifth soul ring that is most suitable for me? Power of destiny, want a suitable spirit ring? Go find it. The suitable spirit beasts are all in the starred out great forest. Well, that's no different than not asking. What a shameful revelation of fate. This luck-seeking goo is no longer needed. If I had known this earlier, I would have asked whether Xiao Zudi had come out of confinement. It's been almost half a year. It's time to end it, right? Huo Yuhao was startled and decided to go to the far north after finishing his trip to the starred out great forest. By the way, see if there is a suitable ice attribute spirit ring to attach to the second martial spirit. After all, he can now absorb the 100,000-year spirit ring by absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. One can quickly improve his soul power level. There is also the matter of soul core condensation, which should also be arranged. Really busy. February 11th, evil fire. As the throbbing of fate grows stronger, Huo Yuhao finally set out on the journey to the starred out great forest regarding the acquisition of spirit rings. Huo Yuhao actually made the request to Shrek a month ago, a soul beast with space-time spiritual attributes between 70,000 and 100,000 years old. In response to this, Huo Yuhao received another wave of shock value. Yam Shaos and others, Nani, aren't you only level 50? Can your physical fitness withstand it? Think about it carefully, don't be careless. Huo Yuhao said, you haven't taken the magic herb, so you don't understand the power of the magic grasses beyond your imagination. Anyway, Huo Yuhao now directly put the blame on Yuan Guo, saying that the magic grass was against the sky and it was even more invincible when combined with his own talent. But most people are confused. Is this really possible? This is a 100,000-year spirit ring. Are you kidding? You haven't eaten pork, but you have seen pigs run. There are some records of the original generation of Shrek. 7 devils taking the magic herb. Even in the forbidden book area of the inner courtyard, there is an illustrated guide to magical herbs. It's a pity that there is still no known trace of the magical grass until Huo Yuhao accidentally obtained such a heaven-defying opportunity. Although records were kept of the original monitoring mission, but Huo Yuhao was not so stupid as to directly expose the location of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Although it is said to be on the way, the mission is actually not far from Shrek City. Most of the Shrek executives knew the reason why Ma Xiaotao was able to advance to the ultimate fire. And they were also certain that Huo Yuhao had also taken the magical herb. There may still be some herbal jelly, but definitely not much. After all, such a heaven-defying thing is absolutely rare. It is a blessing from heaven that Huo Yuhao can get it. Yan Shaos also thinks so. He even believed that the reason why Huo Yuhao's talent was so strong was because he received help from the magic grass before entering school. This time I went out, I saw that the time was right, so I planned these treasures for Xiaotao. Thinking of this, Yan Shaos was also very pleased now that the problem of the eldest disciple's evil fire has been solved. It is time to start working on the second disciple Tangya's dark blue silvergrass. It is not a good thing to always rely on the human-faced demon spider soul bone to control the devouring talent thus. The level 95 Super Douluo came to an end. Personally verify Huo Yuhao's physical fitness. Then there are the popular ones. The arrogant Yin Yan didn't even activate his martial spirit and was knocked away by Huo Yuhao's punch. Yan Xiao's tested it himself, proving that Huo Yuhao was indeed capable. So, Shrek also started to search for a suitable soul beast for Huo Yuhao. However, most of the suitable targets under 100,000 years were rejected by Huo Yuhao for less than 100,000 years. It depends on the bloodline. For 100,000 years, it's impossible that Shrek can't fulfill any of his requests, right? However, until Huo Yuhao set out, Shrek had not found a suitable target. After all, 1 month is still too short. Of course there is a suitable soul beast, and that is the evil eye tyrant of the demon forest. But originally, Mulao and the others planned to wait until Huo Yuhao reached his 7th ring, or at the earliest his 6th ring, before considering finding a suitable 100,000-year soul beast for him. Who knew that this kid could withstand the limits of his spirit ring in a flash? It leaped from 40,000 years to 100,000 years. It is indeed impossible to find a suitable soul beast in just 1 month. Therefore, Huo Yuhao chose to do it himself. What he told others was that he was going there to gain experience and see if there was a 5th soul ring that suited him. Of course, he doesn't need help from a traitor. He directly rejected Zhuanzi's application to join the team. It's just the 5th soul ring. He doesn't need help from outsiders. Although Yan Xiao's was still very pessimistic about Huo Yuhao's search for a suitable 5th soul ring on his own. But if he wants to go out and relax, then let him do it. Since you don't want Master Zhuan to follow you, it would be nice to arrange for Li Zhuan to follow you. In response to this, Huo Yuhao did not continue to refuse. End of this chapter. Chapter 218 SHH. There's a lonely little cat here. The Star Forest is a dangerous place. The Lake of Life is as calm as a giant emerald, and the rich breath of life emanates from it thanks to the towering ancient trees that are grown around with the breath of life. They stand around the lake like guards, protecting the Lake of Life. It seems that all the noise from the outside world cannot break in at this time. On the shore of the Lake of Life, there were 2 soul beasts, one big and one small. Among them, the smaller one has translucent crystal-like golden hair and looks like a lion-like soul beast. Its identity is obvious. It is the auspicious beast. 3-eyed golden lion sitting next to her was the guardian of the auspicious beasts, the Red King. The auspicious beast flicked its tail twice and said with little interest, "Red King, are you done yet? Can you succeed this time?" "It's almost done. It will be ready soon. I guarantee you will be satisfied this time." However, the 3-headed Hell Mastiff, a ferocious beast that had lived for 300,000 years, was grilling fish by the lake with a hell flame, which was close to the ultimate fire. From his skilled appearance, which is like Zhang Fei threading a needle, with both rough and delicate movements, it can be seen that Qi Wang has definitely put a lot of effort into his barbecue skills. This is indeed the case ever since the last time the ferocious beast's treasure expressed the desire to eat grilled fish. The Red King has been working hard to practice the grilled fish technique. At one point, it even scared the fish in the Lake of Life so much that they stayed indoors and refused to come out. But it doesn't matter. There might not be enough fish, but there were plenty of soft-boned rabbits in the forest. This barbecue is naturally similar to grilled fish, but King Chi just couldn't figure it out. Obviously, the auspicious beast was happy to accept his roasted rabbit meat. But why was he not accepted by the other party when it came to roasted fish? It is really full, and it feels like there is no more room for improvement in controlling the heat. However, Ruxia would rather eat sashimi than enjoy the grilled fish she had carefully baked. Too much hitting dog as the aroma of grilled fish wafts out. Sniff. The auspicious beast sniffed the grilled fish in the Red King's hand, and its red eyes revealed obvious disdain. "Forget it, Red King. You should deal with this grilled fish yourself. I'm going to sleep for a while." The Red King was left standing there doubting his life. It's so hard to raise a child. It was obviously his skill in grilling fish, but Dion also praised it highly. Suddenly, the dog head in the center of the Red King swallowed the grilled fish in one gulp. "Chew, isn't this delicious? You are a dog, aren't you? Stealing food again?" The dog head on the right said indignantly. Yes, didn't we say that we should taste them in order?" The dog head on the left complained. "Next time definitely." As he spoke, Qi Wang caught a fresh big fish from the lake and diligently began his task of grilling the fish. Little did they know that at this moment the auspicious beast was already sneaking and tiptoeing towards the place of great danger. Of course, it may also be that the Red King has been slacking off recently. After all, After the last battle between Qi Wang and Zhuanzi for the person, Dian also realized that the safety of the auspicious beast must not be taken lightly. Even the starred-out great forest may face the threat of human soul masters. A auspicious beast with only the combat power of a 100,000-year soul beast is still too dangerous. However, Dian had no intention of confining the auspicious beast again. He had once promised that once the auspicious beast's cultivation reached 10,000 years and it was strong enough to protect itself, he could go out and play emperor. Dian is not a man who goes back on his word. Therefore, Dian thought of a way. He joined forces with other ferocious beasts to set up a cordon near the core area of the starred-out great forest. As long as he senses the aura of a super Douluo within range, especially a chicken leg Douluo, the ferocious beasts immediately entered the first level alert state. At the same time, relying on his superb spatial power, Dian added a layer of protection on the reverse scale of the gifted auspicious beast that could automatically identify danger. As long as a move that may threaten the safety of the auspicious beast is identified, the protection measures will be triggered immediately, and the auspicious beast will be teleported directly back to the Lake of Life. It can be said that the safety of the auspicious beast is fully guaranteed and is absolutely foolproof. As for the departure of the three-eyed golden lion, of course it was because just now, the auspicious beast sensed a familiar breath, familiar force of destiny. It's grilled fish. No, it's a human. It's a friend. Are you finally coming to see her again? After the last incident where she was almost captured by Zhuanzi, Dian also gave her some necessary knowledge in a serious manner. The auspicious beast also realized that not all humans were as friendly as Huo Yuhao. Moreover, there is indeed a huge contradiction between soul beasts and human soul masters, but it doesn't matter. This conflict has nothing to do with the two of them humans. Here I come, Stardao Forest. Core area, walking under the green shade with Huo Yuhao again, looking at the endless forest in front of them. A trace of emotion flashed in Zhang Lexun's eyes. The last time, it was her. Hanruoro and Huo Yuhao, who came together to look for a suitable spirit ring. Hanruoro obtained a green water golden lion soul ring of the appropriate age, and Huo Yuhao also found a mutated silver ying beast here and absorbed it successfully. Even later, the three people encountered three evil soul masters here. It was Huo Yuhao's move that made Zhang Lexun truly understand the true strength of her nominal junior brother. Now, it's only been half a year. Huo Yuhao's soul power level broke through again, and he came to the starred-out great forest again, intending to obtain the fifth soul ring. Maybe everyone else thought that Huo Yuhao just came out to relax, but Zhang Lexun knew that he definitely had a purpose. Huo Yuhao never does anything that is uncertain or meaningless. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Zhang Lexun had already noticed that Huo Yuhao was not wandering aimlessly, so she asked, "Yuhao, do you have a definite goal for your fifth soul ring?" Huo Yuhao nodded. "Well, I'm lucky. I found a soul beast that suits me very well. I just don't know how old it is. In fact, at the beginning Huo Yuhao was just wandering around to see if there was a suitable soul beast. After all, the power of destiny is not omnipotent, and he cannot influence the power of destiny at present. But after such a stroll, he did find a suitable target. I should say it's just luck, of course. It is also because of Huo Yuhao's strong mental power. Huo Yuhao is now able to detect a distance of tens of kilometers by combining mental detection with mental release. Of course, this kind of detection is not as accurate as using mental detection, and can only give a rough idea, but for Huo Yuhao, it was enough. He only needs to select the soul beast with suitable time and space attributes. Then he locked onto those with strong auras and looked at them one by one. After all, this was the core area of the starred-out great forest, so there were still many soul beasts with suitable attributes. One of the auras that seemed relatively weak actually possessed both the attributes of time and space. Only Huo Yuhao could vaguely feel it. The weakness of this breath is just a disguise at this time. Huo Yuhao already had some vague guesses in his mind. Following the path of spiritual perception and getting closer, Huo Yuhao activated the divine power of his right eye. His sight instantly penetrated the space, and the image of a gigantic tiger obscured by a black fog came into view. This is naturally the application of the power of space. As long as his mind reaches, Huo Yuhao's sight is everywhere. Of course, the farther the target is, the greater the consumption. It was a giant tiger with a pure black body, without a trace of other colors. Its red eyes were filled with a sinister aura. It was nearly 9 meters long, with bulging muscles all over its body. The word king on its forehead was also black, but different from the black of its fur. It was a gloomy black like fog. The most peculiar thing is its tail. Compared with ordinary tiger soul beasts, its tail is much longer and sticks upward. It is composed of countless joints. The top is a huge barb, shining with a mysterious light. Light dark demon evil god tiger. a soul beast that is almost extinct and lives only in legends. Seeing this soul beast, Huo Yuhao's mouth curled up slightly. I caught you. Want to escape? No way. Judging from the naked eye alone, the cultivation level of this dark demon evil god tiger is as high as 70,000 years. Well, how about this age limit? It just happened to be the minimum age limit that Huo Yuhao could accept. However, this is a requirement for other soul beasts. This is the dark demon evil god tiger. Even if it is a 1,000-year-old one, Huo Yuhao feels that he can completely make some concessions. The nobility of its bloodline is no less than that of the emperor's auspicious beasts. If it is evaluated according to the level of martial soul, the dark demon evil god tiger is even higher than the ultimate martial soul and has reached the level of a god-level martial soul. It is precisely because it itself does not have the attribute of darkness, but possesses the most evil attribute left by the evil god, coupled with the near extreme wind and thunder attributes, as well as the 6 multiple attributes of time, space, and strength. It possesses cross-level combat power like the emperor's auspicious beast. A 10,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger could potentially challenge a 100,000-year-old soul beast at the same time. The dark demon evil god tiger also has an extremely domineering nature. It is extremely difficult for it to practice on its own. It can only rapidly improve its strength by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters. It is also because of the dark demon evil god tiger's unacceptable cultivation method that no matter where it appears, it will immediately attract other soul beasts to attack it, and it is imperative to completely destroy it before it becomes powerful. Therefore, even a 1,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger is rare. The strength of this 70,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger might be enough to rival a 300,000-year-old beast. It can be regarded as close to the combat power of a level 95 super Douluo among human soul masters. After all, the dark demon evil god tiger with 60,000 years of cultivation almost brought down Tang Sen, who is at the title Douluo level. For Huo Yuhao now, he can definitely win the fight at present, as long as it is not an extreme Douluo. He is confident that he can kill it. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao also felt very lucky. It can be said that the dark demon evil god tiger has very strong hiding and escape abilities. If it hadn't relied on the sensing of the properties of time and space, it would have really escaped. However, even if Huo Yuhao failed to detect this dark demon evil god tiger in advance, maybe we'll meet each other later, because Huo Yuhao's original destination was not far from where the dark demon evil god tiger was. There was the same breath of the power of destiny as Huo Yuhao came here originally to see the auspicious beast. And obtaining the spirit ring was just a byproduct. Think about this. Huo Yuhao suddenly had a bad guess. Could it be that this dark evil tiger has set its sights on the auspicious beast? Huo Yuhao's expression froze, and his mental detection instantly condensed into a straight line. The distance was shortened to instantly cover the auspicious beast, and then he scanned it with himself as the center. I'm shocked. Why is there no security guard next to the auspicious beast? Where's Tian? Save him. Where's the Red King? Where is he fooling around? No way. Hey, didn't the incident of Zhuangzi fighting Chewing happen not long ago? Did in addition and the others learn from the lesson? It's really strange, sister. Li Zhuan, there is a change of plan. Huo Yuhao looked at Zhang Lexuan. Sensing the other party's solemnity, Zhang Lexuan asked, what happened? The situation is a bit complicated. Please wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. Divine power. A vortex of nothingness rolled out of thin air, and Huo Yuhao slowly disappeared from Zhang Lexuan's sight. Zhang Lexuan, afterwards, Huo Yuhao, who is in the divine power space, locked onto the spatial coordinates just left at the location of the auspicious beast and unleashed divine power again. Using Huo Yuhao's Shenwei space as a transit station, he achieved an ultra-long-distance teleportation. However, unlike the free-flowing power of God on the spot, this ultra-long-distance transmission has a delay and requires a certain amount of time to be successfully activated, and it also needs stable spatial coordinates at present. Huo Yuhao can only briefly leave spatial coordinates at the place where his mental power reaches and teleport. In fact, he could have brought Zhang Lexuan with him, but it's not necessary. Okay, the running three-eyed golden lion suddenly stopped just now. Huo Yuhao's power of destiny seemed to have disappeared from this world, and even she could not sense it at all. Then, a sudden surge of malice from others came into my heart. Who is it? The three-eyed golden lion suddenly faced in one direction, its whole body tensed, and it let out a threatening roar. I saw a huge black tiger appear not far away, with a ferocious scorpion tail moving rhythmically behind it. The dark demon evil god tiger also roared towards the sky, with deep desire and greed in his eyes. It has been hiding for thousands of years for this opportunity. At that time, Its cultivation had just broken through to the 10,000-year realm. In order to devour more soul beasts to speed up its cultivation, it resolutely chose to step into the starred-out Great Forest, originally planning to make a few bucks and run away. It discovered the existence of the three-eyed golden lion, an imperial auspicious beast, by chance, and immediately developed a strong desire in its heart he can take his place. As long as it uses its innate soul skills to devour the three-eyed golden lion, it will be able to dominate the fortune of the starred-out Great Forest. Why would it be so secretive and aggrieved like it is now? At that time, eat a soul beast and spit out a soul beast. Eat as much as you want. However, the dark demon evil god tiger also discovered that there were always powerful soul beasts guarding the three-eyed golden lion, so it simply hid in the starred-out Great Forest. As cautious as it is, it has been relying on the innate domain of the dark demon evil god tiger to hide its tracks. Even if they wanted to go on a killing spree, they would go to other soul beast habitats instead of this dangerous starred-out forest. I have endured it until now. It even felt that if it could do a few more big things, it would be able to rival the auspicious beast guardian in strength. Until today, this lone little auspicious animal was discovered by chance. The greed in my heart can no longer be tolerated. End of this chapter. Chapter 219. Destined Attribute Guidance. Hey, little auspicious beast, you can't run away, just let me eat you. The three-eyed golden lion ignored the approaching danger. He let out a low roar, then turned his head and fired a rose gold beam of light, and once again accelerated his strategic retreat. Originally I thought that this auspicious beast was a rare rival among soul beasts under 100,000 years old, so I killed them indiscriminately. She never expected that this evil big black tiger would bring her back to reality with one move. Meow. Yon is right. It is still too dangerous outside the lake of life. It's not that she didn't want to call on the ferocious beasts for help. It's mainly because the dark demon evil god tiger chasing her from behind didn't give her any chance, especially this evil aura that is like a thorn in the flesh. It's so annoying. It's no use struggling. The dark demon evil god tiger smiled triumphantly, then dodged the rose gold beam with a flash of his body, and a dark light burst out, instantly closing the distance between the two. The three-eyed golden lion only felt a fishy wind blowing on his face, and the air around him suddenly fluctuated violently. The next second, the twisted evil gut hook was already within reach. The extremely sharp tail hook seemed to be able to directly dig out the third eye of the three-eyed golden lion and destroy its greatest support on the spot. At the same time, the reverse scales on the auspicious beast were also moving slowly at this moment. The dark demon evil god tiger's movement seemed to slow down a bit. In an instant, a flash of blue instantly took the auspicious beast away from the battlefield. Huo Yuhao quietly calmed the spatial fluctuations that were gathering momentum from the black dragon's reverse scales on the auspicious beast, and protected the auspicious beast behind him. It was a close call. The auspicious beast almost got teleported away. However, facing the dark demon evil tiger with special attributes, under its conscious interference, the spatial fluctuations remaining on the reverse scale may not necessarily be able to be successfully launched. The greater probability is that he will deviate directly from the final teleportation destination, just like Huo Yuhao just did. It really wasn't because he was cursed by the speedster that he came at such a late time on purpose. This was the first time that such a long-distance teleportation was used. Unfortunately, Huo Yuhao's coordinates deviated a little and he was teleported deep underground. Fortunately, he is more skilled relying on the divine power, emptiness. He quickly returned to the ground and rushed to the battlefield without stopping. From a long distance away, Huo Yuhao saw the magic tiger chasing the auspicious beast. He also took immediate action to resolve this crisis. The dark demon evil god tiger's sure kill attack just now was precisely the result of the second awakening of Huo Yuhao's spirit eye. Martial soul stare with your left eye, reverse time, slow down time. At the same time, Huo Yuhao also activated the reverse time moment, accelerating himself and taking away the auspicious beast in an instant. Are you okay, Chu, lucky beast? The auspicious beast was still feeling a little dizzy at the moment, and had no intention of reminiscing with Huo Yuhao. It anxiously said, Yuhao, run quickly. It's coming for me. I have something to save my life with that can buy me some time. Huo Yuhao shook his head. It's too late. The his time slowdown took effect on the dark demon evil god tiger was also extremely short, and it quickly broke free. It's not that Huo Yuhao can't maintain it after all. He can earn his life, but it is restricted by the disadvantage of soul power level. In addition, the opponent also has time attributes and is very resistant. If Huo Yuhao was already a titled Douluo and had his spirit eyes fully awakened for the second time, he believed that he could directly control the opponent permanently, but there is no if. We still have to fight head on. He hasn't found his fifth soul ring yet. The next moment, a gray evil area descended, covering the space of hundreds of meters around. The light in front of my eyes suddenly dimmed, as if I had fallen into eternal darkness. Field skills. You know, when a soul beast has cultivated for 100,000 years, it will automatically evolve into its own domain. In this regard, top soul beasts even have an advantage over soul masters with a cultivation level of title Douluo. Some domain skills are not just pure attack types like Everfrost. After those soul beasts with high-level bloodlines awaken their domain skills, they can not only create a suitable venue for themselves, but also enhance themselves, weaken their opponents, and restrict their opponents. It is somewhat similar to Huo Yuhao's two innate domains. Obviously, the field released by the super soul beast in front of him is also of this type. The dark demon evil god tiger fell to the ground with a loud bang. The earth shook, and smoke and dust rose. At first glance at the three-eyed golden lion, and finally its gaze fell on Huo Yuhao. Huh? Another one seeking death? Good things really come in pairs. It seems that it's time for me to take the position of the evil god that has been vacant for a long time. The dark demon evil god tiger grinned. His teeth were sharp and cold. The scent emanating from the human soul master in front of him was as tempting as the three-eyed golden lion. It even had a premonition that once it was able to devour this human soul master, the rewards it would gain would be absolutely enormous. Huo Yuhao slowly raised his right hand. He activated his soul skill, with the Ice Emperor's sword placed horizontally beside him. Two martial souls possessed his body at the same time, adding up to a total of 6 soul rings, which were neatly arranged behind him and fluctuated slightly. However, no strong energy was released from his body, and all fluctuations of soul power were completely restrained. This was not the first time that the dark demon evil god tiger had faced a human spirit master. When it saw the spirit rings on Huo Yuhao's body, its bloodshot eyes were filled with mockery and it grinned. In the past, it always challenged enemies of higher levels, fighting 100 years against 1,000 years, 1,000 years against 10,000 years, and 10,000 years against 100,000 years. But now, the situation has changed and it is actually challenged by an enemy of lower levels than it. However, a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Although the dark demon evil god tiger is an evil soul beast, its growth experience has destined it to be a cautious character throughout its life. The tiger roared loudly, and the dark demon evil god tiger's pace accelerated further, and its aura became stronger and stronger. At the same time, a gray energy filled with evil spread out with every step the dark demon evil god tiger took forward. The surrounding plants would automatically move to the sides. The temperature in the starred-out great forest seemed to drop suddenly. It was an evil cold, but no one could have imagined it. Even though Huo Yuhao had extraordinary combat power, he still started with a simulation to show his weakness to the enemy. As the space-time domain of the spiritual eye unfolds, Huo Yuhao opened his right eye and directly pulled over the divine power space to suppress the situation. While cooperating with his own domain to break the dark demon domain on the spot, he also completely blocked the opponent's special ability. Next, it's time to beat the kitten. Although the current Huo Yuhao cannot maintain 2 innate domains at the same time, but after blocking the opponent's mobility, the limit of Ice Emperor's claw. The Ice Emperor's sword exuded a sharp blade light, and it seemed that the space could not withstand the sharpness of the ice sword, and a faint sense of breaking appeared around the blade. Even the Ice Emperor in my mind couldn't help but sigh. Huo Yuhao's imperial sword may already have a style close to Zuir's. That's right. In fact, Huo Yuhao's second soul skill of the ice soul body was inspired by the Emperor's sword in the original novel. When he was condensing the soul ring, he also relied on the little help of the Ice Emperor. At this moment, the dark demon evil god tiger, which had been so arrogant before, was already trembling with fear. It subconsciously used all its strength to gather a thick evil shield around its body. Family members, who knows? Obviously, I am the one who challenges higher levels as if it were like eating and drinking water. It had obviously learned a lesson from the stupid tiger that died in the starred-out great forest and had endured for so many years, and was finally going to come out. Obviously, what it lacks the least is the ability to endure. Only by living can you have an infinite future, but now it can't even do what it's best at, which is escape. There was no deafening noise. The ice blue blade light flashed, as if it had shattered the space. It is beautiful and dreamy, yet fleeting, leaving behind only a stunning afterimage that is like an illusion. The slash easily penetrated the huge body of the dark demon evil god tiger, cutting it in half at the waist. White frost was still spreading on the cut surface. All its thoughts were destroyed by the icy blue blade light. After storing the dark demon evil god tiger's corpse and its soul ring into the divine power space the next second, Huo Yuhao's hand gently rested on the head of the auspicious beast that was getting closer to him, stroking it softly. The three-eyed golden lion did not resist either originally, because of the grilled fish she fed him when they first met and the mysterious affection she had for him. She had completely let down her guard against this young man, Huo Yuhao, not to mention that this time, the other party also saved himself from the deadly threat of the dark demon evil tiger. What's more, it feels very comfortable to touch. Long time no see, Rushao. Huo Yuhao said this, but his hands did not stop moving. This soft, smooth and lustrous golden fur is really addictive. The more you play with it. He finally understood why so many people like to keep pets in their previous lives. Petting cats and dogs is indeed a joy that cannot be replaced by anything else even more addictive than the bitter taste, and Huo Yuhao has already discovered it with the opening of the eye of living beings. The effect of the power of Haokyu is much stronger than the last time it encountered the auspicious beast. Just this close contact made him relax. After a long time the three-eyed golden lion felt the same way and even subconsciously let out a very comfortable snoring sound. Yuhao, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Thank you so much. This time, the auspicious beast tilted its head and thanked Huo Yuhao, then asked in confusion, has it been a long time since we last met? It seems like it has been quite a while. It's been quite a long time for me, Huo Yuhao sighed. Let's not talk about this for now. We soul beasts are also grateful. I remember your life-saving grace. Is there anything I need for it? Huo Yuhao blinked and said hesitantly, probably not. The fifth soul ring has been confirmed to be the dark demon evil god tiger, and most of the goals of this trip have been achieved. As for the attribute guidance, he couldn't just say it now. It would be embarrassing and feel like lying to a child. Is it? The three-eyed golden lion suddenly broke free from Huo Yuhao's hands, and without giving him time to react, it threw Huo Yuhao to the ground without hesitation. I know about the attribute guidance, so what do you want to do? Although he could break free, Huo Yuhao did not resist, but complained in his heart, hey, how did you know about this? Could it be that Xuanzi had already revealed this information in advance during the last battle with Qi Wang? But there was no time for Huo Yuhao to think more at this moment. The three-eyed golden lion's eyes wandered freely over Huo Yuhao's body, and its clear and pleasant voice sounded particularly excited. Let me see you. She was curious, why does Huo Yuhao have an aura so similar to his own? Why is Huo Yuhao so attractive to her? Why is Huo Yuhao so powerful? They are obviously not of the same race, yet the three-eyed golden lion feels so at ease also. The story that was not finished last time. What is the world outside the starred-out great forest like? There are many, many more. She wanted to understand through the eyes of the boy in front of her staring at this face. The auspicious beast stopped hesitating and made up its mind. She no longer suppressed the guidance from fate in her heart, and leaned down to press the third vertical eye between her eyebrows against Huo Yuhao's forehead. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. The plan goes through. Well, actually he was the passive one. Everything is the choice of the power of destiny. The foreheads of the man and the beast soon touched each other in an instant. A strong golden light emanated from the auspicious beast and enveloped both of them. Huo Yuhao also input all the deleted memories into the auspicious beast. The auspicious beast was very satisfied with this. At the same time, a large amount of memories poured into Huo Yuhao's mind, but at this moment he only used one thought to check. Instead, he focused more on the changes in the eyes of living beings and the vigilance of the outside world. Two invisible forces of destiny collide, resonate, merge and gradually sublimate. The volume of Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea continued to increase. And new changes also occurred in the eye of life. This is both an opportunity and a crisis. At this time, in Shrek Academy thousands of miles away, Wang Donger in the classroom suddenly frowned, and golden light flashed in his eyes. She suddenly felt a headache for some reason. She had a strange feeling, as if something of hers had been taken away, but this feeling was so faint that she couldn't feel it at all. But this feeling came and went quickly. I just felt dizzy for a while, and then everything was back to normal. Listen to the lectures coming. In the starred-out great forest, Huo Yuhao, who was distracted and on guard, looked stern from the beginning. He had been working together with Yilao to set up a spiritual barrier in the outside world, and there is help from Xianmeng and Bingdi. The four of them used Xianmeng's vast spiritual origin as the foundation and Huo Yuhao's tangible and intangible spiritual power as the brush to construct a powerful temporary spiritual defense barrier. It was just a short while after the defense was completed, a ball of blue gold light broke through space and came near Huo Yuhao on the auspicious beast. At this moment, he was in a stalemate with a temporary mental protection barrier, and couldn't wait to enter the body of the auspicious beast. Leave the rest to me, Master. Electroluxes. calm voice sounded, if it comes to the strength of mental power alone, Alex, who only has a trace of consciousness left, is definitely not a match for Tang San. But what came at this time was just a wisp of Tang San's consciousness. Isn't this exactly the same as before? Huo Yuhao even felt that he was being underestimated. I feel like I've been fighting wits and courage with the air for so long in vain. Seeing that there was no need to use the immortal goo, Huo Yuhao also agreed to let Yulao take over and fight for him. Boom. The sound of collision at the soul level was heard after just one encounter. The blue gold consciousness was directly defeated by the countless soul blades controlled by Old Yi. There seemed to be ripples in the void like water waves, as if something was broken. A faint scream was heard. End of this chapter. Chapter 220, Eye of Destiny, Shocking Wisdom. In the first confrontation with Poseidon, calculating mentally and unintentionally, although the mental barrier that Huo Yuhao had set up was eventually destroyed by the sea god's divine consciousness, its purpose and plan were undoubtedly terminated. It was Alex who successfully won the battle of spiritual consciousness. After all, if it is just a competition of spiritual means, even if 10,000 Tang Sans were added together, they would still be far from enough for Alex to defeat. Not to mention, Huo Yuhao's body was already extremely powerful, allowing the Mecha Master Yulao to unleash combat power far beyond his current capabilities. The blue gold sea god's consciousness suddenly shook, and the soft bone rabbit, like a frightened one, began to flee in panic, return in defeat. However, it was only fleeting. The spiritual barrier that originally restricted the spiritual consciousness from entering the body of the auspicious beast was repaired after being destroyed. With the help of the gray light, it was rolled back into a spherical barrier, trapping the spiritual consciousness of the sea god inside. This time, despite the continuous impact of the blue gold divine consciousness, the mental barrier remained motionless. Even using the power of space has become a luxury because Huo Yuhao had quietly used the divine power, space suppression under the suppression of the space-time domain and the divine power space. Even for divine consciousness, it would take some effort to use the power of space to escape. Obviously there is no time left for it. This wave is a combination of skills between him and Yi Lao that makes your blood boil. Catching a turtle in a urn. From the time the sea god's consciousness appeared to now, only less than a minute had passed. At this time, a layer of dead gray had appeared in Huo Yuhao's purple gold eyes, and a magic spell was recited from his mouth. Again, gray beams of light carrying the power of annihilation continuously attacked the consciousness of the sea god. But in just a few seconds, the blue gold consciousness was on the verge of breaking. However, what neither of them expected was suddenly, the blue gold divine consciousness suddenly gathered together, the edges began to twist, and the light like a candle in the wind suddenly shone brightly. The spiritual consciousness is burning. The flame of spiritual consciousness suddenly expanded and burst into dazzling light, like the falling of a star. Gorgeous and tragic, an invisible explosion occurred in the spiritual barrier in an instant. In a flash, the remaining sea god's consciousness, along with a part of Tang Wutong's soul contained within it, dissipated between heaven and earth. Huo Yuhao. Fortunately, Yulao's spiritual barrier is strong, otherwise, he and the auspicious beast might have been affected by the dying counterattack of this spiritual consciousness. It's indeed a bit cruel. It is said that even a tiger will not eat a woman. Even Huo Yuhao couldn't have guessed that this would be the ending. Is this because they are afraid of intelligence leaks? It's not necessary. Originally, Huo Yuhao had no idea about Tang Wutong's soul fragment. At most, he would bring Tang Wutong to make Tang Zio Wu. Madam, you don't look like one either. It seems that this is no longer possible. Auspicious beast, what's that noise? You scared me. In fact, the blue gold divine consciousness is invisible to ordinary soul masters. Huo Yuhao relied on the vision of his spiritual eyes. The auspicious beast naturally relies on the third eye on its forehead. Just now, she was still immersed in the memories that Huo Yuhao gave her and couldn't extricate herself. Watching him being bullied by those guys in the Duke's mansion, his biological mother eventually became ill from overwork and soon passed away. The auspicious beast shed sad tears out of empathy. It turns out that Huo Yuhao's past experience was so tragic. Then, don't look down on the young because they are poor. In order to obtain spirit rings, Huo Yuhao came to the Xingdao Great Forest alone and received help from the Big Bug and the old man with residual souls. Before she could look through the subsequent memories, the body suddenly felt a fatal threat under the vision of the Eye of Destiny. The auspicious beast saw the bright, malicious blue gold light coming towards it. She even saw a sleeping soul in that ball of light. Dangerous. The power of destiny is also constantly alerting the auspicious beast. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao took action and immediately drove away the danger. It really gives me a full sense of security. Thus, the attribute guidance continued. After Huo Yuhao took over control of the body, he was shocked to discover Yulao's home is gone. To be precise, Old Yi can no longer return to his second sea of consciousness. The eye of living beings, which symbolizes the second sea of consciousness, has now turned into a brilliant golden color, repelling the blade of living beings watching within it and combining it with Huo Yuhao's time and space demon eye's external soul bone, forming a real third eye, the Eye of Destiny. At the same time, because the main martial soul has completed the second awakening, the Eye of Destiny also awakened the corresponding talent Destiny, and derived a series of skills from it. The left eye reverses time to control time, the right eye divine power to manipulate space, and the third eye fate to decide fate. What? A strong force of destiny. It is indeed a lucky beast born for destiny. After a battle with the sea god's consciousness, Alex already knew the specific origins of the other two strange auras among the three auras of the power of destiny in Huo Yuhao's body. In addition to the insect, it was the three-eyed golden lion auspicious beast and the sea god's divine consciousness. Just now Yuhao's worries are not without reason. This unknown god-level being had indeed set his sights on his disciple and definitely had bad intentions. But after this battle, Electrolux felt that the other party probably had no chance after all. Yuhao also said that due to the restrictions of some obvious rules, those high and mighty gods cannot interfere with the lower world openly. Huo Yuhao will have a long period of time to improve his strength. Electrolux, who had settled down in the Sea of Spirit again, continued, Yuhao, your power of destiny has grown and occupied your second sea of consciousness. Moreover, this power of destiny has also improved and increased your Sea of Spirit to a certain extent. You will gradually experience this benefit. From now on, your third eye can be called the Eye of Destiny. It also brings you the power of destiny. You can now try to completely hide your power of destiny. Okay, I'll try. Ho. Yuhao nodded and started trying immediately, just as Yulao thought. Huo Yuhao, who held the Eye of Destiny, just moved his consciousness at this moment. The man and the beast, no matter their blood fluctuations, soul power, mental strength, and even the power of destiny that attracted the attention of the gods, all disappeared without a trace. Destiny God is invisible. Spirit world, soft halo and misty clouds. A magnificent building stands above the clouds. A spectacular sight. It is the Temple of Poseidon. In a core room of the Temple of Poseidon, a blue halo flows through it, as if it contains countless laws of the ocean. Among them was a handsome man with long aqua blue hair and wearing a blue gold robe. The deep purple that occasionally flashed in his eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom, all-encompassing and fleeting. This person is none other than one of the three great law enforcers in the God realm, Sea God Tang San. At this time, his right hand was placed on a huge trident in the room, and divine power was fluctuating. This was the artifact left by the previous sea god, and its main function was to collect the power of faith from the underworld. At the same time, it is also an auxiliary artifact that can bypass the central supervision of the divine world and be used to manage the forces of the lower world. Although Tang San's plan went awry when he was observing the Sun of Luck, that rising star did not join the Tang sect afterwards. Tang San was shocked to find that his connection with Douluo continent suddenly became vague. Even observing the Sun of Fortune is impossible, but it doesn't matter. Tang San, who has always been resourceful, did not lose his composure. Because of this, he first temporarily hid the spiritual consciousness in Zioki's body before fighting the outside world. You must first make peace with the inside afterwards. Tang San spent nearly a day trying again and again, and after confirming that there were no unexpected variables in the God realm, he activated the secret plan he left in the Haoshan sect. The plan started again with the help of this auxiliary artifact. Tang San re-established contact with Douluo continent and began secret surveillance again. Although nearly a year had passed in Douluo continent by then, but everything is still going as planned. The Son of Luck indeed joined Shrek and established a strong bond with Zioki. Huo Yuhao, you can't escape. Just when Tang San was thinking about when to use Zioki's spiritual sense to hint her to take Huo Yuhao to the Haoshan sect, Tang San suddenly grasped an opportunity that could not be missed. It was the attributes of Huo Yuhao and the auspicious beast that guided them at the moment when the fate of the Son of Destiny and the three-eyed golden lion intersect. Now is the perfect time to initiate soul transfer. As long as the part of Zioki's main soul that remains in Zioki's body is placed in the body of the auspicious beast, then the power of spiritual consciousness can be used to quietly devour the soul of the auspicious beast and finally complete the possession of the body. So Tang San went all in without hesitation. Just now, through the feedback of the artifact failed. What's even more terrible is that even if he uses his magic weapon and relies on the secret hand of Haoshan sect, he can no longer sense the existence of the rising star through the power of luck. Even the auspicious beast's breath disappeared without a trace. Why? A feeling of discomfort that is beyond control arises spontaneously. However, Tang San did not break down like he did yesterday, but began to think seriously about where these changes came from. Obviously, no one in the God realm noticed his little trick. Even the always stubborn destruction has been kept in the dark by itself. After all, destruction is quite hostile to him. If he finds out about these things, he won't play tricks on him, but will choose to attack him directly. Could it be that the enemy is in Douluo continent? When Tang San reached this level, he naturally knew that the Douluo plane definitely had its own will. He could also guess that the last time he observed the Sun of Luck was interrupted. The most likely reason was that the plane consciousness took action. However, the resistance of the plane consciousness is ultimately limited. Being able to help cover up the Sun of Fortune's tracks like last time is already its limit. It is now unable to resist itself, which has the advantage of divine weapon. Could it be the remnant soul in the hands of the Son of Destiny? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That is the divine consciousness of the God-King level, and it cannot be stopped by anyone other than a God-level fighter. Even if the spiritual consciousness cannot defeat the enemy, it is still easy to escape. But at this time, through the monitoring artifact in his hand, Tang San had already realized that his consciousness had clearly launched a last resort, self-destruction. Tang San did not feel sorry for this divine consciousness. After all, he could still instruct Duming and Erming to call Xiaoqi back to the sect and leave a backup plan again. As for the part of Xiaoqi's main soul contained in the spiritual consciousness, it is indeed difficult to regenerate. However, Tang San still holds most of Xiaoqi's main soul in his hands, so he should not be dead. Xiaoqi can only suffer a little longer. They are all necessary sacrifices, as the saying goes. How can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? Baby birds must learn to fly on their own before they can grow up. Even his daughter, Tang San, was treated the same way. In other words, precisely because she is his daughter, she should go through this kind of hardships. But why is this happening? Tang San frowned and murmured softly. Who on earth would force his spiritual consciousness to such a level? It can be said that God-level combat power is already invincible in Douluo continent. Even if a new God-level combat power appeared, the God realm would definitely sense it. Wait? A new God-level combat power? Is it possible that the God-level combat power of Douluo continent has been hidden for a long time? Tang San recalled what old Shura had revealed about the war between the God realm and the soul beasts, as well as the fact that the dragon God had split combined with the identity of the three-eyed golden lion as the imperial auspicious beast. It can be said that long ago, Tang San had quietly locked onto the auspicious beast's aura with the help of the God realm's central hub. That's why he discovered the blood of the golden dragon king in the auspicious beast and planned to seize it. As he thought about it, Tang San's eyes lit up. A flash of light passed through Tang San's head. There is only one truth. When the dragon god split, the golden dragon king was suppressed in the God realm by old Shura and his companions, while the other half, the silver dragon king, who escaped, hid in the starred-out great forest of Douluo continent. The more he thought about it, the brighter Tang San's eyes became. Although Tang San's god status is the god of the sea and the god of Shura, but privately, those gods call him the god of wisdom. Wisdom is his real strength. In the past, how many times have we defeated the strong with the weak? How many times have we made deliberate plans? How many times have we turned the tide from disparate situations? It all depends on his wisdom. It can be said that the greatest skill Tang San learned from the master is wisdom. Moreover, the disciple is better than the master. The reason he could reach the position of God King was because of his amazing wisdom. As the identity of the Silver Dragon King gradually surfaced, Tang San felt that everything seemed to become clearer. No wonder so many ferocious beasts hid in the Lake of Life 10,000 years ago. Even when Bibi Dong and the others attacked their lair, they did not take any action. It turns out that the Silver Dragon King was restricting their actions. It seems that this operation failed, but we also got such crucial information, so it was worth it. As a calculated smile appeared on Tang San's face again, his eyes became extremely cold again. It turned out that the group of untamed soul beasts were still plotting to become gods and coveting the position in the divine world. Damn! You, Silver Dragon King, you've already got your death. It seems that the 10,000-year plan must be accelerated. Originally, he was still hesitating whether he should let his mother replace the core of the Douluo plane so that the Douluo continent could have better development. Now it seems that there is no need to hesitate whether it was to eliminate the consciousness of this plane that dared to defy him, or to better monitor the Douluo plane, or for the safety of his daughter. You have to be ruthless and take action. However, you still have to be careful about some destruction. Recently, because of yesterday's temptation, the god of destruction also became suspicious. If the other party catches him, he will definitely take advantage of the situation. I have to find a suitable time to send my mother, Ayin, to Douluo continent. End of this chapter. Chapter 221 The Beast Lady Wants Me to Stay. Under the moonlight, a ball of distorted light quietly floated in the air. It seems to be unchanging from time immemorial, yet contains myriad colors and brilliance. Suddenly a layer of golden light suddenly burst out from the place where Huo Yuhao and the three-eyed golden lion made contact. The three-eyed golden lion fell from the air, stumbled back a few steps, and then shook its body in a daze. Huo Yuhao, who was still in midair, easily resolved the impact and then slowly landed on the ground. The blade of life guardian that was repelled from the outside world was automatically retracted and returned to his spiritual sea. Although the attribute reception initially presents a posture of the beast on top and the man on the bottom, with a strong man locking the man, but with a resonance of the power of destiny, the man and the beast also flew into the air. Although the battle with the sea god's consciousness just now seemed to last a long time, in fact, from the appearance of the sea god's consciousness to its self-destruction, only less than a minute had passed. There is no doubt that from the moment the fate of Huo Yuhao and the three-eyed auspicious beast intersected, the entire starred-out great forest was in turmoil, not to mention the subsequent confrontation with the sea god's consciousness. Compared to the original work, attribute guidance can be said to have caused a bigger stir. At the same time, Huo Yuhao also completed the second favorability mission on the auspicious beast achievement triggered. Achieve the three-eyed golden knees life-saving grace achievement and receive the reward of Daoquan Gu. Fighting Sky Gu, a 5th-level Gu worm, Yudao. Once activated, it can pull both the enemy and us into another dimension, where we fight to the death. Only when the winner is decided, or when the time is up, that is, when the Soul Master's soul power is exhausted, can we leave the dimension. Evaluation: when the Golden Wind and Jade do meet, it is better than countless things in the world. The 5th-level poisonous insect is still related to space. Huo Yuhao remembered the ultimate move of the dark demon evil god tiger, which seemed to be somewhat similar to this one. This incident is also recorded in Douluo. The dark demonic evil god tiger can suck the opponent into a different dimension and turn the opponent into a juvenile state alone, while the dark demonic evil god tiger can rely on the protection of the evil god to avoid the effect. Afterwards, the two will fight a life and death battle in the different dimension. Only when one side dies can the battle of life and death end and escape from this dimension. Tang San was hit by this move at the beginning and almost fell. Fortunately, the purple extreme divine light, which was ahead of the mainland version of mental attack, broke through the defense of the dark demon evil god tiger, and accidentally made it unable to be immune to the effect of rejuvenation. In the end, the young evil god tiger died under the hidden weapon's huge divine crossbow of the young Tang San. It can be said that there are dangers everywhere. This shows how powerful the dark demon evil god tiger is. However, under Huo Yuhao's special suppression, this 70,000-year-old evil soul beast was powerless. Even if it wanted to open the alien space and use its skills lessons from the past, the teacher behind the car Huo Yuhao would not give the opponent any chance that might threaten him. His gaze turned to the three-eyed auspicious beast at this moment. Her third eye was still bright gold, and her two red eyes were empty, as if she was still immersed in memories. Huo Yuhao walked over and raised his hand to grab her head. Three-eyed golden lion relationship, confidant achievement task, waiting for refresh. I haven't used the function to check the favorability for a long time. All of a sudden, Huo Yuhao was hit hard. I somehow feel like I owe her something. Putting aside the compatibility between the two, Huo Yuhao was only a little bit nice to the auspicious beast, but the other party wanted to give his heart to him. Attributes guide each other and destinies connect us. It can be said that the most cherished ability of this auspicious imperial beast has been voluntarily given to Huo Yuhao by the other party. Obviously, the other party is responding with sincerity, but Huo Yuhao clearly had reservations long before this trip. He carefully copied a memory, and after some modifications, he formed a memory ball for memory exchange. The memory ball does not contain any memory of Huo Yuhao's previous life, only his experiences in this life from the time he was born to the present. Moreover, some of the information about the existence of the poisonous insects and some relatively important information were also quietly concealed by Huo Yuhao. In fact, Huo Yuhao's experience in this life was just ordinary. Before the age of 10, apart from the endless suffering, most of the time was spent in cultivation. In the following 2 short years, Huo Yuhao's experience could be described as exciting and colorful, but the most noteworthy thing is probably the short 2 months of the Soul Master competition. In that arena that was the center of everyone's attention, Huo Yuhao showed off a few things. Such memories have great appeal and impact on the auspicious beasts with little knowledge, just like the immortal herbs in the Yuanyang pot. Envy the soul beasts that can move freely in such a large forest. The three-eyed golden lion, who has been experiencing a monotonous and boring life in the Xingdao Great Forest, is also curious about what the outside world is like. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yuhao realized that it was time to run away. The ferocious beast that's washing the ground is almost here. Unlike the immersive three-eyed golden lion, Huo Yuhao is an experiential person. The memory of the birth and growth of the three-eyed golden lion was very long. Even with Huo Yuhao's powerful mental strength, he only quickly schemed through it in a short period of time and put it aside for the time being. After making sure there were no unexpected factors, it's not too late to read the more specific ones later. Yuhao, the auspicious beast, raised its head and looked at the person beside it. The eye of destiny had quietly closed, and its golden eyes were clear, bright and sparkling. Are you still going? Our fates are already linked. Uncle Chi Wang and the others will never hurt you. The three-eyed golden lion also sensed Huo Yuhao's intention to leave. No, there are people waiting for me to come back. Huo Yuhao stroked the auspicious beast's fur and shook his head, his tone firm but gentle at the beginning. The convergence of fate caused a lot of fluctuations in the energy of heaven and earth. I believe that with the spiritual power level of the eldest sister, she might have sensed it. If you don't go back in time, it will make people worry. Moreover, he had to absorb the soul ring of the 70,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger and the divine power space and time. Anyone else? The three-eyed golden lion immediately noticed the key words in Huo Yuhao's memory. Although he had no memories of Cece, he was very open about his emotional experiences and did not hide anything. The three-eyed golden lion was a soul beast after all, so there was no need for Huo Yuhao to hide it from him. In Shrek's inner and outer courtyards alone, there are countless girls who have secretly fallen in love with him, or even openly confess their love to him. Not to mention, Huo Yuhao already has several girls he is close to, and the one who came with him this time seemed to be the senior sister of Shrek's inner courtyard. Suppressing the nameless anger that suddenly rose in his heart, the auspicious beast snorted in a somewhat depressed tone. What about the grilled fish you promised to make for me? You don't want to break your promise, do you? Okay. After being reminded, Huo Yuhao also remembered the promise he made last time. If this demand cannot be met, it would be a bit too much to reject the auspicious beast. Great. Seeing that Huo Yuhao finally agreed, the three-eyed golden lion finally became a little more active. How about this? I'll go catch some suitable soul beasts first, and let me fill your stomach well today. Huo Yuhao also discovered the grilled fish and meat made by Chef Scarlet King from the auspicious beast's recent memories. In response, he could only shake his head. It's really too primitive. Although the Red King, who bears the flames of hell, still has his merits in fire control, but the mere use of various seasonings and spices has already created a dimensionality reduction attack. Huo Yuhao touched the auspicious beast's big head again, took out dozens of small whole roasted fish that were still warm from the flower bud goo, handed them to the other party, and said, "Let's make do with this for now. I'll go catch some soft-bone rabbits." Huo Yuhao's figure disappeared instantly. The three-eyed golden lion also began to enjoy the grilled fish that Huo Yuhao had prepared in advance. However, this delicious food was what she had always wanted to eat. He even pestered Dion and the others to prepare a similar grilled fish for him. In the end, it was Chi Wang who took over this important task and has been working hard until now, but for some reason, I suddenly don't have a good appetite. The taste was still the same, and even the three-eyed golden lion felt that Huo Yuhao's skills had made another breakthrough. But facing the impending separation, the three-eyed golden lion is actually not happy. In the dark night sky, a crescent moon hangs high in the sky. The cold moonlight falls on the earth. Normally, it is not allowed to make a fire in the star forest at night, especially in the extremely dangerous core area. After all, many soul beasts have a clear tendency to be attracted to light. However, Huo Yuhao and the three-eyed golden lion had no concerns about this. One is a man of extraordinary combat power, great skills and courage, while the other is a man who prides himself on his status as an imperial auspicious beast and has no scruples. Huo Yuhao quickly caught a few lucky soft-bone rabbits and returned directly. This thing is also simple and quick to make. The three-eyed golden lion lay in front of the campfire, watching Huo Yuhao's every move carefully, and they looked at each other in silence. There seemed to be an indescribable complex emotion flashing across those golden eyes at this moment. A deep feeling of reluctance had already risen in her heart. However, the three-eyed golden lion, who had gradually absorbed Huo Yuhao's memories and was able to draw inferences about other situations, also knew this. There is no never-ending feast. Both she and Huo Yuhao have their own lives, not to mention, one of them is a human being and the other is a soul beast. After a brief encounter, they will eventually have to separate unless I stop being a beast. While eating the barbecue handed to him by Huo Yuhao and enjoying the other party's caressing of his fur, the auspicious beast finally asked, Yuhao, are you going to stay in Shrek forever? In his memory, the auspicious beast learned that Shrek could be considered Huo Yuhao's second home. It was also there that Huo Yuhao gradually forgot the unhappiness of the past and cheered up until today. I'm still in Shrek at the moment, but in 2 years, I might go to Sun and Moon to learn some soul guide techniques there. The main reason is the cheap tutor in the original book. Huo Yuhao discovered that if he wanted to make new progress in the soul guide technology related to the storage of origin power, he still had to look at the enemy forces and the advanced soul guide technology of Sun and Moon. It's not that Huo Yuhao doesn't have talent in this area. It's just that he understands it. Industry specializing in surgery. A wise leader does not need to be an all-rounder, but it is the ability to identify talents and delegate power. Huo Yuhao didn't want to miss such a useful tool. Moreover, most of the subsequent plots are related to the Sun and Moon parties. After all, it is a new leveling copy. Huo Yuhao felt that his strength was gradually increasing, and he could go to the Evil Soul Master base to try his luck. Besides, learning the technology and drawing on Sun and Moon soul guide manufacturing techniques can also make his Shrek even more powerful. 2 more years? I see. The three-eyed golden lion nodded seriously, as if he had made up his mind. Huo Yuhao chatted with her for a while. Suddenly, his gaze bypassed the three-eyed golden lion and looked deeper into the starred-out great forest. That's all, Rushao. I have to go now. I'll see you next time. Well, see you next time. At this moment, strange changes suddenly occurred in the direction deeper into the starred-out great forest. An invisible pressure slowly overflowed from the depths of the forest. The entire forest seemed to be shaking slightly. All the treetops within sight were swinging in one direction at the same time, and then slowly swinging back. At this moment, there was no sound in the starred-out great forest, as if all living things had fallen asleep at that moment. Although it is nighttime now, such noise is obviously abnormal. Huo Yuhao knew that the security guard, the three-headed red devil mastiff, Red King, had finally discovered something was wrong and was on his way over on horseback. Although, now Huo Yuhao is completely capable of fighting against the Red King, but the ferocious beast that came was not just Red King alone. There is also a high probability that Defying will be alarmed and the possible emergence of god-level combat power. The Silver Dragon King. Huo Yuhao absolutely did not believe that this battle of spiritual consciousness had not been discovered by the Silver Dragon King. Although Huo Yuhao now has enough self-protection ability with the help of the immortal Gu. Moreover, for the sake of the auspicious beast, the other party will most likely not take action. But Huo Yuhao was not alone in this operation. After all, Sister Li Juan is still waiting for him. Don't wait too long. Also, I have to go back and check on Wang Donger's condition. Let's see what new plans Tang San will have next in this contact. Huo Yuhao also realized that Tang San was actually just that in Douluo continent. Even the God King cannot act so blatantly and forcefully. Originally, Huo Yuhao had made more preparations. Even the worst-case scenario of the God King Tang directly descending to the mortal world to intervene was rehearsed. As a result, all that came was such a dull express delivery of spiritual consciousness. It seems that I was too cautious, but it's better this way. The more careless Tang San is, the more favorable the situation will be for Huo Yuhao. Under the reluctant gaze of the auspicious beast, a vortex of nothingness rolled up out of thin air, and the whole person slowly disappeared. Lucky beast, are you okay? The Red King flashed and came to the side of the auspicious beast, and the three dogheads asked anxiously. At the same time, the auspicious beast shook his head. Let's talk about it when we get back, Chi. Wang's nervous heart suddenly relaxed and he nodded. Okay, let's go. But just as the two beasts were about to set off, they stopped. Not far away, a figure appeared. At some point, the man was 2 meters tall, with an upright posture, a handsome face, black hair and a black robe. It is like a towering mountain, daunting to look at. Tian, the Red King's voice trembled, and he walked forward respectfully. Now that his negligence has been discovered, danger. Tian ignored the Red King. His golden eyes swept over the auspicious beast, and his calm and majestic voice sounded, "How is your health?" The auspicious beast shook his head. "I'm fine, it's just, what?" Although Tian was asking, his eyes were already on the place where Huo Yuhao had just disappeared. Obviously, he sensed the remaining breath of space. There is also a bonfire that has not yet been extinguished, which undoubtedly tells the story of the scene at that time. The auspicious beast replied, "After coming into contact with that human, the strength of my destiny power has obviously increased a lot. Also, something else happened just now. It's hard to explain it in detail here. I will tell you about it in detail when I get back. Okay, let's go, Emperor." Tian glanced at the auspicious beast and waved his hand. The next moment, The space twisted, revealing a dark space passage walking with the auspicious beast. After a while, the space returned to calm. Only the Red King was left out in the cold. What about me? I can only run back the same way. End of this chapter. Chapter 222, Silver Dragon King Awakens, Evil God Pearl. Beside the Lake of Life, the space shattered and a passage was revealed. Emperor Yan and the auspicious beast walked out from it. A green figure quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" Yan said calmly, "Don't worry, Biji, the auspicious beast is fine." Hearing this, Bridget breathed a sigh of relief, then hit the auspicious beast hard on the head with her right hand. Boom. Good sound means a good start. Girl, didn't we tell you a long time ago that when you go out, you should follow your Uncle Chi Wang carefully? Why are you making us worry so much? Ouch! The auspicious beast pretended to feel pain, then put its head close to Bridget and acted coquettishly. I was wrong this time. Tian watched their interaction, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Afterwards, he coughed lightly, maintaining the status of the most ferocious beast on the continent. Emperor Yan looked at the auspicious beast and asked, "Tell me, what exactly caused the aura riot in the starred out Great Forest this time? And what happened just now? Was it the dark demon evil god tiger?" In fact, what attracted Emperor Yan to go over there was the huge commotion caused by the attribute guidance. If Huo Yuhao had not appeared in time, and the auspicious beast did not have the backup plan left by Yan, the dark demon evil god tiger would have been able to survive in the dark demon realm and might have really had a chance to win. As for Chi Wang, he also realized belatedly that the auspicious beast was lost during the process of grilling fish. He immediately stopped what he was doing and went to look for the auspicious beast. When Yan arrived at the scene, in addition to noticing the special aura that Huo Yuhao had teleported away from, he also noticed the evil aura left by the dark demon evil god tiger, as well as the traces left by Huo Yuhao using the Emperor's sword. He also recognized the most likely source of the evil spirit at the first opportunity. This is also one of the reasons why Yan did not stop Huo Yuhao from leaving. He could see that it was the human who helped the auspicious beast. Although that human had also conducted attribute conversion with the auspicious beast, Yan had always been clear about gratitude and resentment. So he just went with the flow and temporarily let go of the human who stole his cabbage. As the auspicious beast slowly narrated the cause, process and result, even someone as calm as Yan still felt a little scared. The 70,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger was hiding so deep in the starred out Great Forest that it actually encountered an auspicious beast. Fortunately, the auspicious beast that carries the fortune of the starred out Great Forest will not die so easily, and it is normal for it to turn misfortune into good fortune until, at the very end, the auspicious beast paused and whispered, "Emperor Yan, someone wants to take over my body." Tian frowned. "Who is it?" At this moment, his voice was extremely cold, and there was an extreme murderous intent with a deep black light flashing behind him, which was overwhelming. Bridget's expression was also extremely solemn. "Taking over the body of a sacred beast, is that crazy? Who on earth has such courage? Could it be Shrek? It doesn't look like it. The main reason is that they don't have the ability," the auspicious beast explained. "When Huo Yuhao and I were exchanging memories, I saw a blue gold light trying to break in, and there was a soul hiding in this light. The power of destiny is alerted, and the other party is trying to take over my body. In the end, it was Huo Yuhao who helped me drive away the blue gold light. The power of destiny also told me that I had most likely avoided the most dangerous situation. Perhaps, without Huo Yuhao's help, the me you see now would no longer be the original me." Speaking of this, the auspicious beast felt a little aggrieved. The little pearl is about to fall, and she obviously didn't provoke anyone. How could this happen? Is this a trick played by the gods in the divine world? Yan fell into deep thought. From the description of the auspicious beast, he realized that the most likely people who could achieve this were those in the divine realm at this time. An ethereal female voice seemed to sound from all directions. I felt it too. It was indeed the collision of two divine auras. Hearing this voice, Yan and BG showed a hint of joy on their faces, and they quickly knelt on one knee respectfully, lowering their head slightly. "Lord." The auspicious beast decided to also lowered its head to show respect. Although she was an auspicious beast of the starred out Great Forest, the reason she did not have to kneel at this moment was simply because her master loved and cared for her. Obviously, there is only one person on the continent who can make the three beasts perform like this, and that is the continent's sole beast leader, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. "Get up," Guyuna said calmly. The three beasts stood up, and Yan faced the lake and said respectfully, "Master, You are awake. Yes, it was not long ago. Combined with what the auspicious beast said just now, I can be sure that a god from the divine world must have targeted the auspicious beast and made a move in secret. My lord, what should I do? Emperor Yuan couldn't help but ask if there are gods in the divine world who are always keeping an eye on them, then wouldn't their hiding be in vain and they would be completely exposed? Although his title is Beast God, it is obviously a bit unworthy of the title. If he encounters a real god-level combat power at this time, he can only deal with it for a while at best. Now, the master who had been sleeping for many years finally woke up, and Dion naturally passed the ball to the soul beast's thigh. Let's wait and see what happens. Gu Yuna sighed quietly, noticing the worries of several people, and said calmly, "Don't worry, this god is only interested in the auspicious beast, and there is no chance now. Moreover, the other party does not know about my existence, even so." It comforted them, but there were some things Gu Yuna obviously didn't say. Only the 5 great gods can secretly interfere with the lower world. However, in her memory, the spiritual light that symbolized the 5 great divine kings was not blue gold. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yuna came to a conclusion. It is very likely that the person who made the move in secret was Tang San, who ascended to the god realm 10,000 years ago and inherited the power of the sea god and the azure god, a dual god in one. If it was Tang San who started the attack, it would be difficult for him to fight back given his current situation. After all, her strength is no longer at its peak. Moreover, he still had the scars left by the previous generation of Shura god on his body over the years. I could only slowly heal my wounds with the help of the gold of life. At this moment, the auspicious beast mustered up the courage and broke the slightly silent atmosphere. She said weakly, "Well, actually, I saw that Huo Yuhao was carrying an old man with god-level strength, a god-level residual soul. It was he who repelled the blue gold divine consciousness. Perhaps we can use their help." Gu Yuna at the bottom of the lake of life seemed to understand something and nodded. Indeed, the current breakthrough point lies with Huo Yuhao. Although it was just a quick glance, the Silver Dragon King also noticed it. The other party's talent is absolutely unique in the history of Douluo continent. Combined with what the auspicious beast said, he is clearly only a quasi-soul king, but he possesses the power to defeat spiritual consciousness with the help of external forces. There is a high probability that Huo Yuhao will be able to ascend to the divine realm in the near future if we establish a good relationship with him in advance. Maybe there will be a chance to change the current situation later. Gu Yuna pondered for a moment and made a decision. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can indeed use the other party's strength. So, the auspicious beast volunteered. "Master, rest assured, the task of winning over Huo Yuhao will be handed over to me. I will ensure that the task is completed." Dion and BG, are you sure you don't have any other ideas? Well, since you have made a choice in your heart, go for it boldly. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Yuna agreed. She had no intention of forcing the auspicious beast originally. She was thinking of going over to take a look herself, but doing so might scare the other person. So she thought about waiting a little longer and not rushing. Since the auspicious beast has this idea, it is not impossible. After all, she and Huo Yuhao had successfully completed the attribute transfer, and the god's plan had failed. There would be no chance of taking over another body in the future, and using the auspicious beast that possesses the other party's memory to win over Huo Yuhao will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. If there were a ranking list for the spirit rings in Douluo continent for the strong attack spirit masters, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger is undoubtedly a T0 king level existence in the list. It can be said that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger has already been listed on the list of must-eats for time travel after coming to Douluo continent. If your attributes are right and you haven't killed a Dark Demon Evil God Tiger to absorb its spirit ring, you would be embarrassed to say that you are a qualified time traveler. Evil God Wind Blade, Dark Demon Evil Thunder, Evil God Sprint, Evil God Guardian, Evil God Hook, Life and Death Arena, Dark Demon Domain. The opponent's 7 known soul skills alone already combine long-range elemental attacks, teleportation, damage immunity, true damage, control weakening, and locking the enemy into duel. The configuration is extremely luxurious, coupled with a strong physical quality and the incredible growth ability that can devour others to quickly improve cultivation. It can be said to be an invincible hexagonal warrior no matter which of its innate soul skills is obtained. It can bring earth-shaking changes to a soul master, not to mention the improvement in the quality of the martial soul after absorbing the soul ring. However, the advantages of soul skills are generally only reflected in the early and middle stages, and only under the Super Douluo will there be more room for development among them. The age of the soul ring is the most important restriction. Generally speaking, In the collision showdown between Super Douluo, soul skills below 50,000 years old can no longer meet the needs at that level. The key to victory or defeat is to place more emphasis on the original power of the martial soul and the control over the force of space generally. There are only spirit rings of 100,000 years level. Super Douluo will use the powerful spirit beast origin power contained in it to influence the battle situation, just like the last battle between Xuanzi and Dubuxi. The two have the same soul power level, similar quality of martial souls, and similar sect secret skills. The only difference is that Dubuxi has 2 more 100,000-year soul rings. Take the sea god Tang San as an example. In the later period of Dao Yi, although he also absorbed the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger, he rarely used this soul skill, and regarded it more as a ring explosion launcher. This 60,000-year-old spirit ring didn't even have a specific spirit skill name in the original novel. It was just a prisoner of the Clear Sky Hammer's special skill. Of course, it may also be because the Clear Sky Hammer and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger do not have a good compatibility and failed to absorb each other's incredible soul skills. If he had absorbed the bug-level soul skill like the Arena of Life and Death, the result would definitely be different. As a skilled warrior, Tang San had already received the Sigad Trident, 6 spirit bones, and dozens of skills in his body. Also because of the test from the God of the Sea, the age of his spirit rings is not low, and each of his spirit skills can be said to have its own characteristics and strengths. However, because the sources of each spirit skill are different, the control required when using it is also different. Therefore, when Tang San switches spirit skills, it is inevitable that there will be delays, inability to connect, excessive consumption, and poor skill connection effects. The bottom line is, it's because he's unable to combine his numerous skills into one, which leads to the phenomenon of having too many skills. Tang San was naturally aware of this problem, and with the guidance of his predecessors, he also found a solution, that is to focus on one's own martial soul and discover the original power of one's own martial soul. Haoshin is already invincible, so why should we follow others' path? As for the Blue Silver Emperor, not familiar. However, after Tang San became a god, he completely followed the old path of others and abandoned the Blue Silver Emperor and the Clear Sky Hammer. Too much emphasis was placed on current combat power, while neglecting future development. This is actually the drawback of the inheritance of the throne for Huo Yuhao. There was naturally no need to worry about such things. Even if he inherited the throne of God, he would only regard it as a stepping stone. Moreover, there is already a road to heaven in front of him. A vortex of nothingness swirled. The suspect Huo Yuhao appeared in the starred out great forest. At this time, he had already left the crime scene with the corpse of the evil god tiger with the help of the divine power space, and came to an open space not far from Zhang Lexuan. Before returning, he still had to solve the problem of the evil god pearl. The mechanism of the evil god pearl is similar to the crystals produced by the evil eye tyrant clan after death, both of which contain the soul of the deceased entity. The evil eye tyrant can rely on the crystal to possess another body and be reborn. If the crystal is not destroyed, the soul ring and soul bone will not explode. The same goes for the evil god pearl. The soul of the dark demon evil god tiger is hidden in it. After all, the first dark demon evil god tiger was formed when the evil god descended upon a white tiger and caused it to mutate, changing its original light attribute into a dark attribute, and growing black wings that represented depravity, and the evil god hook that was like a scorpion's tail, slightly different from the evil eye tyrant. The dark demon evil god tiger's evil god pearl and soul ring are separate, and the soul ring is directly generated after death. If you want to get its soul bone, you can't avoid the evil god bead. It can be said that the original power of the dark demon evil god tiger is hidden in it. Although this dark demon evil god tiger has only been cultivating for 70,000 years, its original power is comparable to that of a 200,000-year-old beast that has survived 2 heavenly tribulations. Due to its special nature, it is inevitable that a soul bone will be produced. Although it was only 70,000 years, Huo Yuhao felt that he could accept it as long as it was not the head soul bone anyway. When you become a god and create divine equipment in the future, you have to improve the quality of your soul bones as well. In other words, the Shenhui space was completely controlled by Huo Yuhao, suppressing the release of the black hole in the evil god pearl space. Otherwise, the soul bones and evil god pearl that were spoils of war would be difficult to obtain. This is also the lesson Tang San left behind 10,000 years ago. Back then, Tang San accidentally let the evil god pearl escape, and he suffered a great loss, so he only got 1 spirit ring. Even this evil god bead that escaped by relying on the power of time and space later became another dimension, and the sky bead became a plug-in for the protagonist Zhou Weiqing. This shows how precious it is. The most powerful aspect of the dark demon evil god tiger is the extremely evil attribute bestowed by the evil god's bloodline, which is also the main source of power contained in the evil god pearl, although Huo Yuhao did not really need this. The power of time and space contained in the evil god pearl alone was already of great benefit to him. Soul rings, soul bones, and evil god beads, these three are rare treasures, 3 meals from one tiger. Huo Yuhao chose to take them all. Divine space. Looking at the soul ring in front of him, it is more than one circle larger than the normal 10,000-year soul ring, and its color is also a deeper black. Huo Yuhao finished his thoughts and brought the corpse of the evil god tiger back to reality in an instant. A strange round bead that was completely black floated out from the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. It spun around and immediately condensed into a black hole in space and tried to escape. Huo Yuhao simply reached out with his right hand and firmly held it in place. The evil god bead, which was emitting blue and green light, was still struggling. You can see that he was extremely scared. Teacher, I have to ask you for help again. It's not that Huo Yuhao doesn't have the means to deal with souls, but if he wants to perform a precise soul erasing operation on this powerful dark demon evil god tiger, he still needs an expert in this field to come for a consultation. He didn't want to waste his time and end up damaging such a precious treasure. Things are simple. After that, Douluo took over again and used the purifying light in one hand to refine it in an instant. Dark demon evil god tiger, 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 I'm really in trouble this time. With a wailing sound, the remaining soul in the evil god pearl was completely wiped out. Soul ring absorption begins. End of this chapter. Chapter 223. Combat power limitation. 5th soul ring. Before absorbing the 5th soul ring, Huo Yuhao held his yuan and oneness together, recovering from his previous consumption and striving to bring his energy and spirit to the best possible state. At the same time, he also expanded his mental power, informed his senior sister who was several miles away, and guided her to find his location as the 100-meter wide ice soul field unfolded. Relying on the extreme cold power within the field, Huo Yuhao set up defenses while quickly recovering from his own consumption. At present, the maximum coverage range of the two fields is 500 meters. The larger the coverage range of the field, the more soul power and mental power will be consumed. If he uses an area within 100 meters, it will actually help him recover just like when he was meditating normally. Huo Yuhao could use the space-time field of dozens of meters to enhance the attributes of his spiritual and martial soul and speed up his cultivation. As cautious as he is, he will not put himself in unnecessary danger due to pride and carelessness. After all, the Shinetun Baojin Lotus can only restore Huo Yuhao's soul power, and cannot directly restore his mental power and martial soul's original power. In the recent battle with one slash of the sword, Huo Yuhao drained all his soul power in an instant. His mental power was also consumed by nearly a quarter in an instant, and a lot of the original power of his ice soul body's martial soul was also consumed. This is Huo Yuhao's current shortcoming. In fact, this is actually the biggest advantage of self-created soul skills. It will not be restricted by the age of the spirit ring and can become stronger as the user becomes stronger, and will never become outdated. If Huo Yuhao did this, it could be said that he was making full use of the advantage of not being restricted by the age of his spirit rings. Of course, basically no one would do what he did, and until now, no one except Huo Yuhao has been able to do this, which Soul King can forcibly use the attack of Super Douluo across several stages. Douluo continent basically obeys the law of conservation of energy. As the soul ring ages, the power of the soul ring increases, so powerful soul skills basically involve the use of the power of the soul ring. The basic principle of soul skills is that the soul master inputs his own soul power into the soul ring, and uses the power of the soul ring's origin to activate soul skills. A powerful soul master can make the most of a small effort and combine the power of the soul ring's origin with the origin of his own martial soul to produce a stronger effect. Huo Yuhao discovered through research that it takes a certain amount of time for a soul ring to recover its original power. But inputting soul power can speed up the recovery process. This is why the more powerful the soul skills, the more restrictions there are on their use. Most of them cannot be used continuously and require a certain cooldown period. If you exhaust all the resources and output all the soul ring's original power at once, it will require a longer cooling and recovery time, which is similar to exploding the soul ring. Therefore, even though Huo Yuhao was beating up the dark demon evil god tiger, that was only possible because he was using all his strength. The time and space domain cooperated with a divine power space to block the retreat. At the same time, multiple 100,000-year soul skills were superimposed, combined with strong physical fitness, to cut out an extremely sublime sword. It's just short of stacking the 5th turn multiplier Gu and the 5th turn all-out Gu behind the ability to kill a 70,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger with a combat power close to that of a Super Douluo with one strike. Are hardships that the auspicious beast cannot see. He seems calm on the surface, But in fact he is leaving no stone unturned because the 4th level Ice Blade Gu could no longer satisfy Huo Yuhao's needs. It's okay for bullying noobs, but it's becoming increasingly weak when playing against high-end games like Title Douluo before. When Huo Yuhao used the Ice Soul Blade, he needed the help of the 4th level Ice Blade Gu. The recovery of the Ice Knife Gu only requires consuming a little bit of the Ice Emperor's original power, which is very convenient and easy to use. However, Huo Yuhao did not develop the habit of relying on the Ice Knife Gu all the time. The core mechanism of Douluo continent is actually the martial soul. With the development of his Ice Soul body martial soul, Huo Yuhao's control over the martial soul's original power has been further improved. Now, he only needs to rely on the linkage of the soul ring and the original power of his own Ice Soul body to easily create a stronger Ice Soul sword. Although the consumption is high, the upper limit is much higher than the Ice Blade Gu, which is only at the 4th level. This is also due to the power of the 100,000-year spirit ring. However, this skill, which has the power of a super Douluo, can only be used once or twice in a short period of time by Huo Yuhao. Even with the continuous soul power recovery of the 4th revolution Dian Yuan Bao Jun Lian, his instantaneous soul power output is far from enough, and he needs to use more mental power and original power to make up for this shortcoming. Otherwise, you will have to spend more time relying on the soul power that can be continuously restored to accumulate strength before attacking. Obviously, unless teammates create the right opportunity for Huo Yuhao, this stupid charging mechanism will not work at all in high-level headlong combat. If you want to use more powerful soul skills, you cannot perform them without a certain amount of soul power as a fusion medium. It is impossible to perform them with only mental strength and physical fitness. Otherwise, why is it called soul skill? Soul power is the key to activating the martial soul. Even the seemingly omnipotent original power must rely on soul power mental power to exist. If you want to solve this problem, you have to start with the soul power level and soul power quality. Huo Yuhao's soul power level improvement speed is actually almost taking off, while the geniuses of the same age are still working hard to reach level 40. Huo Yuhao, who had a low starting level and an ultimate martial spirit with a debuff that slowed down his training speed, was already far ahead. In just 2 years, he leapt from level 10 to a quasi-soul king at level 50. He has become an existence that is out of reach and cannot be directly looked at by geniuses of his same generation. Even someone as well informed as Moon found this incredulous. As a level 50 quasi-soul king, although Huo Yuhao's soul power capacity far exceeds that of soul masters of the same level due to the ultimate ice and various opportunities, it is still far behind a true level 90 title Douluo. In this regard, he still has some way to go. As for the quality of soul power, that is, the quality of soul power can be divided like this: ordinary soul power. And it can even be said that he has reached the limit of this stage. If you want to go further, you have to condense your soul core during the second stage of Douluo. The condensation of soul core is a prerequisite for advancement to title Douluo. Even in the Douluo III realm, due to the improvement of cultivation methods and the increased efforts of soul masters in cultivating their mental strength, soul masters only begin to condense their soul cores after entering the soul saint realm. Even Huo Guo in the original novel was condensed when he broke through to the soul saint level. Huo Yuhao's previous plan was also at that time. Now it seems that it may be put on the agenda. Maybe it can be completed during the soul king period, and at the latest it can be completed during the Soul Emperor stage. This is because Huo Yuhao can completely rely on the help of the evil God Pearl to condense a soul core with time or space attributes. He also had to sigh, "I never expected that as someone who is the ultimate ice, I would one day be restricted by the quality of my soul power." This is what happens after playing too many high-end games. Of course, there is another way, that is to create a soul skill that is based on mental power, so as to play to Huo Yuhao's strengths and avoid weaknesses, and give full play to the advantage of Huo Yuhao's strong mental power. The killer moves in this regard are still being perfected. As Huo Yuhao recovered to his peak state under the guidance of his mental power, Zhang Lexun also arrived at the scene quickly. Her eyes first fell on Huo Yuhao, and she felt relieved when she saw that he was fine. Although Huo Yuhao had only been missing for less than an hour, it was still quite worrying. After all, it was the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest. Even she, a level 84 soul Douluo with the combat power of a title Douluo, could not stay there alone for a long time. Moreover, the large-scale imposing pressure of the Scarlet King just now was also sensed by Zhang Lexun, whose mental power was close to being tangible and intangible. It was definitely Huo Yuhao who did it. This is a woman's first instinct. If Huo Yuhao didn't come back after a while, Zhang Lexun would have no choice but to follow the pressure and go deep into the core area to look for the other party. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao's message stopped the eldest senior sister's thoughts. In time afterwards, Zhang Lexun saw the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger. After a tremor in her pupils, she covered her red lips. She was completely stunned. How come Huo Yuhao always gives her new scares every time? This thought suddenly popped into my mind. After coming to his senses, Zhang Lexun looked at Huo Yuhao and asked worriedly, Yuhao, can you really absorb the dark demon evil god tiger that is about 70,000 years old? Putting aside how Huo Yuhao killed the dark demon evil god tiger, there was no trace of a battle at the scene. Just absorbing this spirit ring is a huge problem and needs to be discussed. The strength of a soul beast depends on its cultivation level, which is why there are distinctions of 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. But cultivation does not mean absolute strength. Why are the 10 most ferocious beasts in the world so powerful? In addition to the fact that they have been practicing for a long time, it is also because they are an extremely powerful race, and the power contained in their blood is extremely strong. The dark demon evil god tiger is the soul beast with the most powerful bloodline. Therefore, this 70,000-year soul ring can be said to contain the power of a nearly 200,000-year-old ferocious beast. Absorbing it is definitely much more dangerous than an ordinary 100,000-year spirit ring. As if knowing what Zhang Lexun was worried about, Huo Yuhao smiled confidently. Don't worry, Sister Li Zhuan. By chance, I have completely purified the soul of the dark demon evil god tiger. If it is just a soul power impact, I am absolutely sure that I can absorb it smoothly. When Yi Lao took action before, he naturally purified the remaining soul on the soul ring at the same time. That's good. Seeing this, Zhang Lexun said no more, but just sighed in her heart at how fast Huo Yuhao had grown. How long has it been? Unconsciously, the little junior brother who needed her protection at the beginning has grown into a towering tree that she needs to look up to. Just absorb it with peace of mind. I will protect you. It is good. Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded. The ice soul realm instantly switched to the space-time realm. His mental power expanded again, and after finding no threats within dozens of miles, he began to absorb the fifth soul ring of his spiritual eyes. Pulling the soul ring, with just a flash of light, the huge dark soul ring was directly put on Huo Yuhao's body. At the same time, huge amounts of energy continued to flow into his body like a tide. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao's physical fitness was strong enough to receive it all. In the sea of spirit, Xianmeng and Bingdi gradually calmed down. Tianmeng was originally one of Huo Yuhao's backup plans. Once he discovered that his body could not withstand such a huge amount of original power, Tianmeng would take action immediately and temporarily seal and store the excess energy. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. The ice soul body, the original martial soul, is truly terrifying. With it as a backup, there seems to be no need to worry about your physical condition. You know, after a soul master's cultivation breaks through the soul Douluo level, what will trouble them in improving is not only their soul power, but also their body. When the soul power becomes too huge, the requirements for its carrier, that is, the body of the soul master, will become higher and higher. Therefore, many soul Douluo level warriors even have to suppress the speed of their soul power improvement, and constantly use various methods to temper themselves, so that their physical strength reaches a higher level before they dare to seek a breakthrough in soul power. After reaching the title Douluo level, almost every time the soul power increases by one level, one will have to face this situation. In other words, in the later stages, the body will be one of the important factors restricting the development of the soul master. But Huo Yuhao had no such worries at all. Thanks to the enormous vitality bestowed upon him by the gold of life, coupled with his previous experience of the deluxe version of the ice and fire alchemy body, he did not need to worry about this aspect, at least before he cultivated to the super Douluo level. The gradual improvement in soul power level alone is enough to drive Huo Yuhao's physical fitness to steadily improve. The absorption process lasted for 2 hours. The dark halo converged on the surface of his body, and when Huo Yuhao stopped practicing, he felt refreshed. He is terrifyingly strong now. Because the dark demon evil god tiger itself possesses the attribute of strength, this hexagonal soul beast, in addition to its own innate soul skills, is best at strength. After absorbing the soul ring, the thing that Huo Yuhao gained the most from the original power of his bloodline was naturally strength, which further improved his physical fitness. What was surprising was that his soul power also increased from level 50 to more than half of level 54, completing almost half of the Soul King stage in one go. This was certainly because of the powerful quality of the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring, and also because of the last time Huo Yuhao went to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. He used the difficult immortal Gu to practice for the first time. This is Huo Yuhao. If it were any other normal soul master, he would definitely soar directly to the level of 60. Of course, if they were really allowed to absorb it, The only outcome would be explosion and death. It's not just physical fitness and soul power that are improved. Although Huo Yuhao's time and space attributes are already top-notch, the improvement in this area is not significant. However, in terms of mental power, the soul bone attached to the time and space demon eye was greatly improved due to the effect of the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring, which increased Huo Yuhao's already powerful mental power by nearly 10%. Such an improvement can be said to be extremely exaggerated. When mental power reaches this level of being tangible and intangible, it is already one of the best in the continent. If you want to improve it further, it is already extremely difficult without special opportunities. It would take decades of hard work day and night for an ordinary soul master to achieve this. All I can say is that it's fortunate that I have the time and space demon eye, an external soul bone that can continue to grow, and the existence of the second sea of consciousness. Otherwise, Huo Yuhao would have needed to fuse a suitable HUD soul bone to carry this huge mental power. Regarding soul rings, this time, it brought a rare offensive soul skill to the Lingmao martial soul space flare. Forms a deep black circular patch that can be condensed and shot out to attack. It's a bit like the black particles shot out from the fingers of the King of Fighters Orochi. Wherever the rays pass, they cut and devour solid matter. In essence, it causes a momentary space-breaking effect. Huo Yuhao can use this brief space gap to achieve destructive functions. It can even be used for defenses for soul bones. Huo Yuhao hasn't absorbed it yet because he can use the evil god pearl to make the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger produce a soul bone of the type he wants. There are 7 options, namely the 6 major soul bones and external soul bones. There is no need to think about it. It is naturally the external soul bone. Although I can't control the location of the external soul bone, it's already very good. What do you think about external soul bones? I feel like it can only be the evil god's wings. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Talk about the ultimate attributes, external soul bone. In fact, the evil god pearl is not so easy to control. It is just like the dragon pale in Moon's hand, which contains hidden evil spirit. Even though the soul of the dark demon evil god tiger hidden in the evil god pearl has been completely purified by Yi Lao, the extremely evil nature of the bloodline in it will not disappear. This is a sharp double-edged sword. When using the evil god pearl, its extremely evil attributes will constantly affect the user's mental will and lead him onto the evil path. If the soul master has a firm will and is not swayed by external factors, he will be able to successfully absorb the energy in the evil god pearl in practice. If one cannot control his true heart and succumbs to evil thoughts, he will easily become an evil soul master hated by everyone. It can be said that if an ordinary soul master obtained this purified evil god pearl, he would definitely not be able to control it. He would turn into a demon in an instant and immediately become the new Holy Spirit Church's Holy Son. This is just the initial use of the evil god pearl. What Huo Yuhao needs to do now is to further integrate it and then derive a soul bone that suits him. This has an even greater impact on soul masters, just like Zhou Weiqing, the protagonist in the next studio. With a blessing of great luck, even if he is lucky enough to absorb the evil god pearl, he will be affected by its extremely evil attributes and will make some irrational actions from time to time, contributing to the construction of his harem. Take Tang San's 8 spider lance spirit bone for example. In other words, Tang San is inherently pure and innocent, with a firm heart, and does not care about evil or not, which is why he can control the 8 spider lance so well. If Tang San had not been spotted and marked by the god of Shura in advance, the god of evil might have directly taken Tang San as his successor god of evil. This child is similar to me. The evil attribute of the evil god pearl is much more exaggerated than the evil of the 8 spider lance. The ultimate evil attribute is completely different from general evil and cannot be lumped together. The ultimate evil is undoubtedly the top level of evil. To a certain extent, the ultimate evil is equal to or even greater than the ultimate attribute. This brings us to the definition of ultimate attributes. The ultimate attributes generally appear in common elemental attributes such as water, fire, wind, thunder, gold, ice, light and darkness, as well as physical attributes such as strength, defense and speed. However, some special attributes have no extreme divisions, such as time, space, fate, destruction, sacredness, life, evil, and spirit. Generally speaking, these special attributes have very high upper limits and high lower limits, and are extremely powerful. But there are exceptions like evil and spirits because they are both relatively common in special attributes, especially the evil ones. Basically every evil soul master has one. In other words, it is precisely because there are too many people and they are not well trained that the lower limit is lowered. There are two most iconic features of the ultimate attributes. One is suppression. Just like in the original novel, Hogwa's ultimate eyes can ignore multiple levels and suppress Ling Luchan of the same attribute and Mazaya-Ateo of mutually restraining attributes. The other is the slow speed of cultivation, an attribute backlash. The extreme attribute brings extremely high soul power quality, which can easily burst the soul master with poor physical fitness. And because the soul power quality does not match the soul power cultivation, it will inevitably slow down the cultivation speed of low-level soul masters. Only the extreme that was emphasized in the second game of Douluo. Douluo is not mentioned much in the subsequent Douluo III. In addition to the version change to bloodline, it is more because the adult's original definition of the ultimate attribute was rather vague. So, in Huo Yuhao's opinion, it is easy to understand if you correspond the ultimate attributes to martial souls. After all, bloodline also affects the strength of martial souls, simply divided into 4 levels. Ordinary martial soul. Of course, the prerequisite is that the innate soul power must be at the maximum level. The ultimate martial soul must possess a certain ultimate attribute, or have a powerful special attribute, just like Hogwa's Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion in the original novel, Mazaya-Ateo after her transformation, and the Golden Dragon martial spirit after the Auspicious Beast transformed. A god-level martial soul is naturally a sacred angel like Jinring-Su, who possesses the realm of innate awakening. The reason why it is said that the ultimate evil is greater than the ultimate attribute in some aspects, this is because the extremely evil attribute can be said to come directly from God, just like the dark demon evil god Tiger to the evil god, and Bibidong to the Rakshasa god. The ultimate martial soul is the limit that a soul master can reach without the influence of a god-level being, of course, except for those who cheat. For example, Huo Yuhao's current beaming ice soul martial soul focuses on ice and snow, spirit, and multiple physical attributes. It possesses innate domains and is a true god-level martial soul. This is also one of the key factors that allow Huo Yuhao's mental and physical qualities to be far ahead of his soul power level. Let's talk about the evil god pearl. The extremely evil attributes that most people avoid like the plague are no problem for Huo Yuhao because his mental strength is strong enough. It can completely offset the negative effects brought by the evil attribute. Moreover, whether it is the absolute calmness that comes with the ice soul domain, or the locking of all of Huo Yuhao's emotions after using the 5-level love locking goo, they are both his biggest nemesis, the ancient Greek god of emotions. No one knows how to manage emotions better than him. Wrong. 9 Bing, you are really the opposite of Xiangang. Holding the evil god pearl in his hand, Huo Yuhao began to further practice. He needed to guide the original power in the evil god pearl to merge with himself, and then use the corpse of the dark demon evil god Tiger to create a specific soul bone. From Zhang Lexun's perspective, Huo Yuhao absorbed the soul ring, then took out the evil god pearl to practice again, and then the corpse of the dark demon evil god Tiger turned into gray gas and dispersed, which he guided into his body and absorbed. It's really weird. The moonlight shines and the stars are cool. Zhang Lexun sat on a huge rock, radiating her mental power to alert the surroundings. But her eyes were fixed on Huo Yuhao's profile and she couldn't move them away. In fact, Zhang Lexun's feelings towards this junior fellow apprentice are very complicated. A long time ago, because of Huo Yuhao's unprecedented talent, Elder Mu gave Zhang Lexun an order to protect his junior brother. Huo Yuhao let Zhang Lexun no longer be restricted by the identity of Biba E child bride, while personally teaching Huo Yuhao to learn the inner courtyard's secret techniques and knowledge. Huo Yuhao also naturally resolved the biggest knot in Zhang Lexun's heart, that was the death of 8 inner courtyard disciples caused by Xuanzi. Zhang Lexun has always believed that it was her own lack of strength that was the main reason for the most despairing incident in Shrek's inner courtyard. But this is what Huo Yuhao said at the time: Sister Li Zhuan, this is not your fault, it's the fault of a certain Laodeng who neglected his duties. Ahem. Not this sentence. When you have no choice, just have a clear conscience. When you don't want to move forward, just stop for a while. This world is not beautiful, but we have to work harder for it, right? In short, influenced by Huo Yuhao, Zhang Lexun figured out some things that had troubled her for a long time, and decided to become the next deputy head of the supervisory group. She was also attracted to the succubus Huo Yuhao. The fusion of soul bones is about to come to an end. Zhang Lexun raised her arms and stretched lazily with a comfortable look. Her beautiful figure was fully displayed in this ambiguous action, but this beautiful scene can only be appreciated by the person in Huo Yuhao's mind. Electrolux remained transformed into a gray bead, motionless. Only Xianmeng was discussing it secretly. Tianmeng said with a sigh, another woman has fallen. Yuhao is really guilty of a serious crime. Bingdi snorted coldly. indicating that he didn't care Tianmeng's side, but, in my opinion, she still has a chance. After all, Yuhao never refuses anyone who comes. Bingdi glanced at Xianmeng and said, "So you know a lot." After hearing Bingdi's reply, Xianmeng patted his chest and said proudly, "Of course. I have followed Huo Yuhao for such a long time, so I naturally know his character well enough." Bingdi thought for a moment, really, this is indeed the case. Those who are close to Zhu are close to those who are black. Tianmeng has been with Huo Yuhao in human society for a long time, and now she rarely makes the same childish remarks as when she first met Huo Yuhao. After all, his original intention was to abduct the young Huo Yuhao, make him accept his method of wisdom soul ring, and embark on the path of creating a god. In addition, as the first million-year soul beast on the continent, Tianmeng still has a little pride and confidence when it comes to the soul beast hero of the continent. It's only Lord Xianmeng. But as his knowledge grew, he saw so many incredible opportunities that Huo Yuhao had and encountered more and more exaggerated events. Xianmeng has learned to be humble, not to mention anything else. She even has to stay away from her good sister Hyota for a while now. Facing the Bingdi with a more violent temper, Tianmeng would rarely continue to seek death as he did before then. Tianmeng gave Bingdi a wicked smile. What a pity. Yuhao was on guard against us before, and even deliberately closed his spiritual sea when doing that. It was so mean. Ice King, I always feel that Xianmeng deserves a beating again. Recently outside world, Huo Yuhao has completed the absorption of the external soul bone. I saw a pair of huge wings spreading out behind him as if covering the sky and the sun. External soul bone, the wings of the evil god. The main attribute is evil, supplemented by wind, thunder, time and space. The wings were pitch black, not a bat-like flesh and blood wings of the dark demon evil tiger, but a kind of energy wings that were between illusion and reality. This may be because Hyota's torso bones already occupy the spine, sternum, and ribs. The wings of the evil god were not fixed to a certain part of Huo Yuhao's back, but simply formed a small black double wing pattern on Huo Yuhao's back. It can switch forms freely under Huo Yuhao's control. The black double-winged form at this time is the initial skin of the wings of the evil god. As the different attributes of the soul bones are used, the wings will burst into different colors and functions similarly. Absorbing this 70,000-year-old external soul bone allowed Huo Yuhao's soul power to rise again by one level, reaching level 55. There is no need to say much about the built-in flying function of the wings of the evil god. You know, apart from flying soul masters, only soul masters at the soul saint level can fly by relying on their own strength, and it consumes a lot of energy, is not very flexible, and is difficult to sustain. Only in the Contra period did the flying ability reach a new level. Although Huo Yuhao was able to walk in the air as if it were flat ground thanks to his control over space, but with the help of the wings of the evil god, he can truly control flight without the help of the insect. Moreover, the flying speed is incredibly fast, which makes it much more convenient whether traveling or escaping. The soul skills bestowed upon Huo Yuhao by the wings of the evil god are also extremely powerful. First of all, the wings of the evil god in the patterned state can continuously absorb external energy and store it. Huo Yuhao can use the absorbed energy to attach 4 different attributes of wind, thunder, time and space to the wings of the evil god to produce different effects. It's like using the power of winds and thunder to greatly increase flying speed. Huo Yuhao, who got the new toy, tried it out immediately with just a thought. His wings spread out and flapped symbolically. Amid the flow of bluish-purple light, Huo Yuhao immediately turned into an afterimage that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and flew straight into the sky in an instant. Countless distances were crossed. In fact, this flight did not require the wings to flap continuously, but Huo Yuhao felt that doing so would be more ceremonial in this case. If we only talk about the flying speed, it can be said that it is already superior to most titled Douluo. Of course, such consumption is also not low. The energy in the wings of the evil god is currently full. Huo Yuhao calculated that it would provide him with enough energy to fly at full speed for 2 hours before he would need to recharge it. Of course, without the energy attached, Huo Yuhao could also fly, but his speed would be a bit slower and he would only consume his own soul power. Although he had the advantage of endurance, he felt there was no need to save energy. All it takes is one night of meditation to recharge the energy of the evil god's wings. If the evil god's wings were allowed to absorb the energy on their own, it would only take less than a day. He could even use his own soul power to replenish the energy, which was very convenient. Similarly, if it is attached to space-time energy, it can bring a corresponding increase to Huo Yuhao, mainly by coordinating with other soul skills. It was as if, with the blessing of the spatial attribute attached to the wings of the evil god, Huo Yuhao's third soul ring's teleportation distance could be increased by half, and the spatial flare power of the fifth soul ring could be further enhanced. Let's talk about the active soul skill of the wings of the evil god. Evil god transformation. This is mainly the evolution of the extremely evil attribute after using the evil god transformation. Huo Yuhao is given the ultimate evil attribute and can enhance his strength, speed, attack, defense, and resistance to abnormal effects. The current maximum increase is 200%, which can last for 1 hour. It is different from Ice Limit, which focuses on increasing martial soul and soul power. The evil god transformation only affects the body, and the two enhancements are not actually in conflict. The evil god transformation can be considered as an enhanced version of the White Tiger Vajra transformation and the Berserk transformation correspondingly, similar to Berserk. Because of the existence of the extremely evil attribute, the evil god transformation will also bring a side effect, which is to make people lose their reason and become completely crazy. But for Huo Yuhao, this is just a side effect that is not worth mentioning. End of this chapter. Chapter 225. Yi Lao's true inheritance, the demiplane of the undead. Huo Yuhao in the evil god transformation state. Because of his ice soul body martial spirit, he had a very high level of control over his body. His body, which should have expanded, did not change in size, but his entire body was shrouded in a dim yet mysterious gray-black aura. Coupled with the evil black wings behind him, the air seemed to be filled with a suffocating evil atmosphere. He looked like a world-shaking demon god and an evil soul master. It seems that Huo Yuhao is going further and further down the path of becoming a villain. Zhang Lexuan blinked and asked uncertainly, "Is this an external soul bone with the most evil attribute?" One of the reasons why Zhang Lexuan did not stop Huo Yuhao from absorbing the soul ring this is because the dark demon evil god tiger possesses time and space attributes that are suitable for Huo Yuhao, and Poseidon did it too. Tang San once killed a 60,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger in the starred out great forest and successfully absorbed its soul ring, but even Tang San did not get a soul bone like Huo Yuhao. Or is it the inherently evil attribute of being evil? Besides the evil soul masters themselves, their opponents also know them best. In Shrek, whose mission is to eradicate the evil soul masters on the continent, there are naturally records about the extremely evil attributes. Whether it is the former Rakshasa god Bibidong or the King of Slaughter, they are all possessors of the most evil attributes. They were the strongest people on the continent at that time, but in the end, none of them had a happy ending. To a certain extent, they were affected by the evil attribute and suffered from it. However, Huo Yuhao only has the cultivation level of Soul King. If Zhang Lexuan had not trusted her junior brother enough, she might have taken Huo Yuhao to the ancient golden tree to purify him on the spot. Huo Yuhao nodded. Yes, the name of this soul skill is Evil God Transformation. Although it has an extremely evil attribute, it cannot affect me. Having said that, he immediately exited the Evil God Transformation state. Like most soul skills, Evil God Transformation has a cooldown time, which is determined by the length of time it is used. It can be said that this is also a conventional means of fighting the enemy if you don't care about appearance changes. This was also because Huo Yuhao was using evil energy for the first time and did not control it well. Moreover, he has not yet used simulated soul skills to conceal the evil spirit. With 100,000 years of simulated soul skills in hand, Huo Yuhao could have made it so that the fake was indistinguishable from the real thing with his mental strength. That's it. Seeing Huo Yuhao's optimistic smile, Zhang Lexuan pursed her lips and continued, "Yuhao, you have to understand that there have been countless evil soul masters in history. In fact, many of them did not want to become evil soul masters at the beginning, but in the end, they all became evil soul masters without exception. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the young man with a gentle smile in front of her would have such an expression just now, especially when he was in the evil god transformation state. Those evil eyes were filled with extremely cold calmness and unbridled madness. The interweaving of two extremely contradictory emotions makes people feel creepy. Huo Yuhao has such a high talent. If he really goes down the wrong path and becomes involved with those perverted evil soul masters, it is undoubtedly a loss for the entire continent. Don't worry, Sister Li Juan. I know my limits." Huo Yuhao's azure eyes were full of calmness. "You know, I was the one who helped suppress Sister Xiao Tao's evil fire, so I understand the nature of evil soul masters very well. It is corruption. My second martial spirit, the ultimate ice, can control this situation and keep me emotionally stable, so don't worry about me." Huo Yuhao spoke in a resolute tone, with a determination as sharp as a knife rising from him. There is actually no distinction between good and evil power with just an external soul bone of extremely evil nature. Considering his mental strength and character, he would not be affected by it. "Well, I believe you too." Hearing this, Zhang Lexuan smiled and continued to ask, what about your fifth soul ring? It can't be of the evil attribute, right? No, it's a special attribute attack spirit skill. I call it special flare. After saying that, Huo Yuhao began to demonstrate his soul skills. He simply raised his right hand, and a thin, deep ray instantly shot out from between his fingers, silently and instantly crossing nearly 1,000 meters. As the ray moved forward, the black disk continued to rise and fall and shrink, and the valley in the distance that was hit was instantly cut through by it. Then, accompanied by an extremely short roar, the space flare erupted for the second time, and a black hole expanded, swallowing up the entire valley. This power, Zhang Lexuan took a deep breath and couldn't help but look at the harmless Huo Yuhao in the moonlight. She said, I think we should use this special flare skill with caution, especially not to use it on our own people at will. The power of special attribute attack soul skills should not be underestimated, but Zhang Lexuan could not have imagined that the power of the space flare would be so strong. Seeing Huo Yuhao looking so relaxed, it would not be a problem to fire a few more shots. She even thought that Huo Yuhao was now enough to threaten ordinary title Douluo with just this one move. Okay, I know. The two chatted as they walked, regarding the effects and combinations of soul skills until Zhang Lexuan changed the subject. Your fifth soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Do you want to continue relaxing in the core area? Ahem, that's not necessary. Let's go back early. Huo Yuhao coughed, which was a mockery of his excuse for going out. He also didn't expect that this trip to the starred-out Great Forest would be so efficient, and he was grateful for Lao Hu's gift. Whether it is the acquisition of soul rings or the connection with the attributes of auspicious beasts, it was even a test of the first fight with Tang San. Everything went very smoothly. It's time to go back and see what happens next in Lao Dong. Such a collision is bound to alarm Tang San in the God realm. But no one knows how he will respond. Huo Yuhao could now guess the reason why Wang Dongzhi did not show any rejection or resistance to the soul guide in this timeline. It was because Tang San sealed his spiritual consciousness that it didn't affect Wang Dongzhi much after planning for so long. I thought Tang San was planning something big. I didn't expect it to go straight into my pants. It can't be that long after all. One day in the divine world is equal to 1 year in the mortal world. He had been training in Douluo continent for less than 2 years. And Tang San had only been in the God realm for less than 2 days. Huo Yuhao, Lao Dang, can you react to my cultivation speed? What is the wall-hanging sun of fortune? Tactical fallback. This is a dimly lit world with a strange black sun hanging in the sky, emitting a mysterious purple light. Looking around, the terrain is undulating, and there are no plants on the soil that looks like it has been stained with ink. A cold breath is constantly coming from all directions. This is the undead demiplane of Alex. Alex, dressed in fluttering white, appeared beside Huo Yuhao and said, Yuhao, I actually hesitated for a long time, wondering whether or not to pass on all my undead magic to you. After thinking about it again and again, and considering you again and again, I finally made up my mind to pass it on to you in its entirety. In the eyes of most people, necromancy is related to death, corpses, and souls, and it puts tremendous pressure on the user's mind and body at all times. But in fact, necromancy is just one of the branches of magic in my world. It is not scary at all, and it is the magic that is closest to the essence and origin of human beings. In this way, Alex explained all the advantages and disadvantages of the undead magic to Huo Yuhao in detail. In fact, what Huo Yuhao had learned before were just some basics, the superficial knowledge of the undead magic, just like Hogwa in the original work before he inherited the undead demiplane half a year ago. Huo Yuhao merged with a gold of life and achieved an all-round improvement in his bones, muscles, internal organs, meridians and spirit. It was also at that time that Elder Yi agreed that when the time was right, that is, when Huo Yuhao broke through to the Soul King level, he would be able to receive his complete inheritance of undead magic. At that time, Huo Yuhao was just a level 40 soul master who had not yet obtained his 4th soul ring. Now, I have truly reached the Soul King stage. Electrolux decided to fulfill the original agreement after introducing the specific undead magic. He had no intention of forcing the inheritance, and the choice of whether to accept the inheritance was left to Huo Yuhao himself. Huo Yuhao naturally would not refuse this. Teacher, I don't reject these, he said firmly. Whether it's the magic of the dead or the extremely evil spirit bone I obtained before, the ability itself is neither right nor wrong. The key lies in whether the person using it is suitable, especially the character of the user. Good. 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 Alex looked at Huo Yuhao and felt very relieved. With a disciple like this, what more could a teacher ask for? It really made him happy, whether in terms of talent, character, or personality. Huo Yuhao perfectly meets Alex's requirements for a successor. Electrolux immediately passed on his mantle. The inheritance he passed on to Huo Yuhao was not just knowledge, it also included the entire undead magic structure that he created himself. The external manifestation is a circle of gray soul ring. As long as Huo Yuhao possesses this inheritance of undead magic, it would be like having a third martial soul. However, there is one thing that must be kept in mind. When casting necromancy magic, the necromancer himself will have to endure strong backlash and will need to continuously consume his vitality. Fortunately, the gold of life can perfectly solve this defect. This is also the important reason why I pass on the magic of the dead to you. The reason why necromancers are considered evil is largely because when necromancers continue to use undead magic, they do not have enough vitality of their own and have to extract vitality from other creatures. This process is cruel, evil and bloody, and naturally it is easy to be misunderstood. Huo Yuhao nodded to show that he understood. This undead demiplane is also a gift from me to you. I have left behind 13 kinds of undead creatures in this demiplane. After thousands of years of fighting, evolution, and reproduction, I don't even know how many undead creatures there are and how powerful they are. From today on, you are their master, and you can command all the undead creatures in this world. Thank you, teacher. As expected of the holy god of death, he is generous in his actions. Huo Yuhao can be said to have found a powerful figure. As long as he learns the magic of controlling the undead on a large scale, countless undead will fight for him. It can be said that he instantly possesses the combat power to destroy a city or even a country. This is the horror of the undead scourge. You are my disciple, why do you need to thank me? Alex smiled slightly and continued, however, what you need to do now is to learn how to draw the space teleportation array first, so that you can have the ability to open the undead demiplane on your own. These words undoubtedly interrupted Huo Yuhao's fantasy. The future is bright, but the process is difficult. Even though Huo Yuhao possesses an unparalleled talent for space, he also masters a rare and unique skill called divine power. But he had only just started learning the magic of the dead. Learning magic is not as simple as releasing soul skills. In particular, Master Yi, who had entered the state of a strict teacher, required Huo Yuhao not to use the gray spirit ring to take shortcuts, but to rely on his own abilities. It is equivalent to learning from scratch and slowly accumulating experience through hard work and practice without the help of any external objects. He simply relies on his own energy as a basis, uses his mental power to sense the light elements between heaven and earth, outlines the corresponding magic runes, and achieves the casting effect through resonance with the origin of life. But it is also very necessary after all. The Grey Soul Ring is not a real martial soul. While Huo Yuhao was using it to perform undead magic, he was completely unable to use the abilities of his two martial spirits and could only focus on undead magic. Electrolux would not allow his apprentice to have such obvious shortcomings in his opinion. The Grey Soul Ring is just a tool to assist inheritance, and Huo Yuhao still has to walk the path himself. This is how everyone got here. So, it took 3 years to cast the spell and 5 years to simulate. If you want to learn the space teleportation array, you must start from the most basic magic runes and space coordinate conversion formulas. Even someone as high in spiritual power as Huo Yuhao once again experienced the fear of being dominated by a high-level demon. Fortunately, I have the wisdom insect to assist in my studies. Achievement triggered. Achieve the inheritance of the dead achievement of Alex and receive the reward of kind thought goo. Good thoughts goo. 6th rank immortal goo. Wisdom can generate good thoughts, and the effect of planning good things increases. Evaluation, although we are in darkness, our hearts are looking towards light. The capital of the Xianhan Empire, Xiandao City. Iron Blood Sect. The gate tower of the Iron Blood Sect stands tall and majestic, with thick walls 3 meters high that extend 20 meters outward from both sides of the gate tower. The vermilion wall paint was eye-catching and dazzling, giving off a solemn atmosphere. Above the gate tower, 3 large characters Iron Blood Sect were clearly engraved. 2 figures fell from the sky. They were Huo Yuhao and Tang Yu. From afar, Tang Yu gazed at her former home, her eyes falling on the plaques erected on both sides of the gatehouse. On the left is written loyalty, and on the right is eternal pride. Her body shook slightly, and 2 lines of tears slid down her fair face almost instantly. Once upon a time, this wasn't the case. There were only 2 words on the plaque on the gatehouse: Tang Clan. Although it is not the original side of the Tang sect that was famous throughout the continent and was hailed as the #1 sect in the world 10,000 years ago, this place also carries the history of the Tang sect for nearly 3,000 years. But now, The name of the Iron Blood sect was attached to it. What a shame. Although Tang Ya's soul power level has now reached the soul sect, it is not so easy to take back her home. But for Huo Yuhao, this matter was simple. The leader of the Iron Blood sect is just a soul emperor. His combat capability is probably about the same as Zhou Yizi was fearless when he first entered school. Not to mention now it only takes a simple attack to defeat a soul emperor of a small sect. Actually, he didn't want to get involved in this matter originally, so he just left it to be but you to do it later. After all, he is not a thief, but the task is too attractive. Tang-Ya relationship, confidant achievement mission, a home you can't let go of. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.